Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Yes, I can understand her feelings. Even after I almost finished eating dinner, she still couldn't get enough of it. Could she be a fool at the level of Dala? Yuri, if she is a fool at his level, that means something wrong with her head. No, to imply that she is at Dala's level of idiocy when I met her only once is too much, isn't it? I was being rude to her. That level of idiocy is more of an ape than a human being. It could be similar comparison as that. How can I treat such a cute creature as an ape? In consideration of her cuteness, I should stop treating her like a fool at Dala's level of idiocy. Carol opened her mouth. Dala is not a fool. He's trying to be a knight in his own way, isn't he? I wish my sister would be like him. Carol, the world is wide. I was at a loss for a while, thinking about how wide was this world. If she liked Dala, such words made sense. Are you serious? Yuri, I asked her while feeling doubtful. He's trying hard to catch up with you, isn't he? It's refreshing to watch. Carol, I suddenly got chilly and my skin was covered with goosebumps. I wondered if the temperature of the dining hall suddenly dropped. Well, you also have a bit special inclination, so that depends on individual. I will not deny that. Yuri, are you stupid? That's not what I meant. Carol, so what do you mean then? Yuri, come tell me. I want you to tell me that your sister is an idiot sister. If I were to be Siamu, I might feel so responsible I might hang my head and die. It is that I admire him as a knight. Carol, oh really? Yuri, I don't understand the idea of chivalry, so I wonder if being an idiot is a knight. Since he is in trouble, my views incline to that. Carol, really? Yuri, I don't think so, though. Yes. Dala is great for being Dala. If my sister is so full of ambition like that, I have nothing to say. Carol, is that so? If it's like that, the royal family is in trouble, isn't it? It's like the other day where he was like a stray doing marathon in the woods. Yuri, oi. It wasn't Carol who stopped me, it was a man's voice. You shut up and listen. What are you saying to Carol Sama, you bastard? When I looked back, there was Dala. Did he hear that? Huh. It may be a fact, but you are a stray. Yuri, wah, stop it, you bastard. Dalahum, Carol, as I expected, he stops in front of the person herself. This guy is like that, he. What are you guys doing? Carol was sighing. It's nothing. Leaving that aside, have you had your dinner? Yuri, not yet. I'm coming here for dinner, though. Carol, Dala is going to eat, I think. Yuri, he just came, so I can see that. Carol, I see. So you eat here with Carol, I'm done eating. Yuri, when I said that, Dala looked glad as if it was interesting. Goodness, he is a simple guy. I had turned 15 years old. After turning to that age, I didn't do anything special and enjoyed everyday life. I was able to learn teller language up the everyday conversation level, and my practical skill trainings were all right. Perhaps I should say, I had finished taking most credits except for practical skills, and I had spare time. When I thought about it, 120 out of 200 credits to be taken in lectures were exempted, so there were only 80 credits remaining. If you do it seriously in 5 years, it is natural to have spare time. Speaking of things that have changed, one of them is Harold said I've already had enough with Teller. So, goodbye. 6 months ago and left the lesson. Harold and I had a relationship similar to friends in the university's lecture, but he became like a middleman in various ways since he was related to the right to use the port. Harold Company was in conflict with a witch household, and it seemed that it was hard for them to get into the port of the royal capital, so I gave him a permit to use the southern port within the Hu household territory. Then he departed a short time ago. He hadn't come back for 6 months. I supposed it had considerable life and death risks. Then, that opportunity arrived. When I was spending the spare time from the afternoon in the dormitory as always, Carol came. This is for you. Carol, she threw an envelope and gave it to me. What is this? Yuri, when I asked her, Akasama wants to see you. Carol, Akasama, are you referring to Her Majesty the Queen? Yuri, yes, you're right. Well, Why the queen wants to see me? Did I do something wrong? Yuri, I have a bad feeling that I am called by the most powerful person in the country. It's written in it. Carol pointed at the envelope I had. I see. Since the content is written, it's quicker to read it. The letter was written on a finest parchment and it was put inside the envelope. The opening was sealed with sealing wax. It was also a beautiful vermilion-colored wax. This must be a luxury item. I think it's because of my preconceptions. When I peeled off the sealing wax, I looked inside. Yuri Hu, the student of the School of Knights. In honor of the development of a specific drug to treat smallpox disease, you will be given grace by Her Majesty the Queen. The Queen grants audience to you. You must come at this date. Asterisk Imperial Seal asterisk. What is it about that? I heard from Rook that the method worked and he told it to the house next door. It seems that it reaches the Queen's ears. Should I ask for money? I don't understand. Yuri, about what? Carol, it is written that I must come at a certain date, but the date isn't written. Does this mean that I have to make an appointment for an audience at the royal castle and decide the date of the meeting? Yuri, no, that's not it. Carol, no, I was told to bring you. Carol, am I going with you? Yuri, will it be all right to do it without an appointment? Yes, it'll be fine with the school uniform too. Carol, what? Are you sure this is good enough? Yuri, isn't this an audience with the Queen? And wouldn't it be at the place where the guards and ministers lining up? Yuri, I want to complain from turning my dream upside down. No, I was told to bearing you through the rear gate. It will be in a guest room facing the garden. Carol, what? Is that how it is? That is better for me. So it's fine. Yuri, so what time do you intend to do? Carol, I'm free these days, so I'm fine anytime. Yuri, then can you come today? Carol, today is it? It's not like I'm going to see Obachan of mine. Are you sure that is all right? Then please excuse me. Yuri, oh. Carol laughed. You don't need to mind it. Carol, this girl, what does she think about me? Anyway, it's just an audience with the Queen. Carol, well, that is unexpected, you know. Yuri, it's really unexpected. Did she consider my feeling? What would happen if they think that I am a conceited man trying to fight the Queen? Carol seemed to be well known in the royal castle. The imperial guards allowed us to pass when they looked at her. It was a great experience. I thought that I would go up the stairs to the top of the castle, but it seemed that there was no such a thing. I climbed the stairs only 2 times and I got to a terrace with a slight step from the ground. On the terrace exposed to warm sunlight, flowers were planted in pots and placed there. Some were planted in moderate round pots, while others were in huge pots. It might be because of the flowering season, the pots were replaced. All of the pots were full of leaves while flowers and buds were blooming. It seemed that there was no water supply, but there might be people diligently watering every day. There was a round table in the middle of the terrace. It was a fine-grained table with no mold or filth, which was often found on outdoor standing tables. They were often taken indoors and cleaned every time they were served. On one of the chairs around that table, there was a woman who I kissed the back of the hand at the entrance ceremony. I can't say that she is young or old. She looked somewhere in between, but there is a feeling of dignity and a sense of quietness. The reason why I think so probably because I am unconsciously overwhelmed by authority. Well, I'm glad you came. Queen, it was a voice that was similar to Carol. I got on one knee, took the pose of salute. Thank you for granting me the opportunity of an audience. Your Majesty the Queen. Yuri, oh my, Queen, don't feign friendliness, you fool. Carol, a severe voice heard from over my head. I stood up and removed the sand on my knee. This is awkward. What is it? Yuri, it was an embarrassing greeting that I thought about for a little while. This is not the throne room, so you don't have to do that. Carol, there is no way I can avoid doing that. Yuri, well, you're right. Are you having fever? Carol, you're too rude. It's fine since we are equal in this regard. You're really close, isn't it? Queen, the Queen was smiling cheerfully. Hey, have a seat. Carol sat in a chair. Why, yeah. What's wrong? Sit down. Carol, are you a fool? Do you think I can sit if the Queen hasn't given the permission yet? Yuri, I do mind about this thing, you know. Please have a seat. Queen, ah, yes. Then please excuse me. Yuri, I sat in a chair. You're a very polite child, aren't you? Queen, thank you. Yuri, this guy is feigning. Carol, this fool, she's been doing whatever she wants from a while ago. Don't assume so, your majesty, Carol. Yuri, stop it, I'm getting goosebumps. Carol, I'm jealous. I also wanted a friend like this when I was a student. I wonder if I should have entered the school of knights. Queen, only foolish people are there. Carol, this girl has been doing stuff like this. Tease here. A maid in a maid cloth appeared. Please excuse me. Maid, as the maid said so, she put the tray with the tea utensils on the table. When I looked at the teacup, I understood that it was expensive in a glance. The thickness was thin, and the pattern drawn was beautiful. This kind of delicate and stylish tea utensils weren't popular among general households, so I had never seen it at home. Then the queen was reaching for the tea. Akasama, I'll do it. Carol stopped her. You sure? Then please. Queen, if nothing was said, would it be the queen preparing the tea? That would be a rare experience as well. Carol's way of handling tea utensils was skillful. The tea leaves and the teapot were handled in a familiar manner, and the tea for 3 persons was vividly made. A cup was placed in front of me with a small plate of tea cake. Preparing tea seemed like a job for a newbie or a maid, but why is she so familiar with it? At least in my household, there is no culture in which Satsuki pour tea personally. The queen, then, drank the tea. It's delicious. You have improved, Carol-chan. Queen, thank you very much. Carol, when I drank the tea, it was certainly taste delicious. It was a kind of herbal tea, not barley tea that was generally brewed. Currently, it was early spring and it was a bit chilly, so it was just right. What do you think? Carol, what's with eyes of expectation? Why are you looking at me like that? Are you asking for my impression? Is there a custom to express impressions like in the tea ceremony? Yeah, I think it's delicious. Yuri, what's that? Carol, she smiled. It was somehow strange. I really thought it was strange. When the queen finished drinking tea, we can talk for a long time, but I'm going to cut to the chase. Queen, she said so. The main issue is it. I wrote a letter to Rooksan during this time and I wanted to give him a reward, but he insisted that it was his son's achievement. Is that true that you came up with a way to heal the disease, Yuri-kun? Queen, yeah, as I expected, it seems I can't lie anymore. Yes, I did. Yuri, although Rook could take the credit for himself. How did you come up with it? Queen, when I thought about it, I was originally a son of a rancher. So I asked the cattle herder. It seems that it has been a famous story for a long time among these people. Therefore, it's not an invention. If I have to say it, it is a rediscovery. Yuri, it was an excuse that I thought when I was on the way here. I see Tilda. It's strange that it hasn't been widely spread until now. Queen, yes, I did. Yuri, I wonder why. Even if someone notices it, it would be impossible if someone with a position like Luke shows an understanding. If you don't know the mechanism of infection, you can certainly prevent it by imprinting the unpleasant mucus from the cow in the wound. Then, no one would believe it. If people look at what we are doing, they would think that it is a creepy and suspicious folk remedy. If that method doesn't spread diligently, people wouldn't believe even if it is done by Rook. Nevertheless, many people were saved because of you. Thank you. Queen, you're welcome. Yuri, as for me, those who were saved are just lucky. They can use the method without permission. I just wanted to prevent them from getting infected with my family, and it was good to be helpful. I don't think I would ask for anything. So, I would like to reward you, but what do you want? Queen, reward is it? Carol, is it something like a product or pardon? What should I ask? If I ask, she may give me a certain amount of what I want. Is it all right if it's not a thing or money? Yuri, oh my, it's fine. As long as it's sensible. Queen, sensible, huh? I wonder if I should go for that. What I want now is a patent. Yuri, patent. What kind of patent? Queen, the queen's eyes became sharp. A patent was a special permission granted by a local or state to monopolize a business of a certain item. There was no way to monopolize something like wheat, but it was practiced in this country to monopolize salt, copper, wax, and so on, and to give concessions to certain merchants and nobles. Once it was implemented, it was illegal for new entrants such as shops to handle the items. So, profits would be monopolized. It's not what you think it is. When I invent some creative thing or method from now on, I want you to protect the benefits that arise from the invention. Yuri, what does that mean? Queen, how should I explain this? For example, I will try and error over the next 10 years and make a great invention. Of course, I can commercialize it and make money. Well, let's assume that it will be an extremely popular invention. Yuri, yes, all right. Queen, however, when people understand that it is possible to make a lot of money out of it, it will be obvious that other people will produce same product. Then the same product made by other people circulates. In that case, what's the meaning of me spending 10 years? Therefore, the first inventor is in a state of loss. Yuri, well, indeed. However, wouldn't it better if you keep the manufacturing process of product a secret? Queen, so, she reaches this point, is it? Sure, if what you invented is a bottled medicine, it would be difficult to figure out the manufacturing method out of the liquid medicine. But for example, what if I invent the system to improve the accuracy of the clock dramatically? If you buy what I sold and disassemble it, the mechanism will be immediately understood, so concealing the process is synonymous with not selling. Yuri, yes, that's true, but in that case people won't be able to use what they invented. You won't be able to use other clockmakers or anything. Queen, no, if you use the mechanism and it contributes to your profit, you just have to give me some share from your sales. If it is the previous example of the clock, the way it works is a part of the whole, so it would be good if I get about 5% from the whole profit. If this is a medicine, then the invention is everything, so you will need to pay more. However, it is rather unfair not to pay at all since the money is to cover the cost of developing the medicine. Yuri, that's true. The queen looked troubled for some reason. However, it is also considered unfair if the patent has no expiration date. Yuri, so, I followed up. What's that supposed to mean? Queen, for example, it would be a strange story to have a patent given to someone who invented a spear, and that family would receive a lot of money for every spear for thousands of years. For that reason, I think that the expiration date should be about 2 to 3 decades. After that, inventions are made public, and if they are made available to everyone, it is only for the nation to gain. Yuri, oh my, you have no greed. Queen, yes, that is not something I want to do. Yuri, I told a lie. Sure, I'll think about it, but please excuse me. I can't give you the answer in this place. I need to consult with a lot of people. Queen, yes, of course. Yuri, let me tell you this, I may not be able to afford to issue patent only to you. Queen, of course, I understand that. It doesn't matter. I just want to protect the benefits of my inventions from now on. As long as I'm one of those people that can be protected, I have nothing to complain about. Yuri, it's because I've been free recently. There is a way to learn anything, but without a patent system, it is only vain. In this country, the 7 great witches' households has become a huge capital that has high authority power. So even if something groundbreaking comes out, they immediately steal the idea. If it just ends until that, it's fine, but it's possible that they will put pressure to crush my market, breaking the share market. So even though it's the one I have developed, it's possible for them to suck all the sweet juice. It can happen, or rather, it has happened in reality in many cases. As a result, nobody makes an effort and it is no use trying. A society like that has been developed. If they do it to me, it is like turning the Who household to an enemy. So, since they can't do it openly, they will come out with similar product proudly. If there is a patent system, it is safe. Well, if the patent system doesn't materialize, it's fine to get money from the queen. Hey, what are you trying to achieve? Carol was looking at me with suspicious eyes. She was asking that. Making money is never better, no matter how much I have it. Yuri, you are a knight and you will serve as one. Carol, she started saying things like a stubborn old man. Even knights can't live as it is. They need to make money. Yuri, rather, for most knights, if you change the term of making money, earning money is the most important things. It may be so. Carol, unlike you, I'm almost done with my classes, so I'm too bored in the afternoon. Instead of taking a nap, it makes more sense to make money. Yuri, if it is a spare time, it will be good to wield a spear, isn't it? Carol, she said it with a serious face. Are you a fool? If it's training spear, I swing it every day in the morning. Why do I have to swing it until the afternoon? I'm not going to be a martial artist. Yuri, martial artists of people who aren't so good looking but who are improving their fighting skills. It feels like Yui Nausicaa-sama. When it comes to war, they are organized and hired like mercenaries, so there are a lot of specialties in the Hu household's territory. TLN. The raw is Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, so I assume is Yui Nausicaa. Unfortunately, I can't find any information about it. Well, yes, but making money is. Carol, she seemed not convinced yet. Carol-chan, making money is important, you know. Queen, oops. Her Majesty's follow-up came in here. Aka-sama. Carol, we don't have much trouble with money and we have a lot of money, but most people are working to make money. It's not something that makes you foolish. Queen, I didn't mean that, but Carol had a slightly crying face. Is the Queen in preaching mode? Surely. It's not all right to abandon the duty as a student of the academy just to make money, but Yuri-kun is an honor student in classes, so I can't say much about it. Queen, it was an adult opinion in general. However, when it comes to the opinion of the parents, I think that there will be something different again. Her Majesty the Queen is a parent, but she is not my parent. It's probably good to talk about this with Suzuya and Rook. It is not good if you do bad things for money, but originally making money is a good thing. If everyone makes money, the country will become rich. Carol-chan, do you understand that matter? Queen, dang, the preaching hasn't ended yet. This person is unexpectedly a preacher's mother. After that, some preaching continued, and Carol was sobbing every time. I understand. Carol, when the preaching was over, she was in tears. Even though it was her fault, I pitied her. Don't mind it. Yuri, I encouraged her. KK. Carol, while biting her lips, she got up and kicked the chair in anger. Oops, she is more angry than I thought. What's wrong with you? I didn't do anything. Yuri, you definitely do it on purpose. You're making fun of me. Carol, I'm not making fun of you, you know. Didn't I say don't mind it? Yuri, that's making fun of me. I was angry because of you. Carol, is it because of me? I think I got what I deserved. Hey, Queen, the Queen had spoken sharply. Ooh, Carol, don't point finger your friend, that's not nice. Queen, did she point finger at me? I didn't notice. I'm sorry. Carol, please apologize to Yuri-kun. Queen, ooh. Carol made a disgruntled face. As I expected, it is too much for Carol to say sorry to me. I'm not a savage, you know. You don't have to apologize. Yuri, I said that to Carol. Oh my, are you sure? Queen, this is like a play, Your Majesty. If she has to apologize every time, it's no longer interesting. Yuri, heh, you really are a good friend, aren't you? Queen, is that so? Well, I'm not sure about that. Yuri-kun, if it's all right with you, why don't you become my son-in-law? Queen, what's up with this, Queen? Boo. Carol was spurting out the tea. Cough, what are you talking, Aka-sama? That's impossible. Carol, it's rare to have same opinion as you. Yuri, it's impossible. If you are worried about your household, there is an example in the past, and I don't mind it. You can keep your surname. If you have a girl, she will be given our surname, and if it's a boy, he can keep whose surname. So there's no problem. Queen, oi, really. Don't be so excited when talking about it. I'm not thinking about getting married yet. Yuri, I'm not sure what's going on, but let me say that for now. Oh my, but please consider it all right. Queen, Aka-sama, I will choose my husband. Carol, I hear you. Queen, after about 20 minutes having tea, Her Majesty's errand entered and the tea party of the day ended. Yuri, I've got something to tell you. Carol came in and gave me a writing paper. When I opened it, we recognize your invention as the first patent. It was written that it seemed to have passed. The first patent was a technology related to paper making. Of course, it wasn't a technology to make parchment, but a paper made of plant fiber. If it goes well, I'll make a huge profit. I think, for sure, maybe. It's fine to have side job, but don't forget your main job. Carol reminded me. Although she preached the other day, it didn't seem she was taking into heart. I understand. If I skip school, I'll be sorry to my parents. Yuri, it's good that you understand that. Carol took something like a leather bag that was attached to her waist belt and suddenly gave it to me. It's a reward. Carol, reward. When I received the leather bag and opened it, there were a lot of gold coins in it. It was a leather bag that fits in the hands of a child, but that was a lot of money. What's this? Yuri, I told you it's a reward. Carol, what is this reward for? Is this a different kind of reward from the other one? Yuri, have you done so many good things that you were rewarded so often? Carol grinned and smiled meanly. I don't know anything about it. Yuri, there was a complaint from the 7 great witches' households. Whether it became a reward or not, they felt not good to owe a favor to the Who household if the compensation system wasn't applied. Carol, is that why they give money? Dang it. Yuri, I don't think they owe me. When I think that I am parting with a fresh feeling, I feel like being given a consolation money. They said it would be better not to do this even a little bit. Carol, a little bit. Yuri, when I roughly looked inside the bag, there seemed to be 30,000 ruga inside. A piece of gold coin was 1,000 ruga, so there were 30,000 ruga. It wasn't possible to convert it to Japanese yen, but it was likely about 3 million yen. It's a lot of money, you know. Yuri, I don't know much about the extent of your discovery. I have never heard of a reward to the extent that you are required to be called by Akasama. Carol, is that so? It makes me think that the royal family is not stingy, so they may give up to 50,000 ruga. As expected, the royal family has a different sense of money. I'm still a kid. I never thought that I would be given a huge amount of money. Yuri, why is that? Does it matter whether it is a child or an adult? Carol, what a naive princess. When you give a lot of money to children, they will destroy themselves by buying worthless things, so their reputation will be decided. For example, visiting luxury hotels or having prostitutes. Yuri, what is that? You should return the money. There is no way I can't let you do that. Carol, I was wondering what she was thinking since he was trying to take away the leather pouch. Since I wasn't going to let the large money earned to be taken away, I hid the pouch behind my back. I pretended to throw it back and forth and dropped in on the floor across the bed. Hey, give it to me. Carol, it seemed that Carol didn't notice the sound of the pouch falling on the floor because of her loud voice. While someone being jostled, she got up and tried to snatch the pouch. Idiot, calm down. I'm not going to use that money in that way. Yuri, even if I have deep knowledge about it, I won't do it. Ha ha, really? Carol, yes, and it's none of your concern anyway. Yuri, well, you're right. I don't want my roommate to go to that degraded direction. Carol, for you to say that to me. Yuri, even if I become degraded, if I get a lot of money, the best I can do is to be a neat. In the case of degraded personality, people would go for marijuana, gambling, and cabaret, so I'm all good. Then what are you going to use it for? Saving. Carol, are you some kind of old woman? I will use it as an upfront investment. Yuri, upfront investment. Carol, well, how should I say it? It's like buying a good spear before going to war. Yuri, it's totally different though. This has somehow already become more troublesome. Well, that's a good thing for you. I'm impressed how you spend your money. Carol seemed to be in a good mood. It was like a compliment to the examinee who bought a reference book for the exam. Actually, it was more like buying a PC for Eroge, but there was no need to tell her that. I have lived for a very long time in subjective time, but it is the first time to start a business. The capital is 50,000 ruga. It's coming from 30,000 ruga that was given a little while ago, and the pocket money I saved on annual basis. The amount of 50,000 ruga has a good value, and it was about 5 million yen in Japanese yen, but I can't simply converted the value. In this country, the prices of food are particularly low, and the prices of processed goods are high. The level of manufacturing industry is at the level of everything is made by hand, one by one, just like in Japan. Therefore, the value is naturally high. Even if it is a laundry basket, I could buy it for 100 yen in Japan. So here, I could buy it for 1 ruga. However, it doesn't end like that. The price is roughly about 50 ruga if it is handcrafted from thin plant. However, speaking of the opposite, if people don't live luxuriously, they can live their life economically. Basically, just eat dried meat with salt, bread, and after that, go to sleep. With that life and depending on the rent, it is possible to live in the royal capital at about 10,000 ruga a year. So, 50,000 ruga is roughly a salary of a person without technical skills that could be employed for 5 years. Or it could be done in other ways, such as employing 5 people for a year. However, in reality, apart from the manpower expenses, since investment in facilities and equipment is necessary, I can't afford to hire 5 people. I didn't work in a paper-making company, but I know the primitive ways to make Japanese paper and Western paper. Unfortunately, I am not good at it, so I hardly know how to make the tools. So it's unclear when it will be possible to produce a paper that can be used as a product, and how much money it will take to get there. Even if I have 50,000 ruga, I am completely feel uneasy about it. Besides, although I am free, I am still busy in the morning, so I cannot afford to spend the whole day. In the afternoon, I had 3 blocks of lectures, and I would like a capable person who can manage it. Or, there is a way to do it by yourself without leaving it to others. Even without relying on capital to hire people from the beginning, I should rent a hut by the water alone and spend my free time working for labor. I have never thought of becoming a company owner, so I don't know because I have never learned business management. But before hiring people, I'll try to accumulate know-how by working alone first. There's no need to be scolded by the business scholar. I was eating in the dining hall while using this place to reflect the plan. Miaro called me out. "What are you thinking about?" "Miaro," he asked without any signs of concern. "Well, Yuri, if you like, I can give you some advice." "Miaro, it seems to me that I will get a consultation. If it's Miaro, it's not bad to get consulted. Rather, there may be no other person qualified in this. I want to start a business, so I was thinking where I could find a capable person who I can entrust the business." "Yuri, business is it?" Miaro looked surprised. "This year, the number of lecturers in the afternoon has decreased, so I have a lot of spare time." "Yuri, that's luxurious trouble, isn't it?" "Miaro, it may be true, but I can't help with it since I'm almost done. You will be like that someday in about 2 years, I think." "Yuri, I wonder. Since I'm not good at practical skills, I have to build my strength." Miaro, that's right. As what he said, he wasn't good at practical skills. This year our schedule broke up because I went to the upper class. His reflex wasn't bad, but he seemed to be incapable of building up muscle. If it was dagger techniques, he could handle it. However, he was hopeless since short brief of spearmanship still required muscles. If I had to be extreme, even if Miaro was holding a spear with full strength, his spear would fly far if it was hit. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to move after that, or lose his posture, which could leave a gap. In a short brief of spearmanship, it was impossible to avoid all the clashes, so it was a decisive disadvantage for Miaro. "But you can still graduate, right?" "Yuri, the academy decided that those who had slow reflexes couldn't graduate, so the knight households whose son was born weak was in trouble." "Yes, but if that's the case, it'll be past 20 years old." "Miaro, 20 years old, is it? I want to graduate as soon as possible. It is troublesome to learn as much as you can, but you are unable to graduate. That's hard." "Yuri, it's fine. Don't worry about that. Let's talk about your problem." Miaro, yes. The discussion is getting far away from the main topic. What was the discussion again? It's about a capable person. Yuri, yes. What about it? Miaro, his face became serious. It is encouraging if he listens to the discussion seriously. I'm going to make a new product and sell them. It doesn't mean that I'm going to buy a specialty product and sell it. I don't want to employ a person who doesn't have flexibility in consideration. Therefore, it may be difficult if the person who can only tend the store. Yuri, I see. I do not ask you what kind of product because it's a secret, but it may certainly not work for ordinary people. Miaro, it's not really a secret, so it's fine to ask anything. Since the patent has already been issued, the person who copied it is obligated to pay the patent fee to me. Rather, I have a feeling that if they could do it, they should imitate it more and more. I wonder if I should go the Merchant Guild and do job interview. Yuri, Miaro frowned as if he was anxious. Yuri, the Merchant Guild is under the control of the 7 Great Witches' household, so it will be a problem if you go there since you are from a knight household. Miaro, is there such a thing? That's troublesome. Yuri, If you want to offer a job, it would be wise to do it in your household's territory. Miaro, is that so? If I can't do it in the royal capital, I have to go on a business trip then. Yuri, I can just fly away if I can use my Eagle King, but it will still take a few years before I can get permission to go anywhere by myself. The preliminary steps must be done in the royal capital. Besides, speaking of a large consumption area for paper, it is also the royal capital. Hence, it is convenient in that regard. If it's a merchant of the royal capital, I have a person in mind. Would you like me to introduce to him? Miaro, he has someone, is it? Is he a person who knows many people? He is incredible. Are you really 15 years old? What kind of person he is? Yuri, he is a person who has been fired by the company that has regular dealings with my house. Miaro, he got fired. Yuri, is he a man who has been fired out of work and is having trouble finding a new job? What am I going to do with him? He isn't someone who steals money from the store. I think there was a bit of disagreement. Miaro, Yuri, I don't know the business customs of the merchants in this country, so I don't have a clue. Well, I won't know unless I meet him, right? However, that company that regularly deal with the witch household is doing that just for flattery, so I think that would be a safe factor to go out against it. Miaro, that person would be naturally absorbed into my household. Well, there shouldn't be anything wrong if he is introduced by you. Yuri, I need to interview him, but it's a bit hard to think as Miaro is introducing that person since I am completely incompetent in that aspect. From what I understand about Miaro, he hates being incompetent, unproductive, and clinging to his family business. He is probably a capable person. At least it's worth meeting, I think. I'm glad if you say so. Miaro smiled while slightly embarrassed. How do I contact that person? Yuri, since I know nothing but his name, it's probably faster if you check the address at the royal castle and send a letter. Miaro, it was the first time I heard that the address was checked at the royal castle. I wonder if the royal capital is more or less know about the residents to some extent. Understood. What's his name? Yuri, Cuff Ornette. Miaro, 3 days later, I visited Cuff Ornette's room. The apartment with Cuff Ornette's room was located on the eastern side of the 4th Ring Street north of the royal capital. Here was the northern side of the royal capital that had become divided by the large river. It would be the fourth of the bypass connecting the main street extending radially from the royal castle to the side. TLN. Click here for the map. From my point of view, this was the neighborhood for second class of common people. The rich common people, if they were in the northern side of the royal capital, would say in the east of the 3rd Ring Street. The convenience for access was good if people wanted to go shopping in the marketplace or to go to the royal castle. However, as the 4th Ring Street in the northern side was close to the capital's northern port, this would be a convenient location for merchants. As a merchant household with little money, it was a reasonable location. I went up to the 2nd floor of a 3-story stone building and knocked on the door. I have unlocked the door. Cuff, and there was a voice from the other side. He is careless. Recently, migrants from Kilgina had pouring in, so the security is getting a little worse. Well, I'm just a brat who comes here alone. Please excuse me. Yuri, I opened the door and went inside. It had been a long time since I saw a slouchy single man living alone in a room. The trash were all over the place and the floor was full of dust. The only parts that free from dust was the parts where he frequently walks, which also looked like animal trails. I saw it every day when I was in Japan, or rather my room was like that, but it was the kind of room that I saw for the first time ever since I started this life. At first, Suzuya cleaned my room well. Then since the maids and the cleaning ladies cleaned it, my living space had never been like this. Hello, my name is Yuri who? Yuri, sorry. Cuff Ornette was lying on a solid couch and drinking alcohol. He didn't want to get up, even though a visitor was coming. I don't have time to play with nobles' children. Cuff, is that so? Yuri, what a bad manner. Is it no good? Well, even if that makes me think so, I can't help about it. Nothing much can be done if he is busy. No matter how I look at him, it seems that you got a lot of time to spare. However, his life is more rough than expected. It feels just perfect to put up a dead eyes at the corner of the room to a child who can't accept someone's livelihood. In the future, I'm going to sell a product that can drive the parchment market. Yuri, really, it would be impossible. Cuff, that is straight to the point, saying that it's not worth doing it. Go home. No, I've come a long way, so I should stick a bit longer, right? I wonder if that is true. I don't know unless I try. Yuri, it's impossible. Even if it's true, it will be stolen by some bastards anyway. No matter what you do in this country, that's how things work. Cuff, that is somewhat unsettling. Is he giving up on society? Since that's how things work, it's going to be all right. Yuri, Cuff, I feel like this isn't going to be a discussion. If anyone other than the inventor makes the product, they would be obliged to pay the patent fee. This has been certified by Her Majesty the Queen. I have also the letter with her signature and the imperial seal. Yuri, I am more or less have it. I never heard anything like that before. Cuff, it was about a month ago when I had the audience with the Queen, and this had been enacted since a week ago. The approval came 3 days ago. By the way, this is my first invention. Yuri, did you suggest the Queen to pass the suggestion? Cuff, yes. Yuri, when I said that, Cuff got up and looked at me for the first time. When I looked for the front, his face looked terrible. It didn't mean that the features of the face were bad, but he didn't take care of his hair and beard at all. I can't believe you. Show it to me. Cuff, here you go. Yuri, I was worried about it being torn, but I gave it to him. The paper that I gave was a pure white, high-quality parchment, and it wouldn't look fake. When Cuff read the document, this is serious. Cuff, he said so. Yes, it's real. Yuri, Cuff returned the paper to me. So, what do you want me to do? Cuff, oh, did you get some motivation? Overall supervision and manual labor. When the product is ready, sell it. In short, I want you to do what I have to do instead. Yuri, what does that mean? Cuff, he looked stunned. I have to go to school in the morning, so I have something to do. Yuri, well then, I will do everything from the beginning to the end, and the money is your total take. Is that it? Cuff, rather than letting you handle the whole thing, I'm going to give you a rough idea and explore how to make the product. The full-scale earnings will come out at least after 6 months. In the meantime, I think it is better to think that there is no profit. Yuri, so does that mean I will be unpaid during that period of time? Cuff, there will be a fixed salary. I can't give you so much, though. As for full-scale earning, let's think about it again when the business gets on track. Yuri, Cuff took a deep breath. He seemed to be hesitating. Do you really think you're going to succeed? Cuff, he asked that. In a decade, parchment will be almost gone from the market. That's a story if production goes well. Yuri, is that so? But the Parchment Guild is under the jurisdiction of Lacramanis. They may try to sabotage you. Cuff, that's really troublesome. Lacramanis is the name of the 5th witch household. The royal capital has become a place of fools everywhere. This is a stagnate city where it has no relation to the concept of liberty and good communication in business. Well, that's fine. I am the heir of the Who household. If I am the representative, there are a lot of things I can do. Yuri, what? Are you sure? You're a heck of a young man. Cuff, my name is on the letter. Didn't you read it? If they're going to interfere, it would be enough to threaten or destroy the production base. That will be the story when the products circulate enough. It will threaten the parchment market. There's no point in worrying about it now. Yuri, well, you're right. Cuff, once the production system is in place, the material used isn't the animal hide but the trees that grows in the surrounding area. It is able to circulate at less than half the price, though the durability should be inferior. I don't know how powerful the Parchment Guild is, but it's not possible to run away from them. Yuri, I myself have been inconvenienced by the high cost of the parchment product and the high threshold. If there are more cheaply and large quantities of plant-based paper that can be distributed, it will surely spread. For some reason, I think you are very convinced. Do you have definite proof? Cuff, definite proof. This guy, is he stupid? If you can't move without definite proof, you'll be hit by others. Those people can't be called businessmen. Yuri, Cuff, even for farmers' work, the success of a crop depends on luck, so I have no definite proof that I will make a huge profit that can outwit the witch households. Yuri, you're right. It seems that I was a fool. Cuff shook his head once as if to sober up and removed unnecessary thoughts. Are you motivated now? Yuri, anyhow, this is very interesting. It's not a bad idea to bet on it for 1 or 2 years. Cuff, I see. Yuri, it seemed that he had become motivated. I could see strength had filled the suspicious eyes caused by alcohol until a little while ago. He was motivated. But I'm still in the stage of planning. I haven't made the plan yet. For the time being, we can't talk until we have established the manufacturing method. Yuri, it seemed that Cuff, who had woken up, was thinking about a concrete plan. That's right. Cuff, of course. At any rate, the first priority is to establish a manufacturing method. How are you going to make that paper? Cuff, the raw material is plant fiber. It's not a weed, though. Yuri, is it something like a cloth? Cuff, he is quick to understand. In this country, there are few opportunities, but cloth may also be written in the same way as parchment. Compared to parchment, cloth is more like paper in nature. It would be fine to use cloth as paper, but since all clothes are hand-woven, this may not be price competitive enough to threaten parchment. Since ink bleeds from the knitting, only one side can be used if it is not a very thick cloth. The cloth is spun into thread for as long as possible and then woven into a cloth, yes. Yuri, well, you're right. Cuff, there is no need to weave the paper. Paper is not meant to be a piece of clothing, so it doesn't need to be as sturdy as cloth. Conversely, what you need is the fineness of the grain. Yuri, yeah. Cuff, so we need to process the plant into fibers in some way, put them in water and layer them with fine nets. After that, we put the weight from above and compress it. If you dry it, the paper is ready. Yuri, I see. Cuff, do you have any questions? Yuri, Cuff, he became silent. What? Have you changed your mind? When I was wondering, Cuff hit his knee suddenly. There was a loud noise. There are many questions, but it's fine. Anyhow, let's try to make one. Cuff, is that so? I thought you had changed your mind. Yuri, when I spoke of my anxiety, he laughed. I have gone too far to turn back. I think if it doesn't produce a real thing for half a year, but it's not easy to get off. Cuff, I see. Yuri, that's great, but there is only one condition. Cuff, condition, what is it? Yuri, I'm not a worker, so I don't need a fixed salary. If you start to make a profit, I'll get a percentage from the profit increased. Cuff, I see. It's not a fixed salary but a commission, right? Of course, that's fine. Yuri, I'm sure that he'll be more motivated, especially with this type of person. But first, I have no money. Cuff, even if you don't tell me, it doesn't seem that you have any money. Is the present working capital coming from the Hu household? No, I'm doing this on my own, so I'm going to spend my pocket money. I only have 50,000 ruga, but don't depend on it too much. Yuri, if you have that much, it will be enough for the time being. Unlike trade, you don't have to have ships or horses. I have no idea what kind of facilities it will be, but I can arrange it if you have 20,000 ruga. Cuff, well, if it is 20,000 ruga, it's probably good enough. All right, let's do it right away. Yuri, hello. Yuri, nice to meet you. Are you Yuri-kun? Lily, yes, I am Yuri, Lily-san. Yuri Lily-san, who I knew from Siamu, was a pretty lovely woman. Even though her appearance was only a high school student, I understood that her chest was abundant from the top of her clothes. She was a rare kind among shanty who often had skimpy chest. She displayed a relaxed atmosphere around her, and her hair was tightly tied to the braid. The plain clothes she wore was a loose woolen sweater, but even from the top of the sweater, the volume of the chest couldn't be concealed. I should be careful not to look at that chest. I'm sorry, I said something strange. Lily, no, I don't mind. Yuri, the place where I met Lily-san was a coffee shop in a place closer to the common people neighborhood away from the royal castle. Lily-san wasn't the only one who wore plain clothes, but me too. I informed her to wear something like a disguise through Siamu. Usually when school students met each other, they used a stylish and elegant coffee shop that was close to the academy. However, those places were swarmed with male and woman couples in uniform, so it wasn't suitable for secret meeting. Yuri-kun is popular among girls and you are good friends with Her Highness, so it's kind of troublesome to meet you alone. Lily, so, it will be troublesome if there is a rumor, is it? Well, that's probably she is a daughter of marriageable age. I'm still a brat in appearance, but if people look at me unreasonably, they may think that there is a relationship between man and woman. Lily-san is supposed to be 18 this year. So, what's this meeting about? Is it about Siamu? Lily, heh. Do you think I'm calling you to talk about Siamu? For some reason, I feel like they have a good relationship. But this is not about Siamu. No, I heard that Lily-san is good at making things, so I thought I'd like to talk about it for a bit. Yuri, is that so? So what do you need? Lily-san asked me without hesitation, as if he was used to such consultation. It's woodworking. If possible, I want to have as many thin and long stick as possible, and I want something connected by threads. Yuri, it's true that bamboo is good, but bamboo can't be harvested in such a northern region. Woodworking, is it? Lily-san had a slightly bitter face. I'm specialized in metalworking, but since I have the tools for woodworking, I can do it too. But is it different if you ask a woodworking shop? Lily, the woodworkers in the capital don't really understand what I want them to make. Since I'm still a child, they were making fun of me. Yuri, I wanted a paper-making frame to make paper, but the woodworking shop didn't understand what I wanted. If Lily-san couldn't do it, I had to search the royal capital and looked for a woodworking shop that could do it even though it didn't necessarily exist. Ah, I see. Is there such a thing? Lily-san nodded by herself. Can you do that? Yuri, yes, if that's your request, Yuri-kun. Lily, yee. I'm glad. If it isn't you, I won't be able to talk. I'm relieved. Thank you very much. Yuri, however, I'm not sure if I can make it good, so if I can't, please understand, all right. Lily, of course. I'm the one who is being unreasonable. Yuri, if it happens that way, it can't be helped. By the way, it is not possible to avoid the risks no matter who I ask. Well then, tell me about the design and the details. Lily, so since the tool is used in water, the string connecting the wooden stick shouldn't collapse with water. Yuri, well, in short, you want me to create a functionally flat draining basket. Lily, that's right, as I expected of you. Yuri, well, yes. Lily-san was obviously happy when I praised her lightly. Is that the only tool? Lily, I need something like a box to hold it. Yuri, I might as well make it too. I don't feel good if I leave it to others. Lily, that really helps. Yuri, I'm glad. I'm not sure if it's going to work, but anyhow, I have taken a step forward. When the meeting about the design was over, by the way, Yuri-kun, you are really Siamu's teacher. Lily-san leisurely said that while drinking the tea that had been served. Well, yes. Yuri, is it a small talk? Well, it wouldn't be a bad thing to have a small talk about Siamu. Siamu knows so many things, but did you teach her all of that? Lily, this is straight to the point, but I think it's weird. Siamu will be treated as a weird person who explains something that she should not understand by the surroundings. I was worried about that too, so I asked Carol to be her patron. There's no such a thing. No matter how you look at me, I am a diligent student, so I just know what various people have said. Yuri, I am not really a diligent student, but if I don't say so, she won't believe me. I wonder so. I'm a little bit unconvinced by that. Lily, really? Yuri, if she is decent, she can't be convinced. However, she has no choice but to believe me. There is no other way to interpret it. Yeah, a little. Lily-san doesn't stare at me and she doesn't seem suspicious. She's only displaying the air of you're hiding secrets. If you study, new knowledge is bound to spring out endlessly. Yuri, is that so? Lily, for example. Yuri, I don't have to convince her, but let's make an excuse. Lily-san, you have been squinting your eyes every time you try to see my face from a while ago. Perhaps you have very bad eyes that you can't see my face well. Yuri, you understood well. You're right, my eyes are bad. I'm sure my Aru-chan is the same. Lily, is that so? She has been squinting for a while and it looks like a frowning face. Perhaps you don't know what eyeglasses are. Yuri, eyeglasses. Lily, it's a glass tool that fixes two miniaturized lenses in front of both eyes. If you use top-quality glasses, you will be able to see clearly not only my face, but also the mountains in the distance. Yuri, are there such tools? Lily, her expression clearly changed. Lily-san seemed to be interested in glasses. Of course, if you don't have eyesight correction equipment when your eyes are bad, it will be very inconvenient in the daily life. It would be very inconvenient to look at my face. even though I am sitting not a meter away from her, but she has to squint her eyes. If there is a tool that can solve that problem, it is natural to be interested. Well then, as for that tool, do you think I came up with that idea? Yuri. Is it different? I mean, there are many children with poor eyesight in the School of Liberal Arts, but there is no one wearing such a tool. Lily. Actually, there is a person using it, you know. Yuri. Is it a child of the School of Knights? Lily. No, it is the exile woman who teaches Kura language. Yuri. I see. Lily seemed to have understood the meaning of this word at once. Her name is Isavine. In the world of the Kuran, such a thing has already been invented, and it has spread. Yuri. Really? The other side is going forward. I'm jealous. Lily. Yes, if we can make the same thing, everyone will use it, but no one will realize the value. Yuri. It looks like an idiot, but there is such a thing. Even in countries like Japan, where internationalization was underway, there were machines sold abroad that would greatly improve work efficiency if they were introduced. However, the fact that it hadn't been introduced for many years because of disconnected information had become a common occurrence. Why doesn't that sensei try to spread it? Lily. Isa sensei was a religious Kuran monk, so she isn't interested in such worldly money-making. Yuri. I see. Lily. Well, that's why such unexpected progressive discoveries occur in places that can't be seen. It is something that you don't notice very often. Yuri. I wonder if you noticed it because you study well. Lily. That's what I was talking about. Yuri. Since there was a precedent, I managed to convince her partially. I feel like I've been dodged, though. Lily. Well, eyeglasses are useful. I'm sure the world will be as vivid as it looks. Yuri. I changed the topic by force. It is certainly interesting. Lily. Even if she was being dodged, her interest seemed to be concentrated on eyeglasses. Isa sensei speaks Shan language fluently, and she is not a difficult person. So why don't you try to borrow it? This is just a reminder, since that tool is produced only for the person herself. I don't think you can see well with it. Yuri. Really? Lily. Yes, the degree of eyeglass curvature has to change to match the bad eyes. Yuri. Lily. There are also cases where left and right eyesight may be different. Well, I guess you can probably understand if you ask Siamu. Yuri. And the time went past while talking, and it became a time that I had to go home. Then we left the store separately. Half of the reason for this meeting was to see what kind of roommate Siamu had. Although she was sharp, I was glad that she was a kind person without harsh tone. Lily-san seemed to get the job done quickly, and after a week she had an appropriately sized frame. It was a bit too big for me to use, but this was exactly what I ordered. Since it was for an adult to use it, the size was just right. The handle was connected to the main body using bronze. Bronze would be more suitable than iron because it was less likely to rust. The strainer, which filtered out the fiber from the water, was firmly connected by a thin thread, and the frame that held the strainer from the top and bottom of the strainer wasn't too strong and heavy. Therefore, it wasn't likely to be fragile. She did a good job. When I got this tool, I immediately got to meet with Cuff. When I entered his room while carrying a large baggage, the room was getting smaller. A lot of miscellaneous luggage was increasing. Hey, you're here. Cuff was sitting on the sofa holding a large cut scissors and tearing his old clothes into pieces. How's this? We can do it with that, right? Cuff pointed his eyes at a large washing tub in the middle of the room. The washing tub was huge enough to be used by 3 to 4 people, and when I looked at the shallowness, I could take a bath with hot water. It was now full of water. The area was flooded with spilled water. I wondered where he borrowed this tub from. I think we can, but let's make sure it's all right. Yuri. I took out the strainer frame from furoshiki wrapping cloth. I held the handle and placed the frame on top of it. It was a circular bowl, but it was completely fit inside. Oh, is it such a thing? Cuff, he looked at the strainer frame that I had brought. Yes, you should be able to produce with this tool. Yuri. I looked at the side of the tub. There were various materials inside the tub. There was something like lint, clothes that were cut into shreds and turned to thread that had been produced just before. I wondered, where did he get this from? The materials are good enough, as I expected. Yuri. Well, yes. Cuff looked proud. Being proud of your job has a big meaning in your life. It might be a pleasure to work now because it begins to escape from the life which rots in the decadence. Now he is having fun to work since he is getting out of his decadent life. It seemed that the bottles of alcohol had been cleaned up and I couldn't see it anywhere. Well, shall we do it right away? Which material would look good? Cuff, this one looks good. Yuri, I pointed at one of the baskets. Among them there was a cotton-like white fibers. When I picked it up with fingertips, it fell apart. The thinness and the length of the fibers were excellent. Is that all right? I got it from a yarn wholesaler. It's lint. Cuff, let's put it in the water. Yuri, right away is it? Got it. Cuff, I dumped the basket into the tub and dropped the lint into the water. I rolled up my sleeves, put my hand in the water and stirred it. The lint swam in the water and dissolved. That's good. Let me do this first. Yuri, the strainer frame was too big for me, but it wasn't like I couldn't hold it. Is that so? Show it to me. Cuff, I put the strainer frame inside the tub like giving a jab. I let it swim and then a thin film was formed on top of the strainer. Once I did that, the density of the filter increased twice as much, so it quickly became thicker. When the thickness reached to the extent that I couldn't see the other side of it, I raised the strainer frame, drained the water, and raised it. Surprisingly, it was a quick task. It took less than 5 minutes. I took apart the inside of the strainer frame and removed the paper layer on top of it. On top of the strainer, there was a layer of freshly made paper. When I turned over the edge of the paper, I raised it up even though it got shredded. I looked at it closely. The paper was thicker on the right and thinner on the left since I was right-handed. This is not a failure, but it's going to be an inferior product even if I press and dry it. However, this will be something to do with the improvement of technique. Good thing is, it is easy. I didn't expect that it would be this easy. This paper would be sandwiched between something, dehydrated and let it dry. Yuri, all right, let me do it. Cuff, he was very motivated, very good. Well then, I'm going to put it back immediately. Yuri, Cuff, I scraped off the layer of freshly made bloated layer of paper and put it back in the tub. It tore off when it entered the water. When I stirred it, it returned to the state before I started soaking the frame. What? So are we going to put it back in the water? Well then, I guess I can try this many times. Cuff, yes. Since the paper would be stronger if the fibers are alternated equally, we should try to do some research. Yuri, yeah, you're right. Cuff, we laid papers made from various materials and put a weight on top of the board. After wiping the soaked floor, the work for the time being was over. For now, let's leave these papers for 3 days. Yuri, 3 days. Cuff was surprised. Well, even Japanese preserved vegetables could be made in a day. He probably wondered why we should take 3 days. Perhaps it may be good in a day, but it will shrink later. Yuri, I see. I'm not in a hurry anyway. Cuff, it seemed that I had convinced him. They say that haste makes waste. Yuri, ho, you're saying something wise. This is the first time I've heard of it. Cuff, I wonder if there is such a proverb. Well, for now, today's work is over. Yuri, yeah, you're right. Cuff, then I will return to the dormitory after a little rest. It's almost sunset. Yuri, I came here around noon, but it was almost sunset now. When I thought about it, we were working for quite some time. By the way, I haven't asked you this. Where did you hear about me? Cuff suddenly asked me. Didn't I tell him about that? When I think about it, I feel like I didn't write the name of the introducer in the letter. Was that the reason why he showed bad attitude at the beginning? It's usually something like I got a referral from someone, so I took a brush or something like that. I completely forgot. My classmate Miaro told me about you. Yuri, Miaro. I don't know anyone who has the same age as yours. Cuff, what, you don't know him? I guess Miaro knows Cuff unilaterally. Is that so? He is Miaro Gudenvier. Yuri, what? Cuff, when the family name came out, he suddenly looked like he remembered something. Miaro Gudenvier, he is small and he has fluffy brown hair. Yuri, Gudenviers, I see. Did he remember me? Cuff was somehow deeply moved. He seemed to be impressed. Well, Miaro remembers a lot of things. He said that if I wanted to know a talented and flexible merchant, I should see you. Yuri, I see it's about me. Cuff, what? I wonder if there are some heavy circumstances. Sorry, but you can go back now. Cuff, no problem. Yuri, I was going to leave from the beginning. I can't let my tears spill. Cuff, I feel like he is going to cry. I don't want to see a man's tears. Let's go home now. I understand. Well then, please excuse me. Yuri, I quickly turned around and headed for the exit in a hurry. Oi, cuff, a call came from my back. From now on, I don't need honorifics or anything like that. It's strange that the employer used the honorific. Cuff, all right, I see you later. Yuri, I left the room and closed the door. A month later, I went to the Cura's language lesson. I had completed the credit for that class, but I would forget the language if I didn't apply it. Therefore, I decided not to go for the lecture every week but once a month. When I entered the lecture room that day, Harold was there, but Isa-sensei hadn't arrived yet. Hey, it's been a while. Harold, he greeted cheerfully. It hasn't been that long, you know. I was worried about you. Yuri, even though I said that, I was really worried about him. He hadn't came back for the past 6 months, and I thought he was probably dead. He came to my dream twice. It felt slightly cold. He pressed the palms and fingers of both hands together as if he had entered nirvana, but was he still alive? Is that so? I'm sorry. Harold, well, more importantly, you are alive. You didn't come back for half a year, so I thought you had died. Yuri, he had no other task today, but he was completely hopeless when Miaro was around. I'll tell you where I go. I had been told that quite often. Harold made a gesture to prick his ear with his little finger. Of course. Let me know about it later, all right. Yuri, yeah. First I have to say hello to Isa-sensei. Harold, you're right. I think that's a good idea. Yuri, Isa-sensei seemed to have advised Harold about trading partners. If the advice was off the target, in some cases Harold might not have been here. Then Isa-sensei came into the classroom. She was surprised for a moment when she looked around the lecture room and found Harold, but she immediately put up a joyful smile. She's cute. Now let's start the lecture. Isa. After the lecture, we headed to the Isa-sensei's private room in the academy. It was a private room, or more exactly like a lecture preparation room, but it looked like a laboratory instead of a storeroom. The lesson of Cura language happened once a week, but Isa-sensei seemed to commute here every day. Therefore, when there were questions that I would like to ask outside of the lesson teaching hours, I came here since she seemed to be available. Then she would teach me the Cura language. When I entered the room together with Isa-sensei, we sat down and took a break. You have come back. I'm delighted. Isa-sensei, who mastered the Shan language in the last few years, said so. There was almost no sense of incongruity anymore. Thanks to you, I managed to come back. Harold, while sitting, Harold exaggeratedly lowered his head. Yes, I'm glad. It was worth praying every day. Isa, did you pray every day? Harold, every day was a good thing. I was listening to it next to him, and I thought it was amazing. I mean, are you praying like 100 times every day? Even though she gave him advice, she seemed very concerned. I pray every day even if there is nothing. Isa, I see. It's like a nuance to pray for safety during daily prayers. Come to think of it, Sensei was a former nun. She still hasn't given up her faith even now, so I didn't expect that she is praying to God every day. After all, Isa-sensei had an air of a researcher rather than a nun, so I kind of forget that she is a religious person. I see. That's it. Harold made a face that looked like he was either relieved or emotionally drained. So how was your trip? Yuri, I did a lot of dangerous things, but it was all good. Harold, I wonder if the business negotiations have been settled somehow. Is that so? As a matter of fact, it is a country that I have never been, so I was worried that I was irresponsible in that. Isa, is there a country that you don't know, Isa-sensei? Yuri, so I asked her. Yes, it is a country called the Republic of Albio. I was worried since I was under impression that there were many rough people there. Isa, what makes you think so? Harold, the fact that there were many violent things means that the security is bad. I wonder if there are many holes in their administration of security. In Isis religion, there are also sects. The Republic of Albio is a country that believes in Kalgai sect, and this sect is considered heresy by the mainstream Catholic sect. The reason is the Kalgai sect doesn't have the custom of discriminating against Shanti. Isa, Yuri, Isis religion is a large religion in the Kuran society. It is a religion that is generally believed in the Teller-speaking areas, and it was the direct cause of the destruction of the great Shantilla Empire. It must have been monotheistic. Was there a sect which didn't call Shanti infidels in Isis religion? Is that true? Are you using other holy book? Yuri, regardless of polytheism, is that possible with monotheism? No. To begin with, the holy book written by Issa-sama doesn't say bad things about Shanti. Isa, really. In the days when Issa-sama still alive, Shanti and Kurin weren't considered different races in the first place. In the holy book, Shanti appears under the name the people with hair in the ears of the north, but it doesn't bring any significant meaning. That's because people who live in cold areas may grow hairs in the ears. I guess it was thought to be like that. Isa, are you for real? The Kurin allied forces that were formed to subjugate the Shanti called themselves Crusaders. About a decade ago, the declaration of war was sent by the Crusaders to the neighboring Shiyalta Kingdom sounded like this: "We are the legion of the sons of God, formed to deliver the judgment to the infidels who continue to defile the sacred land. Infidels, if you are ashamed of your deeds and wish to purify the land you dirtied, present your head, and the merciful God will give you a part of his grace. Repent." Obviously, it's clear that they see us as outsiders who should be subdued. Regardless of whether they really believe that or not, by creating such a stance, it certainly justifies the plunder and slave hunting. If they are interpreting as what Isa-sensei says, this is a contradiction of perception. If the description is inconsistent with their holy book, it is likely the stance is not made known to the public. But Isa-sensei, isn't this inconsistent with the mainstream Catholic? Yuri, yes, I'm sad to say that you're right. Isa, that seems to be the case. The original text of Issa's religion was written 2,000 years ago, and it is written in a very old language called Tat. The holy book used by the Catholics are now translated into Teller language. There is this authorized version of translation, but there is a deliberate mistranslation in this. In the present authorized version, the infidels with hair in the ears of the north is written. With this, it becomes an insult to the merciful God. Isa, it is an insult to God, huh? Isa-sensei looked angry when she said it. Does that mean that the holy book was distorted through translation to justify the invasion? Tat language is a very complex language. For instance, there are about 12 kinds of words that represent the word people, such as Naya, Shart, Kraga, Servo, Zindet, Alfort, Lamando, and so on. Isa, there were people who consider a stupid language everywhere. The ancient Shan language lecturer of our academy, who was known as a madman and true ancient expert, told us that the more complex the written language, the wider range of expressions. If I compare the Tat language to the ancient Shan language, it seemed that the present Shan language was close to the language of monkeys. The word used in that part of the original text is satchart, which is a term with the meaning of distant foreigner. In other words, the sentence says distant foreigner with hair in the ears of the north, if it is translated accurately. In fact, this is translated as such in the translated holy book before the present authorized version. The present authorized version is arbitrarily distorting the meaning of words, and they say that no one speaks the Tat language other than the priests. Isa, I'm pretty sure that Isa-sensei is very unhappy about it. Judging from the way she says, I assume that she made the same claim as the original author of the sacred book, and this made her to be called a heretic. In that case, is there another interpretation in the Republic of Albio? Yuri, yes. The Calgai sect taught in the Republic of Albio is a sect that was split in the days when the great Shantilla Empire was still there. To put it simply, the country isn't affected because the sect was split before the religion was distorted. Isa, what was the time when the great empire was still there? That was a very long time ago. It is a story of 900 years ago. The Calgai sect was originally adopted by the Calginian Empire after the Kulux's empire collapsed, but the country collapsed and was destroyed in war against the Catholic sect. However, faith still survives in some parts of the land. Therefore, the Republic of Albio is an island country that is still at war against the Catholic countries. Isa, although a country with a strange name, Calginian, has collapsed, the survivors are concealing themselves in a remote region, is it? Where is the island of the Republic of Albio located? Yuri, It is just off the coast from the seaside of Shiyalta Kingdom. Isa, I can't understand if I hear it in words. Can I borrow some ink and pen? Yuri, sure, here you go. Isa, I took a paper out of my bag and placed it on the desk. Oh my, that's a plant-based paper. This is the first time I see it here. Isa, I came up with it, but I suppose the Kura countries already have it. It's pretty much the same thing. Yuri, I tried to play dumb, but is there already plant-based paper in the Kura countries? They seem to be culturally ahead of us. What is that? Show it to me. Harold, who seemed uninterested with our boring talks, came to me. Sure, please look at it as much as you want. Yuri, I took another piece of paper out of my bag and gave it to Harold. I drew a simple map on a piece of paper that could be written easily with pen. This latest product was produced recently. Oh my, it's a very good map. Isa, I was complimented. Can you locate that country in this map? Yuri, of course. It is here. Isa sensei pointed to Ireland with her finger, and the next island to it. Yuri, I pointed to Great Britain. In my memory, it was an island occupied by England. Here, the upper half is the territory of the Republic of Albio, but the lower half is dominated by a country called the UFOs Federation. These two islands are called Albio II Islands, but the Republic of Albio has been at war for a long time to take control of the entire two islands. It is famous for pirates. Isa, in this world there is no country like England. Great Britain is divided into North and South, and the war seems to continue there. I wonder if this country is not attacked from the sea's side because they are working hard. So, what kind of teaching is Catholic sect? Yuri, Catholic sect calls itself a sect, but it's not a sect. Although the current Pope's opinion is from Catholic sect, the current Catholic sect is different from the early Catholic sect. Although the interpretation of the teaching changes opportunistically, it may be a political faction, but it is definitely not a sect. That's because there is no interpretation of Shanti as infidels in the early teaching of Catholic sect. Isa, as I expected, it seems to be a sect that distorts the teaching in a timely manner. I wonder if it has become muddy due to interests and selfishness. Then, what about Kalgai sect? Yuri, since it was originally a sect that was founded by warriors, it is a simple teaching. Since it was from the reaction toward Catholic sect at that time, they look heretical, including the interpretation of the ritual by the perspective of Catholic sect. Isa, I'm not sure if it's fine to ask, but which sect you are in, Isa-sensei? Yuri, well, from the way she speaks, she's probably from Catholic sect. I am my own sect. Isa, she smiled broadly. Yuri, you are your own sect. A new sect came out. My sect is the sect I thought of. It follows the teachings of the early Catholic sect, but it has evolved further through research. Isa, I thought I heard wrongly, but I understand what she means. This suddenly become a story of the strongest independent approach. Are you the only believer of your sect? Yuri, yes. Since I almost died when I was doing missionary work, my sect may end up with me as the only believer. Isa, was that the reason why she ran away to such a remote region? She was risking her life, wasn't it? I see, that's too bad. Yuri, no, I don't think so. Faith is basically depending on own inner, and that is good enough. The situation where one share his own thoughts with many others is nothing but an obsessive obsession that comes from human weaknesses. I came to this place and I understood that. Isa, somehow, Isa-sensei seems to be growing up as well. Does that mean her sect evolves every day? She's a person who lived for the future. I don't understand this difficult talk. Harold opened his mouth at this point. If you don't mind, can you tell me about your sect? I'm interested in Isis religion. Harold, seriously. Of course, I'm fine as long as you want it. Isa, really? Then please do tell me. Harold, what's with this guy? Although it was a short relationship, I didn't expect that he was interested in religion. No, when I think about it, he actually had stepped on the soil of the Republic of Albio. There might be an incident that required him to deepen the knowledge about the local religion. So, it is not weird to ask about Isis religion. I will have to prioritize the teaching to the students outside of teaching hours, but if I'm available, I will tell you. Isa, all right. Harold was smiling happily. After saying goodbye to Isa-sensei, Harold and I went to a bar. I guess there is no grape wine, huh? Harold sadly talked so when reading the bar menu. In the kingdom of Shiyalta, grapes couldn't be cultivated, so wine wasn't available on the market. That's too bad. Just endure with beer, please. Yuri, shall I do that? The beer in Shiyalta is the best. After all, this alcohol is local alcohol. Hey, what are you doing? Harold, I'm fine with milk. Yuri, what? Why don't you drink alcohol? Harold, the shanty were very resistant to alcohol, so they drank alcohol well. This couldn't be seen in the dining hall, but there were many students in dormitory drank. There was no rule saying that people under the age of 20 weren't allowed to drink. I have decided that I will not drink alcohol until I am 20 years old. Yuri, I don't think it will affect me too much, but I don't know what the effects on my body are. I didn't make a vow not to drink even a single drop. However, I don't intend to drink regularly. What? Is there such a rule in the academy? It doesn't apply here. Harold, no, it's a rule that I made. Besides, I have some things else I need to do today. Yuri, is that so? Harold called the waiter and he immediately ordered for a drink. Beer was given to him as quickly as possible. Harold looked like a real sailor and he drank it in a gulp. A few hot tilde. Delicious. Harold, it was a hearty way of drinking. Ah, it looks delicious. Oi, I didn't drink in the previous life, but this makes me want a drink. Rook preferred distilled liquor, so when he drinks beer, he can't finish it in several gulps. So please tell me about your trip. Yuri, all right. First of all, I set sail to the great Albio Island and the voyage broke down, but I managed to arrive. Harold, no, don't simplify the story. Tell me, how did you sail? Yuri, how? Harold, since it's not a coastal sailing, it would be difficult, right? Yuri, there is no accurate chart to the great Albio Island in this country. It means it is difficult for sailors. In other words, once they start out in the ocean where they can't see land, they won't know their whereabouts. There is no such a convenient thing like GPS. If it is an inland sea like the Baltic Sea or the Mediterranean Sea, they will eventually reach shore sooner or later. But in the case of a large ocean such as the Atlantic Ocean, it will be different. Needless to say, it's hard to reach the Republic of Albio by sailing along the coast. The entire coasts along the way are enemy countries, so they have to go through the open sea. Ooh, there's a man who's always in charge of the navigation. He did it for me. Harold, oi, did you leave the whole navigation to other person? Did you go there by guesswork? Yuri, that word sounds bad, but yes, that's it. Harold, guesswork, is it? Isn't he risking his life from the beginning? Well, I somehow managed to get there. Then I went into a valley that no one was going to be there and put the anchor down. Harold, yes, sure. Yuri, after that, when I got to the shore, there was a crowd of people coming out of the forest. Harold, Yuri, then I got caught. Somehow it looked like a pirate stronghold. Harold, Yuri, isn't that the END of the survival? This guy is alive and well. They asked in Kura language, whose army are you? I forgot to say thanks to Isa-sensei for that. I told them I am a merchant. I came from the Shan Peninsula. Harold, oi. They told me not to lie, so I took off my hat and showed my ears. They were astonished. Harold, of course, they will. The pirates must have thought that they were a navy for some country and came to subdue them. Then when this fool nonchalantly came out while being surrounded, I'm sure they were surprised because Harold was a different race from far north region. From there, we're become drink buddies. Harold, wait a sec. Why were you drinking? Shouldn't it become something like battle? Yuri, they are the people of the sea, and they have a rule to help those who have accident at sea. They aren't taking my property. Harold, Yuri, from my point of view, it seems a little unbelievable that pirates take such actions, but there may be such a unique culture. In this world, there are many accidents at sea, so the culture of everyone is having an equal status if they are drifting in the sea is formed. It isn't a widespread culture, but rather a culture of the Republic of Albio, which is a maritime nation. It's an interesting culture. Well, we didn't have accidents at sea. Anyhow, we became drinking buddies. That was why I was comparing the drinks. I told them we were strong drinkers. Harold, I bet it was fun and all good. Yuri, it was a very lucky first contact. If one of the cogwheels in their brain screwed up, this guy could be killed on the spot and all of the goods would be taken away. He would meet such a bad end. Well, Then I left sailors in the pirate village and went to the capital. Harold, did you leave the sailors in their village? It's very kind of them. Yuri, of course, I left the money for food and accommodation. Harold, ah, I see. Yuri, the money used in this situation was the gold coins of Shiyalta. Since the coins are made of gold, the intrinsic value goes beyond the difference of the currency. Nonetheless, the other party isn't a savage tribe. The sailors were allowed to stay. The place we arrived was the Great Albio Island, which you discussed earlier with Isa-sensei. After that, I went to the small Albio Island by land route and ferryboat. The capital is on the small Albio Island. Harold, ooh. Yuri, well, if you navigate the sea properly, you are mostly likely to drift to Scotland. In fact, he was drifting to that place, right? However, the capital was much smaller than Subiaku, though. Anyhow, I'm here. Harold, you've done your best. Yuri, although he studied the language, he didn't bring along his friends. It was amazing that he made a solo trip to a foreign country on his own. Then I stayed in a tavern for a few days and got into brawl. Harold, oi, brawl is it? Yuri, I'm not sure if it was a misunderstanding, but it's natural for sailors. When they reached the shore, they went into the bar and made a fuss for a few days. Of course, it was a brawl between sailors. Harold, I see. Yuri, is that how it is? I'm not sure. Then there was a person like a messenger from the castle came to the inn. I was invited to go there. Harold, wow. Even though I was invited, the Republic didn't give a pretentious feeling similar to Shiyalta. I was nervous when I had dinner with them, but based on my observation, they completely didn't care about manners. They were a bit respectful, but when the booze started to go in, it went away and it became a banquet. Harold, was it a banquet? No. I mean, what kind of country is that? From that, I somehow noticed that there's no king in the Republic. Harold, that's right. If there is a king, it would be a kingdom. In that place, there are many first-class pirates, merchants, and others. Harold, it has many forms. In other words, they might have a parliamentary system where influential people gather. Such a thing is included in the Republic system. I met a lot of people there. It's because of the flow of alcohol which enable me to do business with them. Harold, the flow of alcohol, is it? Yuri, well, I was lucky. I got along with merchants, and since I got along well, they took me to the port the next day and introduced me to all kinds of people. Harold, you're really lucky. It was smooth. The next day, I returned to the village where I left the ship. I returned the ship and went back to the capital. It was packed with loads that could be sold for a while. When I got there, I sold it off and stopped the ship at the port for a while. The ship was old, but I was amazed with the old-fashioned ship. Harold, as I expected, they have quite considerable technology for water. I stayed there for about a week and looked around the market with an accountant and found out which one I could bring home to sell. I brought a lot of things. I made a lot of money. Harold's voyage was a huge success. Well, that was good. No, it was really good. Yuri, Harold's hard work paid off. Well, this is the end of my travel story. Harold, I see. It was a great deal for me. Yuri, by the way, did you have anything new? Harold, yes. I have thought a lot of things and I decided to do a business. Yuri, why? Harold, he seemed to be surprised. I guess it's not normal for a noble heir like me to start a business. It's not about pride. I have almost finished my class, and I had a lot of spare time in the afternoon, until graduation, so I thought of doing business in the capital. Yuri, it's difficult to start a new business in Subiaku, you know. Harold looked serious as if there were a lot of things to be considered. I know, so I thought of a completely new product. I've shown you that product, Harold-san. Yuri, was that it? Harold, I'm making that now. Well, it's still a prototype though. Yuri, that was the 10th prototype. But even if you try hard and become a pioneer, it would be stolen in the end, right? Harold, everyone said the same thing. I took the first step to avoid that. It's called a patent. Yuri, patent, you mean exclusive permit. Harold, no, it's different. Patent is. Yuri, I briefly told him about the patent. That is, you've done a great job. Harold, yeah, the public announcement about the system has already been made, and it seems that the 5th patent has been approved. By the way, the first patent is my plant-based paper. Yuri, are you already making it? Harold, yes, of course. I rent a hut on the mountainside of the capital city and produce it there. Yuri, That's amazing. Can I take a look at it next time? Harold, I'm going there today. Yuri, then let me follow you. Harold, I decided to bring him along. I'm going to go to my house because I don't want to spend money on the carriage. Yuri, oh. Harold, the residence was about a short walk from the bar. After going through the gate by the face pass, I told a caretaker that I wanted to borrow a galloping bird. Oi, I've never been on it. Harold, there is a saddle for 2 people here, so it's all right. Yuri, however, since the galloping bird wasn't horizontally long like a horse, the 2-man ride was somewhat painful. Is there a problem? Harold, it seemed that it was his first time riding a galloping bird. It will be a good experience. It's much more comfortable than riding a horse. Please get on it first. Yuri, ooh, I got it. Harold reluctantly stepped on the stirrup and straddled the saddle. I was already used to it, so I stepped on the stirrups and rode it. It became like being caught between Harold's thighs. We're going. Yuri, then the bird started running. The bird wasn't a young bird. It was an adult bird with a large body, so it was calm even with 2 riders. We're here. Yuri, we arrived at an old building on the west side of Sibiaku. There were several reasons for choosing this building. One was it was cheap because it was tattered. Secondly, it was originally a livestock barn. So, there was still a device to draw water with watermill to make the livestock drink water. Since it was located upstream of Sibiaku, it wasn't covered with dirty water, and the water was clean. The inside was dirty and the whole surface was covered with dirt, but it was good enough as a workshop. I opened the door and went inside. You have come, Yuri. This time it's pretty good. Cuff, who was working, said cheerfully. The 11th prototype seemed to be quite good. The one that I was using for my notes was the 10th prototype, and it was already at the degree where it could withstand writing. The feel of writing wasn't as good as it was on a copy paper, but it was able to withstand the use of writing letters and recording minutes. Is it about time to sell it? Isn't that Cuff? Harold, Cuff suddenly became expressionless when he saw Harold's face. Harold, why are you here? Cuff, bastard, what are you doing here? Harold, are you going to answer me with a question? I'm the one who is asking you. Cuff, why is the sales clerk of a Lenfis company here? What are you trying to do? Harold, I've already quit. I'm talking about that time of the past. Cuff, somehow this looks like a dangerous situation. Do you 2 know each other? Yuri, no, I don't. Harold said so. He was a business rival in the past. Cuff, ho, I see. Well, please get along. Cuff-san is an important partner. Yuri, can we get along, is it? This guy had been imitating sneakily for a long time, and he disturbed my business over and over again. Harold, that was the job I was given, so I couldn't help with it. How long are you going to grumble about that part in the past? What an unmanly guy. Cuff, who is unmanly? Do you want me to hit you again? Harold rolled up his arm. I wonder if he had hit Cuff once. Cuff seemed to be calm. He put his hand between eyebrows, showing a gesture that he didn't want to deal with Harold. Is your hobby still solving the problem with brute force and go crying later? This is why sailors are troublesome bunch. Cuff, dang, these guys, even though they are adults, they seem to quarrel a lot. You. Harold was too stimulated. He pushed me away and tried to grab Cuff, so I kicked his legs with all my might and he fell. He tried to grab the cloth on my back so he wouldn't fall down, but I got a knee in the dirt. Harold-san, I don't want you to go on a rampage here. Yuri, they seem to have a lot of things going on in the past. It was fine to have a brawl, but I didn't want it to happen here. After all, there were various kinds of paper, strainers, and others. Some papers were being dehydrated with stones on it. Speaking of the frame, it would be likely to break if adults fell on it. I'm not going to stop. Harold, I feel sorry to Isa-sensei since you're going to learn about Issa's religion. Can you say to her that you fight and beat up other people? Yuri, Harold, when I mentioned Isa-sensei's name, it seemed to be working. Then he stood up quietly. HMMPH. Harold, you 2 Cuff. You should think about the place if you're going to ask him for a fight. What if the tools are broken? Yuri, you're right. It's certainly going to be broken and it's going to hurt the business. Cuff, what? Why are you talking casually with this kid? It's laughable. Harold, I also didn't feel good about it, but it couldn't be helped since Cuff wanted to do it in that way. Yuri is the employer and I'm the hired manager. You know what I'm talking about, you stupid sailor. Cuff, you. Harold, is that a derogatory call for sailors? I could only hear the facts are lined up. Please stop, both of you. Yuri, if you want to do it outside. So what about the 11th prototype? Yuri, this is it. Cuff gave me a piece of paper. Ooh. Yuri, since the bleaching material hadn't drained yet, it was still brownish. When I saw something like a copy paper, the color became a concern. However, it was white enough because it used whitish material. For starters, the parchment wasn't a pure white writing tool, so there would be no problem in circulating this product. Instead, I was looking at the quality of the paper. The surface was smooth, and there was a little tomentum. This was an important element because the tomentum fiber causes the brush to stick on the paper. If the brush got stuck, not only will the writing feel got worse, but it would also cause the paper to tear. As for the minimum quality, ordinary people would use ordinary writing instruments, wrote letters on a piece of paper, and the rate of paper being torn should be less than 10%. The only way to increase the durability was to thicken the paper, but if the paper was thickened, it went without saying that there would be various disadvantages. Plus, the quality of the paper surface was a particularly important element. It's great, you did well. Yuri, I also thought it was good. Cuff, he seemed to be happy to produce a good quality product. This is good enough for sale. For the time being, this is going to be the first commercialization. Yuri, with this, we can sell it to stationery stores. Cuff, yeah, let's do it. Yuri, the plan had been decided to a certain extent after meeting with Cuff. This would be marketed as an alternative to the parchment for the time being. Parchment was sold mainly as a memo pad. It was irregularly shaped parchment. It was made from animal skin, and of course, animal skin wasn't shaped in a beautiful rectangular shape. For that reason, to sell it as a rectangular paper, the surrounding parts were cut off. In addition to that, the parchment was stretched so that it didn't shrink in drying process after the tanning process. However, if it was damaged during the tanning process, even if a hole as small as a needle hole, it would spread greatly when it dried. As for paper, that part would also be a defective product, and it would be removed. In other words, the piece became an uneven created in the process of parchment production. Of course, the price was much lower than that of a beautiful square, but it was still expensive. As for Miaro, he bought the parchment that was made in a rough square shape and tied the hole at the edge. That was used to take notes for the Kura language that he didn't make much progress. Of course, it wasn't possible to write long sentences because the parchment shape was inconsistent, which was inconvenient. Thus, I expected that if a square paper came out, it would be sold as a substitute. Since the plant-based paper was inferior to the parchment paper in terms of quality, it wouldn't be sold as a substitute for parchment from the beginning, but it would attack from different directions. That was why. How about the productivity? Yuri, no matter how good the quality of the plant-based paper is, it takes money to process, and if the raw material is unavailable, we can't produce it. We are not using raw materials that are difficult to procure. What we devised was the dehydration process. I thought that the tomentum might be there because of the rough surface of the wooden board during the compression process. So I applied wax to a fine board that had been smoothing nicely to create water-repellent effect. Cuff, you've thought about it. Amazing. Yuri, not really. Cuff, contrary to his words, he seemed happy. The price shouldn't be a bargain compared to the parchment made from the surplus parts. With this, the quality is good when compared to the parchment. There is no need to sell something that is functionally superior at a bargain price. I also thought that too. How about 70% of the price of the equivalent product? Cuff, 70%. That's fine. If we sell one after another, we will hire people to increase our marginal productivity to the level where the marginal productivity would cause shortage in raw materials. Yuri, it's easy to hire people, but can you prepare more tools? Cuff, I'll order one more batch of tools. If you need the third one, tell me. Yuri, I have placed a second order for Lily-san. Since I paid a lot of money for the first batch of tools, she was willingly accepting my order. The frame cost me 1,500 ruga. Got it. Cuff, however, Even if the bottleneck of the production facility can be eliminated, the bottleneck of the material procurement is quite difficult. Currently, we are collecting material from yarn shops and weavers, but we don't know where else to get the raw materials. If each frame is for a person, we will have enough raw materials for the operation if I collect it from the whole Sibiaku. But if I increase by 2 or 3 people, the supply will not be able to catch up with the demand. Will the day come when I have to think how to use wood as the raw material? You guys have done a lot of things, huh? Harold said so while looking surprised. Well, of course, we're going to take the whole world with this. Cuff, whole world, did he have such feelings before he was aware of it? Whole world, is it? Oi, oi. Harold, I'm not bragging, you know. We're going to take over the Parchment Guild. Cuff, he was so firm when saying it. Well, it's not the end with paper, though. Yuri, Cuff, what? Harold, as soon as the paper is on track, we will start the next product. The first step is to take over the parchment market by mass-producing the paper. Well, I haven't applied for a patent for the next technology yet, so I can't say it in front of Harold-san. Yuri, oi, what are you talking about? Are you for real? Cuff said so. Do you think it would be the end after we make this? Yuri, that will be a problem. Well, yeah. Cuff, what? Did he really think that? What a fool. Paper is a way of making money quickly. Once I'm done with it, I'll move on to the next business. The money is not enough no matter how much I have. If Cuff-san wants to end up with paper shop, I'm fine with it. Right now, I'm thinking about 2 more projects as expansive as this project. The paper project seems to be the easiest, so I just tried it first. Yuri, oi, seriously. Cuff, does he intend to become a paper maker? If Cuff-san's satisfied with being the manager of the paper-making division, that's fine. Yuri, then I'll have to find new people. Cuff is competent enough and very motivated, so I'd like to keep him in the company as long as I can. No, if you go further, I want to follow you. That is until I become talented. Cuff, there was determination in his eyes. I don't think he will go back to the time when he got drunk all the time. That is a good thing. Lily-san, thank you very much for the 4th order. Yuri, sure, no problem. Lily-san's 4th strainer arrived at the workshop 3 days ago. By now, the employees Cuff hired would be making paper. I met Lily-san at the usual coffee shop. Both of us were wearing plain clothes. I was surprised to see the strainer on the frame was even more detailed. Yuri, well, that's because the number of tools I'm using has increased. I can make a small hole now. Lily, that's why I was able to make the frame thinner. Lily, thank you. Sorry, it seems I give you a hard time. Yuri, it's fine. I'm also the same. I've obtained 6,000 ruga and one of the tools I use is cheap to buy. Lily, indeed, speaking of 6,000 ruga, it is a large sum of money. It is a figure that I haven't gotten from the sales yet. I didn't study business administration, so I'm worried about the scope of allowance as a capital investment. So, what do you want to talk about today? Is it another additional order? Lily, yes. I have a few thoughts, but I want to get advice from the liberal arts students. Yuri, why don't you ask Siamu or Her Highness? Lily, well, I don't want to involve Carol. Yuri, could it be about that book? Lily, why does she know? It's the first time see that kind of face from you. Were you surprised? Lily, of course. You understand well. I was terribly surprised. Yuri, I wonder how she found out about this. Well, I'm not that fool either. Lily, did you read it? Yuri, yes, I did. Lily, she read it, That book is a book that is circulating in the School of Liberal Arts. They are reading a book like doujinshi in turn. Selling paper as paper doesn't make much money. Nevertheless, the sales has risen up, but if I sell it through book publishing, the sales would jump twice the number. If I distribute it as it is now, someone is going to try to make it into books, but I don't have to pay money to someone. However, there are only a limited number of people who can read characters in this country. More than half of the people can't read, so they won't buy books. In addition, if you look at it from the point of view of the common people, even if it is cheap, it is still an expensive product. Nevertheless, it is quite difficult to publish a book that you want to buy. So, what kind of book should I publish? It is necessary to target people who have money, who read letters, who have a certain obsession with reading. The market that existed in my vicinity is the liberal arts girls. If I can publish the books that they have a particular interest, they will buy it. This is still in a calculation stage. The School of Liberal Arts dormitory is a very large building and all female students live there. Of course, Lily and Siamu live there. I'm not sure about the origin, but it is called the Silver Birch Dormitory. If the population density is high, it will be easier to distribute books. Lily-san, do you read that kind of book? Yuri, Yuri-kun, you shouldn't ask that question to young ladies, you know. Lily, she frowned. Is that so? What's it all about? Speaking of the Silver Birch Dormitory, I am thinking that they are publishing books about the dormitory and stories from the literature club or something. Am I wrong? Well, to be honest, I read it too, but Lily, she looks somewhat ashamed. She seems embarrassed as well. Why? What kind of style is it? Yuri, style. Lily, I don't really care about the content, but I want you to tell me who wrote it, how to make it into a book, and how it is distributed in the dormitory. I also want to know where is the end of the circulation. Yuri, is it that? Lily, yes. Yuri, I'll tell you since it's not a secret, but don't tell anyone about anything I'm telling you. Lily, that's for sure. Yuri, in the School of Liberal Arts there are authors from all ages. Lily, author. Of course, it is about the person who writes the book. The author is a kind of person who is awakened to a hobby after reading book of the past times and picks a writing brush. Lily, what does that mean? When the author decides to take a brush, she begins to write, and when she finishes writing, she writes it out and makes it into a book. Lily, unlike me, who buy a blank book and write it freely, it seems that they write on parchment paper and binding it to a book. The order is the opposite, but in the sense of book publishing, this is more orthodox. Then, when you have a book, you'll have your friends read it. You ask your friend to read it and have it returned to you later. If you want to read the book again, you have to lend it again. It is obvious that the book may disappear. Lily, so, the circulation style is books for loan style. That's because mass publication doesn't exist. But how do you manage old books with that system? Besides, won't the author spend a lot of money on parchment papers? Are they just spending money like that? Yuri, well, yes, that's how it is. Lily, I see. Yuri, it seems they move ahead too much. There is a room called the Culture Room in the Silver Birch Dormitory. Lily, the Culture Room. For some reason, I feel like I hear a terrible name. Somehow, I have an image of a dark red pulsating heart in the middle of the dormitory. You can't enter the room unless you're a resident. Since female cleaners are prohibited from entering, the dormitory students clean the room. It's kind of a secret room. The room is filled with books written by past authors. The room is as much as this coffee shop, but it is full of bookshelves. Lily, when it comes to a room with similar size as this coffee shop, it's a big room. There may be more than 1,000 books inside. It's a very luxurious library. All the old books and new books are in there. Lily, that's a considerable library. Yuri, if it can be brought outside of the dormitory, it will be a great thing. Lily, so they can't bring the books outside of the premise, is it? Because of that, the head of the culture room is supposed to be the head of the dormitory. Lily, Yuri, the books that the head recognizes would be bought by using the dormitory fee and put into the collection. Lily, are they bought by using the dormitory fee? It's about the price of the book publication and the cost of the paper. Well, as long as you don't write a lot, you're not going to lose too much. Lily, then, can't you take it to the bookstore and make a copy? Yuri, basically, yes. There is no problem to take the book outside of the dormitory if you get a special permission from the head, but it is a kind of taboo to take it to the bookstore. It means that the transcriber will read it. Lily, transcriber is a person who transcribes characters. In other words, it is a profession that serves as a substitute of the printing press by manpower. But once you graduate, you can't go to the library. So, you may want to think to privately own the books that you like, right? Yuri, if I were in the same situation, the books that I remembered when I was a student were something special. If I had the money, I would want to have it. Once you become an adult, you may be able to go to the dorm to read, but it would be difficult to go to the elementary school library to play. In that case, you can either copy yourself or the female apprentices to copy it for you. Lily, It's hard work to copy a book. The female nobles who aren't common people do it for themselves. But if you do that, it wouldn't sell very well, right? Yuri, I don't think so. Lily-san replied over a cup of tea. I'm told that the authors of this generation have a lot of talent. There are about 5 famous authors whose names remain in the history of the Silver Birch Dormitory, but it is said that they're going to make a name by themselves. Lily, ooh. If you can bring out their work, do you mean you can sell it? Yuri, what she says is amazing, but I don't really understand. Think about it. There are more than 500 girls in the Silver Birch Dormitory. Once the author put out a new book, they will borrow it. That's the way it is. But there is only a little over 360 days a year. Lily, I see. When I think about the problem was obvious. Not everyone in the Silver Birch Dormitory has such a hobby, but even if all the people who borrow read it in one day, there will be a waiting list for more than a year. Then, the author of this generation will publish as many as 2 to 3 books in a year. No matter how much I want to read it, I can't read it. Lily, it's not possible to mass-produce even if they want to do so. It's a very hard work. Even if a best-selling author produces a book, you will have to wait more than a year to read it. This may be a painful situation to the point blood tears will come out when you're finally able to read the book. Even if you're lucky enough to read it earlier, you may want to read it again if it's a good book. However, that doesn't always come true. In addition, there is a system of graduation in the academy. Those who are close to graduation will have it hard. If they are unlucky, they might lose the chance to read it forever. However, you're not really selling it if you publish your book there. Yuri, if the price is half the price of a parchment book, I think there will be plenty of children would buy it. Lily, no, won't that goes against the rules of the Silver Birch Dormitory? Yuri, if you sell it in an open market like a paper distribution now, the law can be ignored to some extent. The law changes according to the age, and if the law is disregarded, a new law can be done. But if you sell the book in that way, it's going to be sold in a completely closed world. I can't even enter because the dormitory is closed to men. Since the School of Liberal Arts is a world governed by the rules, nobody will buy it if you break the law. In addition to that, if you keep on ignoring the law, you'll get a bad reputation. I have a feeling that it's not very nice to have a bad reputation in the Silver Birch where witches graduated. I haven't thought that far and how to do about it. The important thing is that is a hobby. It's not that the authors are forced by anyone, and it's not necessary to put it in the culture room just because it became popular. So, yeah, but Lily, somehow this seems troubling. Is there a problem? Yuri, I don't think there's a problem, but even if it's a rule, it's not exactly written anywhere. Of course, there is a written rule when it comes to bringing men into the dormitory or the curfew. How should I say it? Lily, it's indecisive. Do you mean that even if you don't agree with the rule, there are people who would like to interpret it as one of the rules forcibly? Yuri, that's right. Lily-san flatly pointed that fact at me. Even if the books that are highly rated, it's up to the authors whether they want to put their works in the culture room or not, but since everyone is doing it, people think that action itself is one of the rules. That's what I think. Lily, there are people like that in every world. They can't distinguish between their own rules and general rules. Well, in that situation, the demand will take care of it. That's because there is a need to make compromises. Yuri, yes, it may be so. When it comes to quarrel on the present waiting list system, it's really stupid. Lily, she made a somewhat bitter face. I don't understand well, but I wonder what is she thinking about. Either way, I need to speak directly to the authors. Lily-san, do you know any popular author? Yuri, no, but if you go to the Great Library, there will be a lot of them there. Lily, the Great Library, it seems like it. I see. I'm going to go there later. Do you have a name? Yuri, the large library seemed to be a separate facility from the academy. It was possible for the general public to come and go, but a certain amount of money needed to be deposited at the time of entry. To be exact, it was 5 gold coins. If the library was damaged or dirtied, the deposit money would be confiscated. Of course, this was done by opening the bag when leaving the building. The parchment paper didn't break easily, But if people got caught trying to bring out a book, the money that worth 50,000 yen would be gone. Anyway, by considering that, from the general public who weren't interested in reading regardless of the amount, it could be said that the risk was huge. However, since there were only parchment books that were valuable, such measures were inevitably necessary to avoid the danger of theft. Under such circumstances, the large library seemed to be a building with few opportunities for ordinary people to enter. Deposits and crime prevention procedures were complicated, but deposits were returned, and there were no other fees. I thought that it was a fairly advanced facility because even the general public could browse a huge collection of books for free. However, only the front gate had such a deposit mechanism, and the back gate leads to the school grounds. The books could be rented, but it was pretty tightly controlled. The students could borrow a book on the condition that they weren't allowed to bring it out of the academy. Those who weren't students could only borrow through nobles. In that case, it was necessary to deposit a large amount of collateral. Rook paid the deposit money, and he borrowed a book from me. I really appreciated it. The large library was surprisingly large. There were more than 100,000 books, and there was no database or computer. Therefore, no one could grasp the whole picture. However, many of the collections were sleeping with insect repellent in the fireproof warehouse that was built in the Witch Forest. There were a few reasons why there were so many unmanageable collections. Most of the books weren't produced in the kingdom of Shiyalta. The collection there was the result of the efforts of those who tried to carry out intellectual property if the countries of Shanti were destroyed. That was how it was. It was said that the books produced in the kingdom of Shiyalta was less than 20% out of 100,000 books. When I entered the large library, I smelled the tan skin odor slightly. It was the odor of the skin on the cover of the books. The large library was built like a warehouse. It was packed with bookshelves, but the reading spaces for chairs and desks was neatly prepared. This was obvious since there was a system that didn't encourage lending. It was normal to see the liberal arts students when one walked through the area. There were both men and women of liberal arts, but there weren't many from the school of knights. The knights weren't stupid, but there was a culture where scholarly smartness wasn't valued so much. It was the role of the female who enrolled in the school of liberal arts, but we, the knights, had another role. It was that kind of feeling. I came to find Pina Colada, but I didn't know who she was as I only heard her appearance vaguely. To begin with, I didn't make an appointment with her, nor did I know how to do it, so it was doubtful whether she was here or not. Is it impossible today? When I was trying to give up while thinking so, I saw a strange person in the corner of second floor. She had a curly hair that stretched casually, and she was running a pen towards the parchment. Since she was facing down, it was reminiscent of Sadako somehow. Even so, there were few students and adults who were quite busy writing. For starters, the large library was for reading books, and not for writing. The combination of an ink fountain and a feather pen was a kind of dangerous materials that posed the risk of ink scattering and the risk of smearing books. The general public wasn't allowed to carry in their belongings in the first place. In the case of students making the books dirty, they would be warned. If they did that again, there was a risk of being prohibited from entering the library, so this didn't happen so much. However, this girl was using a feather pen. Of course, it wasn't a bad thing. It would be bad if there was a book right next to the paper she was writing on, but there was no book on the desk. Is that her? I thought so, and as I wandered back, I looked at the paper for a moment. In the Shan grammar, there was a symbol of. The sentence enclosed in his symbol represented the dialogue of the characters. There was such a rule, but I noticed that it was lined up. It might be a novel. If you're writing reports or academic books, you don't use the symbol. I might be wrong, but I thought she was that girl. However, she seemed to be focused on writing something, so it felt hard to interrupt her. Let's wait by sitting in front of her. I actually did that and sat down on the chair to make as little noise as possible, closing my eyes as if I was going to doze off. There were many things to think about. The thing that I needed to consider now was the chemical needed for paper making. If it were true, it would not be a good thing to use industrial waste, so to speak, like lint. Cuff still seems to be misunderstood, but the truth was that it was best to use wood as fiber. But in order to make a tree into paper, it needed to be made into pulp once. I thought that it would be easy if it broke down and it boiled down, but this didn't become indescribable. It didn't change shape even if it was boiled. The only possible thing to do was to crush it flatly like crushing it with teeth. Then, I realized that I needed an alkaline solution. I didn't know exactly what kind of chemical to use for paper making, but it would be good if to have as strong alkaline as possible. As far as I knew, sodium hydroxide would be the first option. However, no matter how I considered it, although there were many basic chemicals that could be procured in Japan, it was difficult to manufacture here. If mineral and sulfuric acid-like chemicals were mixed together, which couldn't be procured in nature, it might be possible to produce, but this will require a long time of research. I didn't have that much time. Besides, sodium hydroxide was required in large quantities, so it was meaningless to spend a lot of money and only gathered a little. First off, things such as sodium hydroxide should be able to be produced through the electrolysis of salt water. When the salt water was electrolyzed, chlorine and hydrogen came out and sodium hydroxide was formed. However, since the chlorine generated from the electrode reacted with sodium hydroxide in water, the chlorine reacted with the hydroxide ions in water and hypochlorous acid occurred, resulting in poor purity. In order to prevent it, there should be a partition to prevent mixing between the electrodes, and if I wanted to do it at lower costs, I had to devise the electrodes. Mercury was stored at the bottom of the salt water, graphite electrodes were placed on top, and electrolysis is done at the top and bottom. Mercury was more alloyed with sodium, so if I took it out and submerged it under the water, the sodium becomes sodium hydroxide and dissolved in water. The mercury would go back to its original, and the hydrogen that has lost its place should be exhaled in the air. Mercury was produced only by heating the cinnabar. There was no custom to keep it, but it was distributed in small quantities as a rare product. If I disregarded its toxicity, I could get good quality sodium hydroxide. There were water mills in this world, so if I built a generator, I would be able to do that. Actually, I thought about doing it, but the generator was the bottleneck. A generator could be made in principle with wire and magnets, but I didn't have magnets. The magnet itself was a large or small magnetic structure of iron, and it existed in nature. Compass needles were made of natural magnetite. However, if the magnetic force was so high, it couldn't be used for the generator. It was difficult to obtain a metal with a strong magnetic force. Magnets could be made by aligning the charges in the metal. There was nothing that couldn't be made. To align the charge, the temperature of the material should be increased above the Curie temperature. It was sufficient to align by raising its atoms and multiplied it by a strong magnetic force. The Curie temperature should not have been as much as 1,000 degrees if it was iron, so it wasn't so difficult to secure the temperature. When a ferromagnetic material above the Curie temperature was exposed to a magnetic field, the N and S poles were aligned to create a certain direction. A magnet is something that cold and hardened as it was, and the direction was fixed. So, to put it extremely, the magnet could be made if the direction of the geomagnetic field was measured with the compass. As the iron rod was put in the furnace, the direction of the iron rod was heated together with the geomagnet, and it got cool slowly as it was. However, because the geomagnetic field was weak, it could be used for the compass with such a magnet, but it couldn't be used for the generator. When it came to making powerful magnets, one needed magnets to make them. However, magnets weren't the only permanent magnets in particular. It became an electromagnet if electricity flew onto the coil, but for that, electricity was necessary and there was no end. When I opened my eyes, Pina Colada was looking at me. I wondered if she had finished her writing. When our eyes met, she hurriedly put the stationery in her bag and tried to get out of her seat. Wait a sec. Yuri, I stopped her in a hurry. I could have leaned over, grabbed her wrist and pulled her back, but it was a problem if it was too loud, so I stopped her with my voice. What is it? Are you angry? Pina, why do I have to be angry with a girl I met for the first time? I'm not angry, I need to talk to you for a second. Yuri, and no, I don't want it. Pina, she seems to be scared of me. What, this girl, do you have male phobia or something? I don't think I've ever been thought to be intimidating. At this rate, I will become a suspicious Onyai-san. I become like a pervert, that's bad. It's absolutely not good if my image deteriorates. It would be better to come back at a later date if that's the case. All right, let's give up today. It was when I thought so. Hey, what are you doing to this girl? I was tightly grabbed by the shoulder. Looking back, a girl with a frowning face stood. The girl wore the liberal arts school uniform. I'm not doing anything. I need to talk to her about something. Yuri, why do I feel guilty? I didn't really do anything. I didn't call out from here, I didn't look at her, and I didn't dive under my desk and look into my underwear. I was just thinking with my eyes closed. What do you want with Pina? As I expected, that girl is Pina. Excuse me, who are you? Yuri, don't reply with a question. What do you want with Pina? I'm sorry, but I don't know who you are, so I can't tell you. Yuri, the witches of this country are greedy for money. The talk of making money is not the one that you may talk to the student of the liberal and liberal arts academy so easily. That was what I thought. If I talked to them, it was like inviting them to bite me. You. She was still staring at me. As I can see from the way she grabbed my shoulder, this woman is tall. She's much older than me, and she's about Pina's age, so maybe she feels sassy. Kamami, Pina, do you know him? Kamami, that boy is Yuri-kun. Pina, oh my. Kamami, when she heard my name and looked at my face again, the expression of the woman who was called Kamami disappeared. What is with this girl, and how does Pina know my name? Well, if you want to ask something, why don't we change the place? Here is not a good place. Yuri, I don't speak loudly, but the act of talking in the library is very uncomfortable. Well, that's fine. Pina, sure. Kamami, somehow they agreed. We left the large library from the main entrance. Do you know a coffee shop with a private room somewhere? Yuri, when I asked that, as I expected of Kamami, who was older than me, she knew the place. I'm certain that there is a room fee, though. Kamami, I don't mind, I'll pay for it. Yuri, as expected, he is the next head of the Hu household. He's rich. Kamami, it's the money I made by doing my own business. It's not my family's money. Yuri, when I said that, Kamami stared at me. Why is she staring at me? This person is scary. When I entered the coffee shop and designated a private room, the room fee was 20 ruga. It wasn't that expensive. The finest restaurant I entered when Siamu enrolled the academy was one of the seasonal restaurants. It cost me 1,000 ruga only for the room fee. I thought it was funny to compare, but this place was cheap. When we were guided to the interior, the private room was a room with only one square table surrounded by chairs. It was a room with a calm furnishing. There was a large window and a small garden could be seen through it. It gave a sense of spaciousness. I saw on a chair, and please order whatever you like. It's my treat. Yuri, I said it as soft as possible. However, the fierce attitude of Kamami didn't change. What the heck are you going to do? Kamami, what the heck, what do you mean by that? It makes me want to say damn. Why are you so wary of me from the beginning? You're like a cowardly turtle or a hedgehog. Why this girl Kamami followed me here. I just want to talk to Pina only. Well, let's talk about it later, all right. Yuri, yes, but I'll pay for it myself. Pina, no, just don't. No, I'm going to ask you a favor from here, so please don't hesitate. Yuri. Pina, somehow she looked doubtful. Why would that be a reaction? I can't guess what's in her mind. This feels like a two-sided battle. Why are we fighting? Then a waitress came. I'd like to have herbal tea, please. Kamami said so. Milk tea, cake, pudding, and cookies, please. Pina. Kamami, a sharp voice like reprimand flew. It's okay, milk tea, cake, pudding, cookies for her, please. Yuri, when I repeated the order, the waitress confirmed it. Then I'd like to have warm barley tea and sliced cheese, please. Yuri understood. Waitress, the waitress closed the door and left. Now, you are Kamami-san, right? What is your relationship with Pina-san? Yuri, first of all, I want to hear this. I'm Pina's roommate. Kamami, yes, I see. It's like Lily-san is a roommate of Siamu. So, are you acting as her manager? I mean, managing books, for example. Yuri, when I think about it, it is a matter of course if she accompanies Pina for that reason. Yes, I am. Kamami, I see. I can understand in a glance that Pina is an introverted girl who doesn't know how to deal with people. In light of the circumstances I heard from Lily, it would be normal to think that the system wouldn't work without being managed by a person like Kamami. The moment a novel becomes a book, there would be 400 people fighting to read it. Therefore, somebody has to manage like who is borrowing the book, where it is at the present time, and who will you lend it to next. There is no way Pina can do it, so this would be the work of Kamami. No, I'm glad. I would like to discuss a bit about the book. Yuri, in that case, it's necessary to discuss this together with Kamami. This is rather saving a lot of my time. However, when they heard me, Pina became frightened and Kamami had a stiff expression. Their attitude has hardened and I feel like we're back to the beginning. What is it? If you have something to say it clearly. Kamami, why is this happening? Pina seemed to be scared and Kamami seemed to be threatening me. Are these guys reacting like this to the general public? Does Pina has a male phobia? No, before that, isn't our understanding fundamentally different? There seems to be a mistake, but I don't come here to be angry. Yuri. Pina, you too, Pina-san. It looks like you're afraid whether I'm angry or not, but to be honest, I don't have any idea why I should be angry at all. Yuri, when this happens, it's better to be honest and speak openly since that is the shortcut to correct the misunderstanding. Really? Pina. Yes, I don't know too much about it, so I was just wondering if the two of you were planning to kill me in secret. Yuri, that is a joke. Heh. Pina, then a high-pitched strange laughter was heard. Pina was laughing. Heh. It was a bit of a creepy laugh for me too. Well, what do you want? Somehow Kamami become less wary. No, I'm worried about the laughing voice just now though. Will it be fine if she doesn't reproach me like that? Well, if the person in question has no problem with it, I guess it's fine. Let's talk about it after the tea arrives. More than that, if you don't mind, could you tell me why you thought I was going to get angry? Yuri, that is, Kamami opened her mouth. She didn't seem to want to say it. Kun is the character. Pina said something. I can't hear you. Pina. Kamami, she was reprimanded by Kamami who seemed to understand clearly. It's fine, that's because Yuri-kun is the character. Kamami, Yuri, did I hear wrongly? I'm a character. Yuri, why yes. Pina, why is that so? Yuri, I really don't get it. It's because you are popular. Pina, what do you mean? What do you mean by popular? Yuri, you hihi. Pina, no. It's not Pina. Kamami, did you read it? Pina, read. What is it? Yuri, I was writing it earlier. Pina held out about 10 sheets of loose paper to me. Pina, that is, Kamami was surprised and she was frowning. What kind of development is this? Am I a character? I can't keep up with them. Kamami, Yuri-kun is the main character, you know. He has the right to know. There's no way I can hide it. Pina, I think it's probably the manuscripts that are in front of me, but can I really read them? Isn't this material prohibited from men? Will you read it? Pina, Yuri, however, it is content to be published from now on. If you have a chance to read it, it's definitely better to read it. Hence, I decided to read. Yuri, what the heck is this? I feel like my hair has become white. I feel like my body is becoming like a burning cinder. Oh, Yuri, I didn't want to use polite words. You hihi. Pina, what are you laughing joyfully about? Is this girl a devil? You who gave you permission to do this. Yuri, that was why I told you not to let him read it. Kamami, it's fine. Pina, these girls, it's not fine, all right. What would you do if you can't sleep at night? Kamami, what a horrible delusion. Homodala has been watching me all night next to my bed, and with colored eyes. Just the thought makes me goosebumps. Didn't you say that this is the 18th chapter? So you have written 17 chapters already. Yuri, yeah. Pina, I'm scared. This 18th chapter has a fair amount of writing. It should be the same as for the previous 17 chapters. What is she thinking about? Is she crazy? You may be mistaken, but the Silver Birch Dormitory consists of a group of sensible students. Creative work is a reflection of fiction. Kamami, there's no way it should be like that. Whether it's something different, it's like you're sleep talking. Yuri, when I got angry in that way, he's Orsama. Pina, yeah. Kamami, the two were trying to say something. They seem to be angry as well. If you're a 20-year-old resident, you'll be able to distinguish things, but I'm seeing a brat with strange thoughts. Yuri, that is. Kamami tried to deny that, but she was somewhat less confident. Not it, however, speaking of strange rumors, it was from the senpais. Kamami, that's the problem. You're angry after all. Pina murmured that. Grr, Yuri, be patient. I can't. What did I come here today? Ugh. Yuri, cool, be cool. If you think about it, this has nothing to do with me and it's something idiots are doing. It's none of my business. In short, these people are similar to the ones with full of delusions. Will it be good to let them be deluded on their own? Oh yeah. I'm here to talk about making money. That's it. Can you turn pride into money? Rather, if I ask her to stop writing, will she stop? I don't think so. If that's the case, since I'm going to suffer mental damage anyway, it's better to make money from it. Asterisk knock, asterisk, the door was knocked. Come in. Kamami, she said it without permission. The tea came at the right time. Let's take a break and calm down. When the confectionery and tea were arranged, the waitress went out without stopping. There was warm barley tea and cut cheese in front of me. My stomach was so upset that I didn't want to put the cheese in my stomach. Let's dig in. Pina began to munch the cake. This girl, she does things at her own pace. So, if you didn't come to get angry about this, what did you need? Kamami, HMMPH. There, let's calm down. Yuri, I've already forgotten about that. Let's move on to work. I'm about to publish a book and I've been thinking that your work is the best thing to do for it. Yuri, book. Pina and Kamami looked at each other. I'm making something like this now. Yuri, I gave them a piece of plant-based paper. Ah, it's who paper. Kamami, what is this? Pina, Kamami seemed to know. It seems to have been quite well known. Whose paper is the name I put when selling the plant-based paper. Since Cuff is selling it by that name, it might have been informed from the retails. I want to make a book like this. You should be able to do it for about half the price of a parchment book. There are many people are going to buy it, right? Yuri, it's not good. Pina, it wasn't so. No good, is it? What did you think about what you read earlier? You thought that it was disgusting, right? That's the whole reason. Pina, the whole reason, to be honest, I didn't feel good. But is it a problem to make a lot and spread it to your family? Yuri, no, it's not. Apart from being seen at home, it only hurts this girl's pride. Kamami, it seems to be different. Lily-san said that duplication is being done internally. She showed you a while ago because you were the subject, because Pina was feeling guilty. That's also an exception. Kamami, did Pina feel guilty? She is eating the confectionery while drinking a cup of tea mixed with milk. She doesn't look someone who feels guilty. We hate it so much if it's leaking to the outside. It's because it hurts the pride of the Silver Birch dormitory. That's why we didn't ask copywriter from outside. To do copywriting, you need to read that book more carefully than anyone else, and you can't stop people from talking about it, right? Kamami, is that so? Lily-san said that too. It's a big problem to let the copywriting bookstore to do it. Do you think they're going to put it in a copywriting bookstore? The problem is that the bookstore will read it at that time, and apparently the focus of the problem seems to be there. I'm not going to publish it through the copywriting bookstore. I'm going to use a new technology that's not handwritten. Yuri, if it's not copywriting, how do you make a copy? Kamami, I've already applied for a patent, so let's talk about the technology. It's called mimeographed printing. Yuri, what is that? Kamami, first I make ink-free paper. The paper is put on a file. Then the paper is shaved with an iron brush, and a hole is made in the shape of the character. When all the characters are in shape, apply ink from the top. Then only the holes made on the paper become the calculation that ink passes. Only when the ink passes through, the ink gets on the paper. If the paper can be used 100 times, if you write once with an iron brush, you can duplicate it 100 times, so the efficiency will be 100 times. It's not like it can't be manufactured in the Silver Birch dormitory. Yuri, are you sure you can do this? There's no point in a letter that doesn't get ink through the hole and is so swollen that it can't be read. Kamami, I don't have that printing yet, but I'm making it little by little. Yuri, what? You still don't have it? Kamami, yes, it's embarrassing. It is not possible to do anything yet. Even if I make the tool, we cannot proceed with development based on the establishment of negotiations. So I have another plan. If Pina doesn't like this, I'll give up on this and move on. Yuri, another plan. What is it? Kamami, I can't go into details, but there are other books in high demand. If you sell that, you'll use a completely different invention, so you can't offer both of them after you've completed the copy version first. If you use the mimeograph, you need to attach the agreement first. Yuri, why did we discuss that plan first? Is it because we're going to make profit? Kamami, it's just that the development cost is twice as much as the mimeographed version. I'd like to start here if I can. Yuri, recently, I think how good it would be if there is a bank that could lend money to companies with limited liability. There is no such thing in this country. There are only dealers that deal unscrupulous loan sharks which involve the witch's household. If I borrow money from them, it would become a problem later and my household will also get in trouble. You've been thinking a lot. Kamami, well, yeah. Yuri, if the duplication work is so simple, I'll do it. Anyhow, Pina's manuscript has to written cleanly. Kamami, as I expected, they only have to write cleanly once, right? The manuscript of Pina read a little while ago was erased by a double line in some places, and the line was scattered, so the appearance isn't good. Got it. Next is the bookbinding. You don't have to do the copywriting, but it is necessary to do the bookbinding. Yuri, if you make one piece of paper with an iron brush, you can replicate it 100 times from there. It's good, but it doesn't mean that the bookbinding labor will be 1%. This becomes a great labor to bookbinding as many as 100 books. It would be practically impossible for Kamami to do so in her spare time during the course of study. I don't mind if I do the bookbinding. Kamami, are you sure? Yuri, I didn't expect that. It seems she's obsessed with it. The copywriting needs to be done by someone who can read characters, don't they? Bookbinding can be done by illiterate. Kamami, this isn't a story to figure out the agreement anymore. Well then, I guess you should gather only those who can't read characters. Yuri, yes. Kamami, but how are you going to do it? You have no choice but to put it in a bookbinding store, right? Yuri, could it be done in the form of a paperback like in the Edo period, or is it distributed only in a bundle with a string? That's why I'm not going to put it in the bookbinding store. The bookbinding tools are available in the Silver Birch dormitory. Kamami, oi, are you for real? Is it a self-made tool? I'm writing Pina's book, but the bookbinding is surprisingly simple. It's just going to take a lot of time. Kamami, somehow this sounds amazing. Yuri, you don't seem to have any knowledge of bookbinding, so you should talk to the craftsman. I've been given a page of paper many times, so it's troubling if I can't make a book. Kamami, what do you mean? Yuri, you know the bookbinding is to gather the big paper, fold it, cut into smaller pieces like a booklet, and then put it on top of it. In other words, the original paper is 8 times the length of one page. So when you want to copy a manuscript, copy the 8 pages on a large paper in advance, 16 pages on both sides. If you don't think that the top and bottom of the page are already woven, the top and bottom of the page will be reversed. Kamami, oh, I've heard of it. It's such a lot of trouble, I'm sure. Well, I don't understand much, but there's also the convenience of the equipment or the size of the original paper on the Who paper. You can't print on very large paper, or you can only fold 4 sheets of paper because the size of the Who paper is not enough. It's good if the labor done is the same, but I have a close meeting with the bookbinder, so it'll troubling if you don't know the procedures. Kamami, I understand. Let's conclude it right here. Yuri and Kamami, before that, let's talk about publishing. It's fine if you let me publish the book, right? Yuri, I looked at Pina and asked that. Pina, Kamami called her out. I don't get it, but I'm fine. Pina, you don't get it, huh? Well, it's fine. It's decided. Well, let's talk about royalties. Yuri, royalties. Kamami, it's Pina's share of the amount of money made when the book is sold. Yuri, are you going to give me money? Pina, yes, Kamami will get it too. Yuri, me too. Kamami, I'll take care of the mimeograph and the ink, so it's unlimited use. In addition to that, I'll pay Kamami's labor fee. Yuri, I don't really mind. To begin with, I do it for free. Kamami, I'm also fine if I don't get paid. However, I'm doing it to make money, and I'm going to actually sell it and make money from that. Therefore, it's not possible to make you both to work for free. I know both of you are rich girls, but no matter how much inconvenience you are on the idea of getting money, I want you to receive them as a starting point. Yuri, I understand. Pina, in general, it's quick to say that it's a fraction from the established price. Since it's almost like a prototype this time, the price of the book itself will be much higher. Therefore, I want to put out it as a percentage from the net income excluding the manufacturing costs from the sales. Kamami's labor salary is included in the manufacturing costs. Yuri, I don't know what's the difference. Kamami, it seems Kamami didn't get it. I wonder if there is no such idea from the beginning. Selling a book is essentially selling the contents of a book, right? A book is an object which is nothing more than a container just as it is. So when Pina makes the content, the book becomes a special existence. Therefore, I have to distribute the profits at a fraction of the same percentage as I do. Yuri, I understand now. Kamami, I don't get it though. Pina had a face that said, what are these people talking about? You should write like you always do, Pina. I'll take care of the troublesome matters. Kamami, got it. Pina, I wonder how to think about that. Well, it's fine. Well then, would you be fine with 20% of the profit? Yuri, I think that around 10% of the market price is in the Japanese printing industry, but that's a percentage from the established price, including the bookbinding fee. In this case, it is necessary to increase it a little more because the bookbinding fee is excluded. I don't get it, but it's fine. Kamami, they aren't greedy, huh? I don't know the current labor salary of Kamami, so I will decide that later. Yuri, it doesn't matter to me. Kamami, I see. Finally, I'd like to ask you, is there any problem with making this book a business? Yuri, are you going to ask that even now? Kamami, well, yes. This is probably the witch's area. It will be only a matter of time. Yuri, the witch's households are people who try to suck sweet juice every time they smell money. Furthermore, since the Silver Birch Dormitory is a place that can be said as a ground of the witches, it will be strange to think that they won't bother me. A little bit, yes. We're all tired of borrowing books. Pina Kamami somehow said it with a tired face. Me too. I'm really tired of waiting for people every day and to find the idiots who don't return the book as if it's like a debt. I'm not going to treat this as a lifesaver, but if you have a way of replicating a lot of books, I'd like to ask for it. Kamami, it looks like the job of being Pina's manager is a very painful job. She isn't forced to do this, and yet she volunteers to do it. If it were me, I'm going to give up even if I'm having a good relationship with my roommate. Besides, I don't think I would complain. Even though this had been done since 20 years ago, it's a huge burden. Kamami, what are you talking about? Yuri, I mean your parent, of course. Kamami, parent, do you mean my father? Yuri, oh no, it's fine if you don't know. Kamami, you're making a face as if you're stepping on a snake, you know. Doesn't it bother you? Yuri, it may be that your father is keeping it a secret, so I can't tell you. Kamami, I suppose this is related to Rook. I guess it was mostly related to withdrawing from school. I heard a liberal arts student fell in love with him and it became a troublesome matter. Yuri, I wonder if it's fine to say that. Kamami, this is a hassle. Just say it. Yuri, when I said so strongly, Kamami shook her body to see if she felt cold and looked away from me. As I expected of you. Kamami, you can go attacking but not receiving, isn't it? Pina, what are you talking about? Yuri, I feel like I'm talking about something bad. I wonder if it's fine to say it. Kamami, say it. Yuri, when I said that, Kamami made a chilly expression that made me feel cold. Are you really, really sure? Kamami, it feels like she's expecting something. I don't want you to tell me anymore. Yuri, I refused. Oh my, that's cold. Kamami, Yuri, shall I go home now? Well, I don't have anything to do with it, so I'll tell you. If you're sensible, don't talk to others randomly. Kamami, I won't. Yuri, your father, Rook-sama, was in the same situation as you. Kamami, what? Rook should have entered the school entirely as an upright second son of the Hu household at all circumstances. Unlike me, who entered as a son of a farmer, he shouldn't have problem in his career as knight until she dropped out of school. The situation is that it is in the subject matter. Kamami, ah, is that so? It's really too much. It's like, isn't better for the silver birch dormitory to perish, right? I'm starting to worry about leaving Siamu behind. It's because my father is good looking. That's also the thing. Yuri, it's not like I don't want to talk about it, but I think you can't understand because you don't know the prior knowledge. Kamami, what is this? You're hitting around the bush too much. Yuri, what do you think is the worst feeling you have in our book? Kamami, what is that a question? Why are you asking me a question? It's a hobby beyond my imagination, so I'm not sure about that, but I'm associating with a real woman in the book, right? If it were me, maybe it's with Her Highness, for example. Yuri, let me say this first. It's a rule not to let the ladies of royal family appear. We know that much. Kamami said something out of the ordinary. Even though I read it, Carol didn't appear for some reason. Indeed, there seems to be such a rule. If there is a novel that Carol is doing something immoral no matter how much, this would be a big problem. Well, that's the limit, but it's half of the reason. Speaking of books, there are some of them depict real-life romantic relationship. Not all of them are talking about relationships between men. Kamami, then write something like that. Yuri, I said it adamantly. It's not popular. It's not going to work out a lot better. Kamami, these people are very passionate. Well, it's fine, so what's your answer? Yuri, the worst thing is to write the delusion that the author herself associates with the man who is the subject. Kamami, ah, well, I guess I understand a bit. If the subject is a less popular man, it would be fine. The most popular subject is usually the most popular man of their time. Kamami, wait a sec. Yuri, Kamami, then why am I the subject? Yuri, it's because you're popular. Kamami, I'm definitely not popular and I don't know anyone in the liberal arts except Her Highness and my cousin. Yuri, I casually dismissed Lily-san's name. Oh my, there's also another Her Highness, am I right? It's Her Highness Karia. Kamami, ah, I forgot about her. I've only met Her Highness Karia once, so don't be bothered by silly rumors. Yuri, well, I felt like that. Every time people hear her brag, your fans are irritated. If you're someone as high as Her Highness Carol, you might want to admit it. Kamami, Yuri, I don't care. Well, that's because Her Highness Karia is a beautiful girl and she's a royalty, so you don't even know it yet. However, if a girl with lower grade and appearance, scribbling a delusion of going out and fall in love with you, shows it to her friends, it will be uncomfortable. Kamami, so you don't have to read it. Yuri, yes, but unfortunately that person was a considerable writer. That's why so many people have read it. Kamami, what are you talking about? Yuri, I'm talking about the girl who confessed to Ruksama. The books she wrote are in the possession of the culture room, so you can still read them. In fact, the work she wrote before the heroine love story are very interesting. By the way, she wrote about 10 chapters of story involving Ruksama and Galasama. Kamami, hold on, Rook and Gala, is it? Did you read all 10 chapters? Yuri, I read it, of course. Pina also read it. Kamami, I was horrified by the way she said it naturally. Yes, that's right. The parts of getting drunk and taking off one's clothes and got drawn in togi game are very good. Yuri, ah yes, there you are. I'm sure she came up with the idea of playing togi and undressing game. Kamami, oi, stop it. Yuri, what is that togi and undressing game? I've never seen or heard of it. So, she really fell in love with Rook and confessed. She was rejected and then she wrote a love story between her and Ruksama. However, after that she was given a cold shoulder. Kamami, was she bullied? That's devious. Yuri, no, she didn't get bullied. It was because the girl's family was the largest witch household. Kamami, so did she get ostracized? Yuri, well, I wonder about that. Kamami, poor thing. However, does that mean it's like paying for one's mistakes? At the school, there is no rule saying something like let's get along. You have to do that. Then it becomes like ignoring person that you don't like. If everyone disliked you, you would be naturally ostracized. So, it became difficult for the girl to stay in the dormitory, and she started following Ruksama day and night. Kamami, oi, isn't that strange? After she had written a lot of homoeroticism novels without permission, she became a stalker. Rook definitely had a hard time. I really sympathize with him, being made as a subject by a rotten girl and being stalked. At that time, it was more rampant compared to now. It seems that all the fans were chasing after their favorite boys, skipping classes, and going to see how they practice. There was no self-control on love letters. Because of that, the trouble between households caused by the relationship between men and women occurred frequently. Kamami, well, yeah. Yuri, Rook didn't seem to have a firm resolve. Speaking of more rampart, that now means that self-control is stricter. That reminds me, Rook said that he was chased by his fans, but it doesn't seem to be that way to me. Rook also said that he played around with the women in the town and went to Red District area. It must have been hard for him. So, one day, Rook-sama ran out of patience, and he yelled at her as soon as she came to him. Then she felt that she lost her place in the dormitory and also by Rook-sama's side, and she committed suicide. Kamami, suicide. Did she commit suicide? Well, I guess there was nothing he could do about it. I'm sorry. Kamami, it wasn't Rook's fault or the Silver Birch dormitory's fault. I don't want to say that people who have been cornered until suicide have been hunted down by themselves. She was cornered on her own, and she had committed suicide on her own, and this wasn't the responsibility of either side. Unfortunately, humans are not equipped with telepathic abilities, and it is difficult for others to perceive them even if they have hidden problems. There aren't many girls in the Silver Birch dormitory who commit suicide because of a broken heart, but the suicide itself is not a problem. She didn't leave a suicide note, so her family thought that she had committed suicide because of Rook-sama. Kamami, what? Yuri, what was that? It's not a level of trouble anymore. This has probably gone too far. I don't know whether he accepted the duel or not. Yuri, I do not know the details, but it has been accepted. It was because the girl was from a high-rank witch household. Kamami, wow, is this country for real? What's with the witches' households? Then Rook-sama killed her brother in the duel, but after that he withdrew from the academy. Kamami, Yuri, I see. How should I put it? I think what Kamami would like to say that he left the academy because he felt guilty. In fact, I feel like Rook is not suited with violent fight. From what I've seen, Rook seems to be very well suited for the ranch job. He was lively when he trained the birds. Indeed, it was unprecedented for the main character to leave the school because of the uproar caused by the book. What's more, Rook-sama wasn't good at his studies, but he was skilled enough to fight against Gala-sama, and his future was promising. This matter gave the Silver Birch dormitory a lot of troubles, and that's why self-control is stricter now. Kamami, so do you feel that you bear a part of the responsibility that my father quit? Yuri, yes, you're right. Kamami, that's fine, but before they got into a duel, those people killed themselves because they were ostracized. Then it wasn't Rook's fault. It would be good if I can bring this matter to the royal castle. Yuri, in the end, the reason why the duel was accepted was rather because Rook reacted harshly. In other words, Rook's reckless remark wasn't the main cause of the suicide. If this fact was revealed to the people in the Silver Birch dormitory, the duel application shouldn't have been accepted. In the end, we feel indebted. After all, I don't know whether it was troublesome or because of honor, but no one is going to say that she was being ostracized. Yuri, even if it was because of her passion, I don't know because I'm not her. It's just that we heard such a story. Kamami, was it because of passion? It sure is. It has been decades ago. There is no use to explain this to the current residents. Well, it doesn't matter. My father doesn't care about that, and if you feel bad about me, I'd welcome it. Yuri, yes, I hope so. Kamami, well, that's about it. I'm sorry you've been holding back for a long time. Yuri, I don't mind. Contact me once you're ready. Kamami, how do I contact you? Yuri, if you can't put a letter in the mailbox of the dormitory, that will be good. Kamami, is that how it works? Yuri, what, you didn't know that? If you write room 362 and put it in the mailbox, it will reach me in Pina's room. Kamami, was there such a procedure? I thought the Silver Birch dormitory was a place where men would be killed if they came close. That's why I've never been close to the building. I'll ask the number of the Siamese room later. Oh, but of course, don't mail it yourself. Let someone else do it. You're a celebrity. Kamami, yes. I'll do it. Please take care of me, Pina, too. Yuri, I don't really get it, but please do. Pina, After leaving the coffee shop, I was invited to the secondary residence in the royal capital, so I went there. When I walked through the gate, a butler who was in charge of the secondary residence said Rook Sama is already waiting, and he took my uniform jacket. Rook was in the living room where I was guided. He was reading a document with a somewhat difficult face. I felt like fat had attached to his body because he had been away from the daily life of manual labor. However, the dignity could be noticed. "Father, I have returned." "Yuri," I lowered my head. "Welcome back. It's been a long time since I've seen you." "Rook, it's been about a month, isn't it? I'm a bit busy as well." "Yuri, I have something to talk about." "Rook, that's so straight to the point. I thought so intuitively." "Sit down." "Rook, yes." "Yuri," I sat at the table obediently. "It seems like you're making extra money." "Rook," the tone was slightly stingy, as I expected. "Is it about that?" "I'm not earning extra money. Anyhow, yes, it's true." "Yuri, why don't you talk to me?" "Rook, no, well, I was thinking that I shouldn't bother you about this." "Yuri, that's because I want to do it without anything to do with my parents' household. If I involve them, my work will immediately become like a play of a noble heir. Then no one wants to deal with it, and it will not become my business. Starting with Cuff, some of the employees are hired by me, but they won't feel that I am the one who is hiring them. They will think that they are employed by the Who household. The moment that happens, it will be very hard to make moves. Is the pocket money not enough?" "Rook, no, it's more than enough. I don't use it for anything other than a diary." "Yuri, then why are you making extra pocket money?" "Rook, it's not a pocket money. It's still small now, but it's a solid business. This is a part of learning about the world." "Yuri, I'm not going to say that learning about the world is bad, but how about you as a student?" "Rook, father, please forgive me. I'm doing my best as a student." "Yuri, after all, I have nothing to complete anymore." "Yuri, you are already in the 5th year. It's the busiest time of the year." "Rook, I've already taken up to 250 credits. The remaining is practical classes for 42 credits and lecture class for 8 credits." "Yuri, oi, seriously?" Rook looked astonished. "For example, the average acquisition unit for the dormitory student is about 130 credits. An excellent person can get about 150 credits. If the person is as talented as Miaro, he or she would already complete 200 credits. 250 units is clearly out of the mind. It's true. There are only 3 sessions in the afternoon or 2 days a week. If I remain as it is, I will be walking around in the afternoon like a senior who have free time." "Yuri, those who don't have lecturers in the afternoon are generally playing around. Even if there are lecturers, it isn't uncommon for people to play around like a university student. Rook was also no exception to that. He should have been playing around." You're right about that." "Rook, is there a problem?" "Yuri, no, it's not as much a problem as it is." "Well, that's fine." "Rook, are you sure?" "Yuri, yes. If you go through it properly and get the credits, that's fine." "Rook, I've got permission. It's already troublesome as it is, and now I'm doing this on my own. Not everything goes well, though." "Yuri, is that so?" Rook looked more surprised. "It's true. I thought somebody reported or told you about me. It's something like I'm making money or my reputation is bad." "Yuri, I can only think so." When I said that, Rook became slightly surprised. "How did you know?" "Rook, father, you were waiting to preach to me, right? If that was the case, it would be normal for you to come up with something like evidence on the desk so that I wouldn't be able to escape. If the Who household found it, 1 or 2 of those evidence would emerge during the investigation. However, there is none. That means that it's not the Who household that has pinpointed the story. If it is not the Who household, that would be another household's. Since this place is royal capital, rather than 8 or 9 out of 10 times, it would be 10 out of 10 that the witch households are involved. I'm not a fool either, so I can guess that much." "Yuri, I didn't expect you anticipate all this." Rook scratched his head. "He sounds like a tired old man. He looks old. But I'm moving behind the scenes, so I know I'm doing a side job, but that's only a small part of it. I try not to use the name of the Who household." "Yuri," I said that to Cuff repeatedly. "I don't care if the business is a failure, because I'm incapable of doing what I do, but I don't want to get hurt in the name of the Who household. That's why I concealed my business from being related to the Who household. The trademark of the Who paper is reminiscent of the Who household. However, to begin with, the Southern District is known as the Who District, so it becomes a meaning of Southern paper. There was an event in the royal castle on the other day. I was indirectly told about this by the witch households. Rook, Yuri, I thought that was the case. That's because I'm selling a lot of Who paper, have I been found out? But don't worry, it's always the case. I don't care even if you're not doing bad things. Rook, really, I don't want to bring trouble to our family. Yuri, it's always the usual thing for the witches to say strange things. If you care about it one by one, you won't be able to do anything. Rook, always is it. Now I'm concerned. Can you tell me what did they tell you? Yuri, I've never seen this before with my eyes, but I heard that you are very close to Her Highness Carol, right? It's an extreme roundabout notion. They asked me to tell you not to get close to her too much. Rook, Yuri, it's tight. The general households don't like to get involved with the royal family, but is it normal to complain about brats socializing with each other? I'll tell you, don't take it seriously. For me, it's good for you to make friends with Her Highness Carol. Rook, I understand. It's because I often hang out with Her Highness. We're addressing each other without honorifics. Yuri, really? Rook made an expressionless face. That girl's usually says something like "Oi, Yuri," or "Seriously, goodness." Sometimes she slaps my head too. Yuri, so how do you respond to her? Rook, something like "You idiot, don't slap my head every time, all right. I'm not going to return the hit though. She's royalty and she's a girl. Yuri, please be careful. Don't be rude. Rook had an indescribable expression. I understand. Yuri, Her Highness Carol would be the next queen. Rook, there was such a story too. Is that decided? Yuri, what do you mean? Rook, I mean there's Her Highness Karia, right? Yuri, there is no such thing as the order of succession to the throne in this country. Basically, the eldest daughter will be prioritized if the ability is on par with each other, but it's not decided as an absolute ranking. Oh, I don't know much, but it looks like Her Highness Karia has poor discernment abilities. But in the end, the queen decides, and I'm not going to pry myself out of the way. Rook, I see. I met Her Majesty, but I still seem to think of her as pretty as Her Highness Carol. Yuri, Carol was strict, but it was a feeling of doing it with love. Maybe Karia's strictness is not because of love, though. Is that so? Rook, well, if Her Highness Karia becomes the queen, I'll also be in trouble. Yuri, what does that mean? Rook, I was forced to go out with her some years ago. After that, I got in trouble as the rumors of me going out with her or become her fiancé spread around. Father, please don't take it seriously. Yuri, I have to put up a precautionary line beforehand. What? I've never heard of it. So what did you say when you were confessed? Rook, sure enough, he is taking it seriously. As father said, I should have something like, I'm sorry, I appreciate your feelings, but I can't have a dishonest relationship. Yuri, well, how does the rumor of you being her fiancé spread around? Rook, that's what you said, didn't you? Well, it seems to be spreading in the Silver Birch dormitory, but I don't think anyone is taking it too seriously. Yuri, I see, that's fine. Be careful with the Silver Birch dormitory, it's cursed. Rook, I also think the same. I came to this realization just now. I really think so. I heard it today, but it seemed that you were in trouble because of it. I'm sure you've had a hard time. Yuri, it's true. Be careful, Yuri. Rook, he said so as if to forget the past. Is it because it's a nostalgic memories now? Even if I've been careful, I've already become the subject. Yuri, when I said that, Rook had an expression that looked like he had chewed a bitter bug. It is a feeling of people think that it's a good alcohol, but it had become rotten vinegar when drinking it. It's too late. However, I have no idea how to stop them even if I'm aware of it. I wish I could make a shitty face like Dala. No, he's also part of the subjects, damn it. Is it that? Rook, it's that maybe. I read it today. Yuri, did you read it? Rook, I happened to have a chance to read only one chapter. Indeed, it wasn't a good feeling. Yuri, I've never read it. Rook, it seems that it never gets out from the dormitory. I happen to be able to read it. Yuri, what kind of content is that? Rook, oh, I wonder if you're interested. It's better not to read. People are going to vomit and unable to sleep. Yuri, I see, but that's fine. Rook, it seems to be a little regrettable somehow. I have a feeling that he wants to read something scary. I don't want to tell him that the book about him is still in that culture room. I've also heard about the suicide during your time there. Yuri, that matter. Rook, I was told that you had to have a duel or something. Yuri, well, yes. Yuri too, be careful with the way you say it when you refuse a confession. There's a lot to understand about how girls get hurt. Rook, did I remind him of something bad? Yes, I will. But according to what I heard, the fact that father refused dating was only part of the cause. Yuri, is that so? Rook, oh, he didn't know it after all. I heard that the girl who confessed to you was also the writer of the book. As a result of writing a book with a content that was taboo during that time, she was ostracized in the dormitory and she became lonely. After that, she began to follow father. Yuri, is that so? Was that girl bullied in the dormitory? Rook, if I have to be frank, yes is the answer. Yuri, was that the case? Rook, I don't think it's anyone's fault. Yuri, I don't think this will give Rook a peace of mind. Well, yes, but she was pitiful. If I knew it, no, I was too young, I couldn't do anything. Rook made a wondering face. I couldn't find any words to put on. Shall I visit her grave? Rook called the butler. After that, he asked him to find the whereabouts of her grave. Please consider supporting at /Bayabuska translation. Yuri, welcome back. Suzuya, after opening the door, she ran and hugged me. Jayu __, thank you, Akasan. I haven't been in touch for a long time. Yuri, it's fine, you're doing your best after all. Suzuya, yes, I'm doing my best. Yuri, it smelled as good as ever when I was held by Suzuya. It makes me feel at ease. Anyway, it's kind of weird tension today. You're going to stay today, right? Suzuya, yes, of course. Yuri, that's great. Suzuya, she seemed to be delightful more than anything else. It has been 5 years since I started using this secondary residence. I remember most of the faces of the people who work here. These people, or at least more than half of them, have worked for the Hu household for generations. The faces don't change so much in 5 years. The guards are another matter. Spending their lifetime as a guard was nothing in their career, so they are dispatched from another territory. The quality and quantity of entertainment in the royal capital are remarkably different from the rural area. Rather than being caused by the relegation, it's due to the recreation. The guard rotation is much easier than usual by putting a face of not to lose focus, and there is plenty of time to go out to play. That is why the matter is different, since the guards always change, unlike those who worked inside the residence. It's not because there are too many of them. There are only 10 of them at best. It's my first time to see you, Yuri-sama. However, the one who bowed to me when I sat in the dining room was a stranger. That person was wearing dress for maid. Nice to meet you. Yuri, naturally I thought of her as a newcomer. It looked like she was younger than me. Yuri, it's your cousin. Ruka ehe. Suzuya, speaking of cousin, I thought I only had one. Siamu. Is she Gauk's illegitimate child? Did Gauk Kojias and has illegitimate child? I'm glad she didn't find out during his lifetime. Yuri, dear me, he dodged it by a hair's breadth. Don't be silly. Rook was angry. She's my niece. Suzuya, is that so? She is the cousin from the mother's side. I've never been to Suzuya's parents' house, but I've heard that it's a rural area. The cousin who just shows up doesn't look unrefined when coming out of the rural area. It may be the way she is from the beginning. The hair is neatly arranged and the appearance is refined. Well, did they groom her that way because she was going to work here? Is she working as a maid? Yuri, I am indebted to you from last week. It's a polite way of saying it. Is she coming to work? Setting aside the time when Rook was a rancher, what is the social standpoint of Suzuya's parent family now that Rook is the head of the household? Is it a farmer as usual? I don't get it. She is more or less going to work here temporarily. Rook, However, although she is a cousin, it doesn't really fit for her to become a maid. It doesn't involve calling me with the honorific Sama. I am used to be called with Sama by the maids, but it is very uncomfortable when I'm being treated that way by a cousin, even if the cousin is a commoner. What is your name? Yuri, my name is Bora Emernan. Bora Emernan. Indeed, it was Suzuya's maiden name. Bora-san, is it? Yuri, please call me without honorifics. Bora, I looked at Rook to ask for his help. Well, I'm thinking about that too. Rook, is that so? Yuri, Rook seems to be holding back on correspondence too. Bora's position, though simple, is fairly subtle. Although she is a commoner, she has become a relative to the head of the general household by chance. Of course, if Rook was the eldest son from the beginning, and he married Suzuya through love relationship, the status of Emernan household would have stepped up accordingly. However, Rook became the head of the household after he got married, and that complicates the matter. When Rook got married, Rook had the position of the second son of the general household, who rock and rolled out from the rail of glory. Even if they got married, there was no reason to bring the Emernan family into the Hu household. There is a good reason to promote the family status just after marriage, but there is also the question whether the other party wants that now. It is a mystery why they send this child. Rook is probably thinking whether it is all right to make a close relative to work as a maid. I wonder what Bora is thinking. There should be no problem to make her work as a maid, but there is a problem with her feelings. Is this due to the Hu household's upright family bringing? Depending on the situation, there seems to be a family that always uses what's wrong from the beginning. To see how it looks, she's going to work as a waitress today. Rook, yes. Bora, since we are relatives, it wouldn't be strange to have a meal at the same table. The relationship with Suzuya is between a niece and an aunt. Well then, please take care of me. Yuri, you're welcome, I will do my best. Please take care of me as well. Bora, after the meal, I was called to the study room. Yuri, what do you think of that girl? Rook asked. I think she's a good girl. I think she is special from a standpoint. Yuri, I sat on a chair and said that while drinking the tea served. She is the second child of Suzuya's older brother. Rook, ooh. Yuri, don't you ooh me. You also have to associate with your relative in the future. Rook, I don't understand. There's no way I can only say, oh, it depends on the intention of Akasan's family sending her to us. Yuri, if they send her with a sort of ambitious idea, we will probably need to take some action, right? When Rook was a rancher, they had no ambition or didn't give a dang at all. But because he has become the head of the household, it doesn't sound well, even that really helps his wife's family a little bit. However, even if we were to help in the first place, there is a system called knights as in the knight households, so it will be difficult. In the world of the army, it is like a graduation certificate of the military academy. Just as the sergeant and the officer are clearly distinguished, to those who don't graduate as a knight, they can't be given a position in the army. If they don't have the position in the army, it is also difficult to give them a territory. Apart from that, it isn't difficult to promote them to become nobles. However, according to the rule of the general households, a large amount of money is imposed as a consideration when not serving in the army. Since there's no special treatment that exempts them, even if the Emernan family, a farmer who doesn't know how to manage territories, is given a territory, that will obviously make them bankrupt. Rook was also subjected by this rule. However, since his territory has only a ranch and his own house, the payment was small. He was able to pay it without difficulties in the interest of the ranch. In the same way, the Emernan family can be regarded as a small landlord with only a house. But unlike Luke's, the Emernan family is just a farmer and has very little money income. Certainly the amount of payment is small, but the total increase in tax expenditure is unavoidable. As a result, even though they become nobles, they would become poorer. That's the thing. Yes. Rook, are you going to do anything to them? Yuri, well, I had my house rebuilt with the money of the Hu household, and now I'm living a wealthy life in my own way. Rook, I see. It should be around that much. If the parent's family of the head's wife is poor, the head will be considered by others as being stingy. It looks like she's going to work as a maid. Did that come from Bora-san? Yuri, that's right. Rook, Moreover, I wouldn't say that she should work like that if she wants to make the relationship gets better. She is just trying to say thank you. Yuri, it may be so. Is that what you think? Rook, well, yes. If she's looking to marry a good partner, she should be aware of the reverse side of working as a maid. Yuri, if she wants to make a strong connection with the Hu household, It would be normal to work together so that a high-ranking knight would welcome her as a wife. If the husband were a servant of the queen at the royal castle, she would be nothing but a noble wife even though she is someone from the Hu household, and they would be given a small house in the royal capital. I was wondering whether I should let her working like this. Rook, did you think about it? Then make her quit. However, I wonder why she offers herself to do this job. I guess it's good if she is a distant relative. It's too close since she's a close cousin. Yuri, is that so? Rook, how old is that girl? Yuri, she's 13. Rook, 13 is it? In some cases, it's an age that people make noises of child labor. In this country, unless you're making them do a lot of hard labor, there's no one to make a fuss about it. She should marry a man from a powerful branch family to make her in safe hand. Yuri, she's too young. I asked her, but she didn't want it. Rook, she didn't want it, It's difficult. So then what are you going to do? Yuri, to be honest, I also don't know. I'm not sure what her family thinking is about. Rook, on the other hand, it would be easier for Rook to be entrusted with the girl if they say I want her to marry this warrior, so I will do my best. In that case, Bora should do something like bride training, and later, marry a suitable branch family. I don't intend to look down on them, but the common sense of farmers are different from ours. There's a possibility they think that the work of a maid is a shortcut to become a bride, and they told that to Bora-san. I think it's mostly that she's purely dedicated to be a maid without any ulterior motive. Yuri, I'm not proud of it, but since I've received various educations here and there in Japan, I can't understand the common sense of people who were born and have no school education at all. I guess so. Rook seemed to be the same idea. I don't think it's important and you don't have to think too seriously. From Rook's standpoint, it's nothing but a trivial matter. No matter how he deals with it, there will be no one who makes a fuss. She's from your mother's family, so I want to take care of her. Rook, indeed she is. By the way, how much do you earn from the side business you were talking about? Rook, the discussion suddenly changed. Well, I haven't been able to recover the capital investment so far. Overall, it's in the red. Yuri, red is it? I don't really understand capital investment, but what is it? Rook, the easiest way to say it is I haven't recovered the construction costs of building the stables for the birds on Father's ranch. Yuri, I see. Then that's fine. Rook, as expected, Rook seems to understand since he is also a business owner. Capital expenditures are not something that can be immediately recovered. Even if you buy a car and embark on 1,000 kilometers, it would be impossible to recover the purchase price. It would be nice to be able to recover it by the time you get on 100,000 kilometers. Yes, I'm not making money yet. Yuri, of course. How much did you spend? Rook, let's tell him. It's about 40,000 ruga, and for the time being I made 5,000 ruga a month. Yuri, oi, that's amazing, you know. Well, you'll be in black soon. Rook, yes, very soon. We're increasing production more and more, so maybe we'll get more. If this were a company, it would be a super good company. It will take less than a year to recover the initial investment costs. If there is a bank in this country, the person in charge would head down and offer the funds, saying please borrow as much money as you want. As I expected of you. Rook, it's helpful because I'm excellent in this field of work. Yuri, most of the practical work is done by Cuff, so he's been a great help. Well then, are you fine with Bora? Rook, the discussion suddenly changed. What? No. I mean, what are you trying to imply? Yuri, what if she becomes your secretary or close aide? Rook, I don't understand. What are you talking about? If I'm scared of that, it made me think that I'm an idiot son, you know. Yuri, it's fine if you do it for the outward appearance. Anyhow, it doesn't look well with being a maid. Other maids were telling me that they had trouble to deal with her. Rook, I see. It will be the same for me. Yuri, there will be no problem if she works for you. It's not good for a relative to work as a maid in the residence. Rook, certainly, it may be bad to hear if a close relative becomes a maid. In that respect, it's somewhat better to let her work for me. Is that what he tries to say? You should have a reliable relative. Rook, somehow I feel nostalgic. I understand. Yuri, I don't have enough manpower, so I guess she can work for it. But in that case, she won't be able to work for the Hu household. Yuri, Rook, if she works for the Hu household, people will think later that my business is a family business. That's why I'm doing this on my own. Yuri, I don't like that thought. It's a general idea, but there is a big difference. Rook is doing business with his son. Rook's son is doing business. The meaning of those two statements is completely different. Even Rook operates a ranch. He had a brother, Gauk, who wasn't good at running a ranch. I would feel sick if I had that thought. So, what are you planning to do? Rook, I'll arrange a room for her to live alone. Yuri, that's a girl who will live alone. Rook, he's making a bitter face. He seems to be worried. But it would be uncomfortable for her to be here. Although she is a relative, would she feel happy if a farmer who just came out of the countryside to be treated specially? Yuri, you're right. She didn't say this, but she seems to have a feeling of inferiority. Rook, as I expected. For the time being, I let her live nearby to my employee. Since she looks like a local to some extent, there should be not much danger. If that's not possible, I will let her go to work from the residence here. I'm not going to throw out a 13-year-old girl. Yuri, what kind of man is that? Rook, aren't you overprotective as well, Aru-chan? You don't have to worry, Cuff won't rape a girl. He's a man over mid-20s. He isn't interested in little girls, so you don't have to worry about that. Yuri, is that so? In that case, I entrust the girl to you. Rook, goodness, but if she doesn't like this, I won't bring her there, all right. Yuri, got it. Rook, so I'm supposed to take care of you, but is that all right? If you don't like it, Yuri, please take care of me. Bora, she was obedient. It was accepted normally. Is it all right? Yeah, that's fine then. Yuri, if I were of her age, I would feel normally anxious. Will it be really all right? What will happen to me from now on? I probably don't have to think too much if I am 13 years old. You know, I'm a student, so you don't have to take care of my surroundings. You're not working as a maid. Yuri, is that so? Bora nodded. Plus, it's easy. Are you having regrets or something? Yuri, I was told that I wasn't suitable in doing it. Bora, that is, she was bullied, For your information, I've been told that you're not suitable for that job. Yuri, that's because I broke a plate. Bora, And, Yuri, to tell the truth, I felt down when I was serving yesterday and ruined the food. Bora, she said it while hesitating. Is she having slow reflexes or just a clumsy girl? Did you get hit because of that? Yuri, in that case, it's a problem. They didn't raise their hand, but they were angry. Bora, as expected, she's feeling down. When I combined the information, it seems that was her fault after all. There's no mistake that she's not suitable for a maid. I don't know whether I can help, but I'll do my best. Bora, she bowed. It seems she's in good spirits. Yuri, what should I say? What kind of words should I convey? I want you to be honest. For me, failure as a maid doesn't matter. Rather, I would be happier if you told me without hiding your failures. There are many talented people, but it's hard to find someone you can trust. Yuri, I wonder how I should encourage her. Don't hide failures, be honest and sincere. That's also a talent. Yuri, understood. Bora nodded. All right, let's go. Yuri, recently when I walked around the city, I began to see beggars. According to the talks, most of these beggars seem to be refugees from the Shiyalta Kingdom. Even though the borders in shanty countries, there were no cultural differences. So even if they were refugees, there was no feeling of grim resolve, but in terms of finding job, it looked grim for them. Jobs were lost due to excessive supply of labor. The Shiyalta Kingdom was a country where the shanty weren't fools. So, if the perished in the old times, they would perish in the end. In other words, the people had objectives, so to speak. If the country was destroyed, people would run to the Shiyalta Kingdom instead of the neighboring country. It had always been the idea of the wise refugees. In addition, the Shiyalta Kingdom had always accepted refugees. In spite of the fact that these refugees were in the royal capital, the heads of the 5 generals' households, who were the owner of local provinces, had actively accepted refugees. However, to begin with, the Shiyalta Kingdom land wasn't particularly fertile. As expected, there was a limit. At present, no matter how many people were in the country, they couldn't live in the northern side since it was an extreme cold region. Thus, there weren't surplus of land where people could live. In particular, the southern province of the Hu household was already in a state where there was a limit to labor-intensive farming methods. When I heard the story, there would be more or less such a situation every time a country perished. As expected, the scale of refugees seemed to be different when the neighboring country was destroyed. It seemed that the current population influx was also historically amazing. It was all right if they came here, but there weren't necessary jobs available. So far, the situation had been suppressed to the point where no death from starvation had occurred, but what would happen in the future? I walked into Cuff's place of living. Although this was a semi-residential area, there were many shops on the first floor of multi-story houses. Since it was daytime of the holiday, there were a lot of people in the street. Then an old man who was looking around restlessly near the alley entered the alley. He somehow caught in the eye. I wonder if he's trying to pickpocket or something. Do you have a wallet? Yuri, yes. Bora, don't bring it out. Be careful so that you don't get pickpocketed. Yuri, pickpocketed. Bora, she had a very troubled face and looked at me with upturned eyes. Doesn't she know about pickpockets? There are people who pull out a wallet from someone else's pocket. Yuri, Bora Bureau held down her pocket. It was the pocket on the side, and it was the easiest to put the wallet in and out of the coat. On the other hand, it was the easiest place to aim for the pickpocket. Are you putting it there? Yes, do that. The people who just come out of the countryside are easy to be targeted. Yuri, well, if she holds the pocket out right, she won't be aimed. It's a good idea to be wary of suspicious people like this, but it's usually a waste of time. If you just pay attention to the front, you'll be bumped from behind and your wallet will be stolen. While thinking about such a thing, I passed the alley. Look, there's nothing. When I thought that at that time, the feet moved. A kick loaded with my weight was hit at the lower abdomen of the man who hit me from behind. While kicking, I noticed my action a moment late. I suddenly dashed from the back of the alley and kicked the old man who hit me. Before I thought anything, my body was moving. I pulled the dagger in my pocket out of its sheath. Taking a fighting pose taught at the academy with one hand and loosely held dagger, I watched the old man whom I added another kick to his lower abdomen. The old man fell while holding his stomach. When I confirmed that he had been incapacitated, I put off the order of precedence. I looked at the back alley. There were a couple of bad-looking men who were about to attack, but when they looked, this old man failed at attacking me. Their feet stopped. They are kidnappers. Yuri. When I let out a loud voice, the men disappeared to the back alley. They probably thought the situation was bad. All that remained was an idiot who had been abandoned. While he stood the pain, I put weight on his crotch. I gave a kick like a soccer ball and kicked his head. Ugh, old man, you won't feel pain forever. Yuri, I put my knees on the old man's chest and held my whole weight down. I grabbed his dirty hair, pulled his head, bare his neck, and put my dagger there. That's because you'll die if you move. Yuri, when I said that, the old man tensely straightened his body. Looking closer, this old man didn't seem to be making a living doing rough matters. Bora, keep an eye on the people around you. Let me know if any of these guys come by. Yuri, why yes. Bora, people were starting to gather because of my loud voice. Well, do you know who I am? Yuri, I don't know. Old man, well, you were aiming at me. Yuri, his head was sweating since I didn't sound angry and harsh. This guy had no weapon. From that, I understood that he didn't intend to kill me. However, it was obvious that he was going to sweep away. This guy was merely taking the starting role. When he picked me up and brought me to the back alley, I thought that the guys who had just escaped wanted to hold my mouth and abducted me. What would happen if they kidnapped me? Why would they do that? If you're going to target me, I can only think of the witch households. I'm holding this guy and the people are gathering. The police would come soon. However, the police of the royal capital are deeply corrupted by the witches' households. Even if this guy talks because of the police's beating, it would be impossible for things to come to light. To make matters worse, it's possible for this guy to be abandoned if he is detained for a few days. Let me tell you, I'm the heir of great noble family. I can't be guilty of killing you. I won't kill you if you tell me. If you don't tell me, I will kill you. Who hired you? Yuri, no one. Old man, you really want to die, huh? Yuri, I pressed the dagger lightly against his neck. It was only a tradition dagger of the general households, but it was so sharp that it could sink in the flesh if I pressed too much. And no, I'm not. I attacked because you were well dressed. Old man Zero, you're lying. Yuri, it's the truth. I'm a refugee from Kilgina. Old man, it is quite conceivable that this kind of people going to kidnap people and ask for ransom. Certainly, I came out with clothes from the second residence, so I am well dressed. You dare to lie like that. Yuri, even if it's considered enough, it's only one of the possibilities. The chance of being unrelated to the witch household has only increased by a few %. I'm not lying. Old man, if you're a refugee from Kilgina, say the name of Jacoba's only daughter. Yuri, there should be Kilginan who doesn't know Jacoba's name. Jacoba is Jacoba Tuni Charters, the current queen of Kilgina. On the other hand, there are few Shalton who know this name. People wouldn't know the name of her daughter unless they are intellectual elite from the academy or a trader like Harald. It's Teller Sama. Old man, I withdrew the dagger. Even if I was targeted, the witch households wouldn't use the refugees. There were many good-natured subordinates. Do you believe me? Old man, I will believe you for the time being. Yuri, ha! Old man, he let out a sigh of relief. What a fool. You idiot, you tried to kidnap a noble. From now on, you'll be hanged by me. Yuri, ugh. Old man, he might know the meaning since he started to struggle under my knees. If he wasn't a servant of which household, the police would just arrested him and worked normally. Since he was trying to abduct a noble, he would be hanged to death. Are you trying to escape? Yuri, when I grabbed the dagger and put it in front of his face, he stopped struggling. Idiot, if you're afraid of dying, you wouldn't try to kidnap people. Yuri, it's because my family is hungry. Old man, what's with this guy? This is the first time I've heard a family is hungry. It can't be helped if the family is hungry. Goodness, this guy was probably got used by those who ran away because of his good nature. You'll die if you keep doing like this from now on. If you die, your family will eat nothing or eat something even worse. What an idiot. Yuri, you hoo how. Old man, an adult man has started crying. I can't do anything, I don't have a job. Old man, sigh, if you don't have a job, are you going to commit crime then? Yuri, I won't. Old man, what are you doing in Kilgina? Yuri, I'm a carpenter. Old man, carpenter, huh? I was thinking the time is just right, isn't it? Yuri, I sighed and lifted my knees from the man's body. Go to the water mill on the southern side of the river. It is at the upstream part of it. If you are a day laborer, I'll give you a job. Yuri, will you overlook this? Old man, I'm giving you a chance to work. If you still commit wrongdoing, it is better to kill you. If you do the same thing next time, I'll kill you on the spot. Yuri, there must be a room for sympathy even for this man. I can give his family a chance to rehabilitate at least once. Go away. Yuri, the old man turned around and ran away. He then disappeared. I haven't gone to the watermill for a while now, so shall I go there today? I thought Cuff was out, but surprisingly he stayed at home. Cuff, I'm going to disturb you. Yuri, I opened the door and entered the house of another person whom I knew without permission. Yuri, what's the matter? Cuff, he slept on the sofa as usual. Don't ask me that question. Why the door isn't locked? Yuri, I mean seriously. I was surprised to see it unlocked. It's probably because I'm here in front of the door. Cuff, just now I was about to be kidnapped. Yuri, Cuff jumped off from the sofa. Are you all right? Cuff, I won't be here if I'm not. Fortunately, I'm perfectly fine. I was able to repel them. Yuri, was it the witches? Cuff, no, it was the refugees. Yuri, then it's fine. Cuff sat down on the sofa again and he looked relieved. Oi, it's not fine. Lock your house where there's a crowd of people. Yuri, he's too careless. I want to lock it, but it's broken. Cuff, is it broken? No wonder the door is always unlocked. In that case, you should put a latch from the inside. More importantly, who is that girl? Cuff looked at Bora. I was wondering whether I could hire her. She's Bora. Yuri, please take care of me. Bora bowed politely. Oi, Cuff, somehow that face looks scary. Yes. Yuri, stop bringing a girl you hooked in. Those who do that will mostly ruin themselves. Cuff, what's wrong with this guy? Does he think that I'm some kind masochist brat? Bora is my cousin. Yuri, what? Cuff, he suddenly raised his voice very loud. Cousin, does that mean she is a daughter of a knight? What are you thinking? Cuff, she's a cousin from my mother's side. My mother's family is a farmer in the countryside. Yuri, is that so? Cuff, I never talked about family circumstances, so I thought it was necessary to explain from scratch, but it seemed to me that he knew. I see. Are you going to give her my job? Cuff, for the time being, I want her to become your private secretary. Yuri, well, what do you mean? I'm not saying I don't like the idea. Cuff, as expected, he's reluctant. I will do my best. Bora bowed down. Where's she going to live from now? Cuff, she's staying in my second residence, but there are so many things happening that make it difficult for her to stay here. I thought about the room below here, but it seems there is a crowd of people there. As expected, I can't let a 13-year-old girl to stay alone in a place where kidnappers are roaming around. I guess I have to bring her back to the residence. Well then, shall I move somewhere? Cuff, he said that easily. Are you going to move somewhere? Yuri, yes. No matter how many times I ask the landlord, the locksmith won't come to fix the lock. There are rumors that I'm making money these days, so I can't even sleep well. Cuff, that's why it's not strange if a burglar comes in. Then it will be fine if you can rent something like a storehouse. Of course, it's my family storehouse. Yuri, that helps. I don't have any money anyway. Cuff, I haven't decided on the salary of Cuff yet. Cuff is unpaid. Of course, the business revolves around him, so the gold coins and the like are directly in his hands, but it's admirable that he hasn't touched it. How about your salary? Yuri, Cuff, I went inside and sat down on the chair. My father has found out about my business, so I will officially establish it as the Who Associates. Yuri, the Who Associates, is it? Is it not Who Trading Company or something, right? Cuff seemed to be happy. It must be because it's going official. Since we are producing something, it would be weird to call it a trading company. Yuri, well, you're right. Cuff, in general, a trading company is a group of people who sell something that someone else has made and make a profit from it. Basically, the producer is an individual or each craftsman, and each craftsman has a horizontal relationship in the guild. I don't intend to connect with anything. If I'm going to be independent and do all the work without relying on others, so the name associates would be appropriate. With that, we're going to talk about your pay. Yuri, will you finally give me a commission? Cuff stressed the commission part. I didn't forget. Cuff or net. I'm going to appoint you as the Chief Executive Officer, CEO. I am the CEO. Cuff, he didn't look dissatisfied. Yes, you will work for me. Yuri, he bowed to show his respect. Then what are you going to be? Cuff, I'll be the chairman. I'll be supervising the company. The CEO is the head of the business. Yuri, what? Am I not doing that until now? Cuff, no. From now on, there will be cases where executive officers who are responsible for the company's management are appointed to the board. The executive officers will be a member of the board of directors. All of them, in principle, will be paid by a commission or a performance-related reward. Yuri, do you plan to increase the number of executive officers? Cuff, I don't plan to increase that much. Once the company gets bigger, I want to increase the number of manufacturing development departments. The person in charge is, of course, an executive. We will have them present their accomplishment and development direction at the board meeting. Yuri, ooh, that's good. It's not bad. Cuff was laughing and grinning as if he had a lot in mind. It seemed he was convinced. I'm glad. That day I was at the watermill, telling them it wasn't like this or that. Oi, Yuri, we got it. Cuff came in with an unusually excited appearance. People were noisily gathered. It's this. This is what you want. Cuff's hands were covered with food fibers. The fiber was loosened considerably because it was boiled. Originally, it should be done with sodium hydroxide, but even if it was done with lime water, it could be done well if it was boiled over time. I was so happy that I wanted to smile. This would free me from the raw material problem that had become the bottleneck. Cuff didn't need to spend tens of hours to walk through clothing stores any longer. Give it a try at once. Try different trees and find the thinnest one. Yuri, the thin paper you said. Got it. Cuff immediately went to whisper. I was facing a strange device outdoors. I bought a used liquor distillation device and used it to boil crude oil. I had tried many things, but to make a paper or ink that was suitable for mimeograph, it was impossible with animal and vegetable oil. I understood that. When I looked into the matter, there were several natural wells in the country, and crude oil was available. Rather, since I was from the Hu household, I could always procure it if I wanted to. I just didn't realize it. From my point of view, crude oil was the water of life for industry, and there were many ways to use it. However, based on this country's perception, it seemed that the crude oil wasn't usable, so it was left untreated. After all, it couldn't be used unless it was refined first. If I burned it in the fireplace as it was, the soot and the accretion released were so bad that there would be a strange odor inside the room. And on top of that, there would be something like tar stick on the chimney and the stove. There was no land that actively used crude oil in any region because it wasn't used for any reason. However, I knew that there was a way to use crude oil by refining it. So even today, I was eagerly boiling the crude oil. The winter was coming soon. It was strange when it came to the distillation, though. The water in the river became cold, and yet the effectiveness of the cooling part of the device was improved. The method of separating the mixed liquid by utilizing the difference in boiling point as currently performed was called fractional distillation. When crude oil was fractionated, highly volatile components such as naphtha, kerosene, and petrol oil volatilized at a low temperature. Then something like fuel oil came out, and lastly, something like asphalt remained. Petrol oil, kerosene, and naphtha were all indistinguishable with primitive distillation equipment. However, a clear liquid steadily accumulated in a metal container. It had a strong, oily odor, partly because the temperature was still high. The viscosity was low when looking at a glance, so I understood the quality of the petrol oil. I wondered if this could be sold as alcohol lamp fuel. I packed the fractionated liquid in a barrel with asphalt inside. I put a lid cover on it. Even in the primitive fractionator, the highly volatile liquid became transparent. However, what I wanted now was a layer that has low volatility and was creamy at room temperature. This was difficult because it wasn't fractionated well. Even if it was fractionated, it was black and was always sticky in the distillation tube. This material was absolutely necessary to make oil-based inks and scraped paper, but it was still difficult. This might not be profitable. Did that mean the mimeograph project a failure? For the time being, I was able to make the pulp. Oil with high volatility meant that it was highly ignitable, so to speak. It had become a byproduct with a lot of utility value. The problem was what I was doing now was stressing me out. My hands were already oily, hot, tired, and even if I wore a mask, the smell of oil made my head pounding. It made me want to cry. Even though I was supposed to be a lazy person, my thoughts on what I was doing didn't stop. This wasn't a job the CEO did. I wanted someone else to do it. For now, I had a business to do in the afternoon, so I should finish here soon. Siamu, is that correct? Yuri, it should be correct. Siamu said it, but she was half panicked. This is absurd, I think. It's 19.5 degrees. I think the error is at most plus or minus 3 degrees. Siamu, is that so? Yuri, I had already forgotten about it, but in the diary it says that the axial tilt is 23 degrees. In other words, the axial tilt is the angle between the Earth's rotational and orbital axis. Because of this, you can see season. Even in my memory, it certainly never was less than 20 degrees. Why is that? Is this world slightly different from the Earth? Well, there's race with hair on ears like Shanti, so obviously it's different. If the axial tilt is different, it is far from a subtle matter. I wonder if Siamu got it wrong. No, she is very enthusiastic about astronomical observations, and the procedures should be correct. The method of determining the axial tilt is relatively simple. If the angle is different, the length of the day may be different in tens of seconds. If I am familiar with the characteristic vibration of objects, it may be possible to compare it, but now I can't. So, why did you call me? Lily-san asked. Tea and sweets were placed in front of Lily-san. Here was a private room in the coffee shop in front of the large library that was frequently used after being guided by Kamami. Let's forget about the axial tilt for now. There is something I want both of you to make. Yuri, both of us. Lily-san and Siamu looked at each other. What I want you to make is a tool for celestial navigation. Yuri, Celestial navigation. Lily-san tilted his head. Simply put, celestial navigation is a method of analyzing where you are on the Earth in large ocean with no topography. Yuri, what's that? What's the use of it? Lily, at the present time. Yuri, yeah, how am I supposed to explain this? When you go out into the ocean where you can't see the land, the sailors won't know where they are. In other words, you get lost. Yuri, don't they bring a compass? Lily, even if you know the direction with the compass, the sailing ship will change its direction in the direction of the wind. So even if you go into the ocean, you will not know immediately how far you are from the land. Even experienced navigators can't immediately understand where they are. Yuri, is there such a thing? I don't really understand. Lily, you don't get it at all. To begin with, the people in this country rarely get on a boat. They never feel that if they get lost in the ocean, they will die. In other words, ocean voyages are life-threatening, but if you know where you are, you don't have to risk your life. Yuri, yes, but then how do you figure out the position? Lily, how should I say it? You know that they're somewhere on the Earth that are now having sun rise and sun set at the same time. Can you imagine that? Yuri, well, if I think about it, yes. Lily, in this country, the theory of heliocentric is not popular, but Lily-san is probably aware of this because she associates with Siamu. It's daytime now, but the sun is the sun setting on the horizon at another point on Earth, and as the sun rises on the other horizon. In other words, there is only one place on Earth where the sun can be seen at a certain height at the same time. Yuri, is that so? Lily, it seemed that she wasn't convinced. Lily-senpai, he is right. Siamu called Lily-san senpai. Do you understand that, Siamu? Lily, yes. Of course, you must consider the error of the tool, but if you can measure it accurately, it is natural that there is only one point on the Earth where the celestial body is located at a fixed point at a fixed time. It works the same way as the simplest simultaneous equation, right? Siamu seems to have understood intuitively. This girl, I wonder how fast her brain works. Since it's fine to put rough ratio, can you make a general table? Yuri, I can, but what celestial body should I use? Siamu, for the time being, it's fast to use the sun at the highest height. It's the easiest to understand. Yuri, if it's sun, it won't be accurate. If I have to choose, I will choose something else. Siamu, she is confident. However, the accuracy is not very necessary for celestial navigation. It's not that you can't use it without GPS-like accuracy. If you aim for an island, you can see the island to the extent you can see it. If you aim for a city, you can get as close as you can to the point where you can see the port's lighthouse. The problem is that if you don't know where you are, you will not be able to find the island or even know whether you have passed the island or not. In general, precision isn't necessary. We just need to figure out the approximate location. Yuri, then what is the time standard? Siamu, it is the standard time of Subiaku with the clock in Subiaku. Yuri, I don't know if it's a good thing to make the tool, but I don't have to worry about England in such a world. It doesn't change anywhere in the center. I guess only Shanti use it. Understood. Siamu, the range doesn't have to cover the whole world. Oh yes, the longitude is up to 120 degrees west longitude in the center of Subiaku. Since this is northern hemisphere, the latitude can be up to 10 degrees north of Subiaku. Yuri, I understand. Siamu, that's amazing. She understands it. It should be quite troublesome, though. So, Lily-san, please help me in this matter. Yuri-kun. Lily-san smiled and grinned. I'm having a hard time with the printing press, you know. Lily, yes. Is it difficult? Yuri, I can't make glasses. Lily, yes. Yuri, I didn't have any additional orders for the girder. Lily, I've hired a dexterous carpenter, someone good. Yuri, that can't be. Lily, it seems impossible. Well, I asked Lily-san to do a lot of hard work. I understand, sorry for saying that. Lily, she gives up. If she looks carefully, she may find someone. But what should I do? If I don't ask Lily-san, this may take a lot of time. When I was thinking with my eyes closed, that can't be helped, Tilda. Lily, she said it. Yuri, you can't refuse in one san if she looks like this, Tilda. Lily, what's that? She suddenly feels good. It's like when you get lost in the escape game, it feels like the next door has opened for some reason. Nevertheless, she's grinning and help a hand on his cheek. I wonder if Obasan-like behavior is a common thing in this world. Lily-san is not an Obasan, but, well, you're not busy, right? Lily, yes, for the time being. Yuri, if you do it, you will get it. Ask me something. Lily, it should be something like this. Yuri, I took out a paper that I had prepared. What I want her to make is a sextant. A sextant is a tool that uses the reflection of a mirror to measure the angle of an astronomical object relative to the land horizon or sea horizon. The angle between the stars also can be measured. In front of the tube for direct peeking, there is only a right half mirror attached, and there is another mirror at the end of the mirror. The mirror can be rotated, and a large protractor is attached to it as a fulcrum. When the mirror is rotated and two of the objects overlap in the field of view, the angle of the tilted mirror becomes the angle as it is. So, if you look at the protractor, it is the angle between two objects. Ho, you're asking too much again. Lily-san said when looking at the simple drawings I wrote. Is it going to be difficult? Yuri, there's a glass and a mirror. The body seems to be anything but a soot mirror, is it? But I don't want to think that this is something unusual. Yuri, a night star is fine, but if you look into the sun, your eyes will be blind if you don't cover it with black glass or a shade. This is the first time she heard about a soot mirror, but things similar to shades are essential. Is it possible to place an order in a place like a glass workshop? Yuri, I think so. Lily, in any case, you can order about 10 pieces at once. Yuri, are you sure? Well, it's cheaper than buying a piece at a time. Lily, well, I leave that to you. Yuri, anyway, I'm going to have it on a ship starting from now on. It's not a bad thing, it's a good thing to have it. Well, I got it, but it's going to be pretty expensive. Lily, it doesn't matter. Yuri, do you make so much money? Lily, well, not that much. Yuri, the result is skyrocketing. Even with paper alone, I will be able to make kerosene lamps and lighters from oil. Moreover, there is no element that slows the sales. But what are you going to do with so much money? I don't think you have problems with money already. Is that your plan from the beginning? Lily, that's right. No matter how much money I have, I don't have to worry it. Yuri, even so, there is a limit. Why do you need to work so hard? Lily, well, that question is right. In fact, I don't want money or want to live a luxurious life. So what am I working hard for? It is only a means since it is necessary in the process of reaching a goal. Well, I'll tell Lily-san if you join my company. Yuri, and I evaded the talk in that way. Company. Lily, I decided to use the name of the Who and Associates. It's because my father found out about it. Yuri, that's why. Lily, yes, that's right. Yuri, I'll join the Who and Associates then. Lily, what did you say? What did you say just now? Yuri, I'll join your company. Lily, no, let me tell you myself. It's like joining a play, you know. Yuri, even if you say the Who and Associates, you are free to quit whenever you like, yes. Lily, you're right. I don't have the management policy of if you're not going to be hired for life, don't come from the beginning. You're right, but your job won't pay the way you used to. The reward for Lily-san is not a purchase but a salary. You'll make less than what you do now. Will that be fine? Yuri, is that so? I don't mind. Lily, are you sure? Why? I'm doing the same job as before, right? Plus, I don't have to work in the room that Yuri-kun prepared from morning till night. Lily, well, that's fine. Yuri, speaking of quitting at any time, I'll be in trouble if you say I have to quit in a month. Lily, what do you think of me? I'm not going to do anything stupid. Yuri, then please take care of me. Lily, I'm somehow astonished. I'll join the company as well. Siamu, this is getting strange somehow. She raised her arm. Siamu is no good. Yuri, why? Siamu, she's somehow sad. I don't want to be scolded by Satsuki-san. Yuri, to tell the truth, I don't think Siamu is suitable for work and I don't think she can do much after the astronavigation. What? That's boring. Siamu, she started talking like an ordinary female student. Yeah, that's why. Let's end the discussion today, shall we? Yuri, well, I'm busy, so I'm going to go home. I stood up the chair. Yes, so see you, that's not it. What are you feigning ignorance by going home? Lily, it seems she remembers. What's with this energetic sitcom? This is absolutely a secret, all right. Yuri, I think that this country is going to be destroyed. Yuri, what? Lily, I don't know if it's 5 years or 10 years later, but this country will soon be destroyed. This is unavoidable. Yuri, Why? It's not bad at all, but it should be fine, right? Lily, it's not fine. Out of 9 shanty countries, 6 of them were destroyed by Kurin. Why do you think that the kingdom of Shiyalta won't be destroyed? Yuri, that. Lily, the kingdom of Shiyalta is no different from other destroyed countries. Functional flaws similar to those of the destroyed countries were kept in the same way. Even when the Kilgina kingdom is about to fall, the fact that people don't care remain the same. The attitude of Kurin hasn't changed at all. If that's the case, it would be normal to think that this place will be destroyed in the same way as in the destroyed countries. Yuri, this is the fact that everyone is pretending not to see. If this is the case, there will be salvation if we are in a civil war with the revolutionary forces who are worried about the current situation. Even if there is a reality of seeing some blood, there is hope in the future. But this isn't happening in this country because the conservative influence is too strong. But it may change in the future, isn't it? Lily, it is possible. For example, the possibility of Her Highness Carol will lead the country strongly, and major changes to the country would become a reality. However, that is wishful thinking. As for me, I'm not going to bet my life on that possibility. Yuri, as I said, I didn't believe in that possibility. The critical bad part of the kingdom of Shiyalta's government is that the power is not concentrated in the royal family. That's how it is. If the royal family had absolute royal power, this would have been different. There should have been ways to make various reforms, such as remove the rotten parts of the country like surgery, rebuild the country as a strong country, and confront the Kurin. While dictatorship has a large negative side, it has the potential to resolve the worst situation quickly. But in this country, unfortunately, the royal family has no such power. The military and the government have been decentralized between the 5 braves or the 5 general households and the 7 great witches. The royal family has less than 7,000 soldiers in the First Army of the Imperial Guards. They have the right to preside over the Senate, the right to represent diplomacy, and the right to command the general households. Although this is a great power, but it is far from absolute power. In this way, no matter how hard Carol tries, there's nothing she can do about it. The foundation of the authority is too weak, and it has been tied up. Even if the royal family goes on a rampage, it will become an impetus to allow the surroundings to seize the control at any time. Then, is there a presence other than the royal family that can play the role? All the members of the general households were the same except for the Hu household. They are just cowards, keeping their weapons at home, and have no guts to coup. Unlike them, the Hu household army is being rebuilt after the collapse of being used in the expedition. Since there are generals' households without having background in military, even if it's my household, it's not possible to play that role. The witches are, needless to say, are the embodiment of conservatism. They are literally like rotting women, so even if you leave it to them, the country will only sink to the bottom. Then what are you going to do? Lily, what should I do? The only answer is to run away. This celestial navigation is for that time. With this, I can go anywhere without getting lost in the ocean. When the country destroyed, the only way is to become the prisoners and slaves for Kurin, but it will be very different when there is an option to run away to the ocean. Yuri, indeed. Lily, of course, that is the last resort. If I don't have it, I will only have money and supplies that I no longer need. Even so, it's not pointless to prepare for that time. Yuri, it does seem so. Lily, if you don't like what you hear, you can quit the company, but please don't talk about it. Yuri, don't worry about that, I'm not angry. Well, I think I have something to think about. Lily, if so, I leave the money here, so please think about it slowly with another cup of tea. I'm going to go soon. Yuri, I probably shouldn't be here. It was true that I was busy, so I left enough money on the table and left the private room. If so, I leave the money here, so please think about it slowly with another cup of tea. I'm going to go soon. Yuri, as Yuri left after saying that, Lily Amian counted the silver coins placed on the table. There were quite a lot. It was about twice as much as the charge when she calculated roughly. It would have been fine to keep the balance, but Lily called the waitress and ordered additional tea and sweets. "I've accepted your order. I'll bring it right away." The waitress who took the order left the private room. Phew. Lily then, she thought what Yuri said. He is right. That was what she thought. Lily Amian was born in a small gorge on the back of a mountain, surrounded by a river. That canyon was called the Yana Canyon in local language. The small canyon was the land where Lily was born and raised. It was the territory of Amian household. The feudal lord was Amian's father, and since he was a lord, he was also a noble. However, the Amian household was a family who lacked of responsibilities. There were a lot of such people in small knight households that gathered underneath the 5 general households. They didn't have knights and were only listed on the lowest rank of the general household's vassals, but they didn't send troops. To be exact, there was an obligation to dispatch soldiers, but since they didn't hold any rank in the knight's military system, they didn't have to dispatch. Most of them were wanderer nobles, and there was no mistake that they were knights' households. But they were especially called depositor households and distinguished from the common knight households. The head of the family might be a woman. In the event of an emergency, a fixed number of soldiers were drafted from within the territory, and the soldiers were assigned to the general households. The Amian household, where Lily was born, used to be a great witch household in the country of Tina long time ago. As a customary case of the great witch households, it was possible to trace the family tree to the Great Kingdom, but this didn't mean anything. Tina was a country in which the royal family and the witch household were particularly deeply intertwined in history. The king was named after the name Quada Sharders, but the royal family and the 12 households which claimed to be the witches in the witch households were related by blood, and they were like a large family. The Amian household was one of them. One of them was still in the kingdom of Shiyalta, but the other 10 had already been destroyed. However, such a thing was no longer the tradition of the household. Only the knowledge remained was in the history books in the large library. It had no effect on reality. In any case, Lily's ancestors came to the kingdom of Shiyalta. They abandoned their homeland when Tina was about to perish. The witch households wouldn't help if another country was destroyed, and the former witch households had come for help. The witch households gained their income from the economy and government. They earned money by abusing the authority of the positions given by known big merchants or by the royal family. Of course, the witch households with such a family business had a strong sense of territory. Even if the other country was destroyed and the country's witch households seek refuge, the treatment was harsh. Things like offering an accommodation for a night, sharing concessions, and providing basic necessities absolutely wouldn't happen. Therefore, the Amian household abandoned their past livelihoods and relied on the Knight household, the Noza household, and offered the gold bars they had brought when they barely escaping alive, and asked them to be a depositor household. The depositor households were exempted from working as knights. In that case, the depositor households only need to be dedicated to territorial management, but it couldn't be said that they could live peacefully while having no soldiers. In exchange for military service, the depositor households must pay money to the general household in the form of a deposit by adding it to the general tax revenue. On top of that, the payment was high, and the Amian household had little or no income from their territory. Although it wasn't a deficit when considering the income and expenditure, the income of the household was an insignificant amount. Even if it was an insignificant amount, that amount was unstable every year. If the bad harvest continued and the crops weren't good, it would affect the tax revenue. If the revenue was low, the tax given to the Noza household would be reduced proportionally. However, the amount of the deposit was fixed every year, and this didn't change. In some cases, it was necessary to give more than the revenue of the territory. It was a too modest life for the depositor household, as they need to save as much money of their insignificant income in preparation for the year of deficit. There were also times when they had to cultivate the field by themselves. Under such circumstances, the depositor households were called as the small change of the general households. Even if they entered the school of knights to obtain a noble rank, the majority of them wouldn't be able to pay the deposit over time, and all the assets they had would be taken up and disappeared. Even if they went to the school of knights with the money they saved, if they weren't graduated as a knight, they would remain as a depositor household. So, unless a highly talented boy was born, they couldn't be reborn as a true knight, and the deposit paid would be a loss. Therefore, the depositor households, which had survived for a long time, had a family business that could earn a large amount of income apart from the territory business, without exception, such as processing bones of wildlife, manufacturing furniture, or blacksmithing. In the case of the Amiens household, it was a mechanical production business. It was Lily's great-grandfather who began producing machines. He was skillful in manual labor and liked mechanical clocks. When he got the tool by pawning his noble rank, he began to make wall clocks. A large wall clock with Tina traditional carvings and dry out and glow black on the entire surface quickly became popular. When the facilities were prepared, he succeeded in producing a small pocket watch, and the household became rich. After the death of the great-grandfather, his father took over the business, and the mechanical industry had become the major source of income for the Amiens household. Lily was born as the daughter of his father and was taught the family business from an early age. There were the mechanics of machine and the metalwork. For this reason, she became proficient in woodworking. Then, when she was 10 years old, she was finally admitted to the School of Liberal Arts. Lily was the first child of the Amiens household who entered the School of Liberal Arts since coming to the Kingdom of Shiyalta. Because of the high tuition fees, the academy was something that the depositor households could enroll in. When Lily entered the dormitory, there were only 2 heirs of the depositor households. Lily was enrolled in the School of Liberal Arts to study political science related to territorial management and taxation. Moreover, graduating from the School of Liberal Arts would raise the status as the feudal lord. The Amiens household was able to send the daughter to the academy, but they still couldn't afford it. Unlike the witch households, they couldn't afford to give pocket money to the daughter. So, when Lily entered the academy, she obtained the pocket money by maintaining the pocket watches of the dormitory students. For Lily, it wasn't money to play, but the money needed to live. At the Silver Birch dormitory, appearance was also important. For example, school uniforms would need to be replaced if worn for years. No matter how careful she took care of it, it was hard to stop being worn out and faded. If she wore the same clothes or wearing a cheap or poorly made uniforms, she would be a laughing stock. In order to prevent that, Lily needed money. Students generally had a high-class pocket watch, whose price was more than 10 gold coins were looked with envy in the dormitory. The pocket watch was a high-class accessory rather than an instrument to know the time for them. However, a pocket watch was an instrument that required regular maintenance. She didn't run out of work since a pocket watch needed to be maintained once every 2 to 3 years. It was necessary to lubricate, disassemble, and polish the parts. However, the job of maintaining pocket watches came into halt since she was flooded with Yuri's orders. Yuri's orders were much more profitable. As Lily turned aside, Siamu was poking the steamed milk tea in front of her. She was most likely thinking about the task given. Lily knew that in Siamu's head, complex thoughts beyond human knowledge were being carried out. At first glance, this child, who seemed to be always absent-minded, demonstrated superhuman abilities in certain areas. She was a gifted child who Yuri brought up under his personal care. But unfortunately, the superhuman abilities weren't as helpful at all in the curriculum of the School of Liberal Arts. Because of that, Siamu's reputation in the dormitory was like an eccentric young girl. That was a bit lower than the average. I wonder what I can do for this girl. Lily had that thought. Yuri didn't seem to be aware of him, but he was a celebrity. A handsome boy with jet black hair, and speaking how strong he was in a fight. It was also said that his brain was superior compared to the top liberal arts student. There was a mysterious rumor that the mother was a farmer, and Lily also heard that he was a best friend of Her Highness Carol. Even in the writing community, he quickly took the leading role. If he was famous, rumors would come in. This was a well-known story about him. As soon as he entered the academy, he was immersed in the Kura language course just after it was available, and continued to learn as one of the most enthusiastic students. Along with the ancient Shan language advanced conversation, he acquired credit of the Kura language, which was said to be difficult to obtain. He also continued to attend the lectures for some reason. Normally, it wasn't a subject that interests young children. Yuri was also popular among the Kuran, even if they were good or bad. A ship was good. Lily was able to understand the logic that if she went out into the open ocean, she would be able to escape from the hands of the Kuran. The country might perish. She also understood the sense of crisis. However, even if the country was destroyed, Lily couldn't imagine the life of living and hiding among the Kuran. The same applied for others, so they didn't study the Kura language. Lily never wanted to learn, but Yuri studied that language. That smart boy had been working seriously for 5 years, so now he would have mastered it perfectly. Here was the question. Why did he procure a ship that sailed in the open ocean when he was busy now? If he was afraid of death, he could just run away. He didn't have to procure such a ship. It was rather difficult to think that he could enter the country of Kuran if he didn't have the talent and didn't master the language. If he got caught, he could just run away. He had acquired enough skills to do that. Lily had met the Kuran. The man named Ether Vino was a bit confused by Lily's dialect of language, but he was willing to show her his glasses. They weren't so different from the Shanti. They didn't have blonde hair like Her Highness Carol, so if she hid the ears, she could end up as a Kuran. The Issus countries, which discriminated the Shanti, didn't cover the whole world except this peninsula. For Yuri, it seemed difficult to get through 1 or 2 countries only. In other words, if he just wanted to run away, he didn't have to prepare a ship. So, why did he come up with the idea of procuring a ship? I want to help him too. I want to help not only him, but also my friends and family. Lily couldn't help thinking about it consciously or unconsciously. This was also why they were careful not to rely on their parents for the source of funds. There was a limit to the number of people to put on the ship. There was no way it let all people of the kingdom of Shiyalta to escape. If so, what would happen if Yuri used his household's money to proceed with his business? The money was tax collected from the people if he traced it, so Yuri and his family should get on the last. That might be the reason. Yuri wanted the right to choose the people to get on board freely and without being ashamed of anyone. But Yuri-kun, do you think you can do it? Yuri's closest friends were Her Highness Carol, Dala, and Miaro. Lily knew half of it from the novels written by Pina. Rather, they were all famous, so even without the novels, they would come to her ears. Apart from Miaro of the 7th Witch household, would Her Highness Carol and Dala wanted to abandon their country in order to survive? Siamu and her family also had no concern about the country, but the head of her household was responsible. Would they get on Yuri's ship? Would Yuri be able to cross the sea and go to the new world after abandoning those who refused to get on his ship? A person who thought hardly of helping someone would abandon their close friends and run away. It seemed to Lily as contradictory as the action. Yuri had a divisive personality who could do that kind of work and accept contradictions without hesitation. It was also possible to think that. But if he didn't, he wouldn't be able to take action at the last minute. After leaving important people, he probably wouldn't die in the land outside of Shiyalta. Senpai, aren't you going to eat? Siamu, when she noticed, Siamu had finished drinking milk tea and had eaten sweets. Siamu's way of thinking was always like this. When she entered her thoughts, she kept thinking hard, and she returned to Lily as if she ran out of fuel at a sudden moment, ate rice, and wrote something. The fuel might have run out before she knew it. It was often the case when Lily was absorbed about machine tinkering, but just thinking about things, she didn't run out of fuel. You can eat it if you want. Lily, are you sure? Siamu, yes. Lily moved the plate filled with sweets in front of Siamu. Siamu began to eat the sweets. The manner wasn't particularly good or pretentious, but it felt somehow strange and elegant. Was it because she was born in a noble household? Watching her made Lily happy. Is it delicious? Lily, yes, it's delicious. Siamu, when I think about I won't be able to drink tea in a fashionable cafe like this when I graduate. Suddenly, Lily felt lonely. Of course, there were no shops that served these delicious teas and stylish dishes around Lily's parents' home. It was a repetition of fish, meat, pickled vegetables, and cheese day after day. So the sweetness of honey was just a dream I see. Siamu is really happy. Lily said that. What she thought came out from the mouth about Siamu being happy. Yes, I'm happy. Siamu, yes. Lily caressed the black hair which resembled Yuri. What's wrong? Siamu, it's nothing. Lily, it's kind of weird. Siamu, I wonder if Yuri-kun will also bring me along. Lily, without saying that to anyone, Lily muttered alone. I was taking a lecture that day. The lecture was called General Law Roman IV, and it was a part of general subjects that everyone could take. Once people took this subject, they could challenge something like a bar exam in this country. Of course, there was no fine legal system in the kingdom of Shiyalta that would be a full test of the 6 laws like Japan. This would be a lower standard than the Japanese bar exam, but if people took it, their qualifications would increase. The lecture was very popular among auditors, and there were quite a few liberal arts students. However, it wasn't very popular among the night students. Rather than taking the elective general subjects of ancient Shan language, which was classical literature, I took this subject together with the Kura language. Excuse me, Yuri-kun. Miaro, who was attending together, spoke to me. In this lecture, he was working with me to memorize the law. It was a relationship like a war comrade in the battlefield of study. Even so, he made a face that I had never seen before. What is it? Yuri, letter. I have a letter for you. Miaro, for me. Yuri, Miaro put a letter on the desk. It wasn't strange to give letters to people in this country. However, this was the first time that a letter was given from Miaro even though we had been together for a long time. It was probably related to his position and the Gudenvir's name. Miaro was being held back since he was someone who was entrusted with the letter that might be read. Are you going to accept it? Miaro timidly said so. Accept it. What? I didn't say that I don't want to accept it. Yuri, does it contain razors or anthrax? If so, I don't want it. No, it's fine. Miaro put his hand on the envelope on the desk again and tried to take it back. Isn't that letter for me? Yuri, it's for you, but if you don't want it, I'm going to burn it. Miaro, hey, what are you trying to say here? If it's for me, I'll have to read it. It might be a silly letter, but I have to look through it. Yuri, it wasn't just a piece of paper that contained information, but it was a rather fine parchment envelope. If the envelope, the contents, and the ink costs were combined, it would be around 50 ruga. I was already familiar with the price of stationery. No, I'm sorry, I should do this from the beginning. What I did was to try to get you involved at my own convenience. Miaro, no, this looks like something serious, but I don't know why. Rather, if you're trying to give up, it gives me the exact opposite psychological effect. I am now like if I go through this as it is, something ridiculous or irreparable things will happen. Since you are a person who always calm, if you suddenly utter something strange, that is something serious. That's what I think. I'm concerned, but if it's about Miaro, I can't help it. I'd rather not read it. Yuri, I said something, I didn't mean it. You're right, I'm sorry. If I dispose of it from the beginning, I wouldn't have to bother you. Miaro, I quietly put my arm around his shoulder and tapped the opposite shoulder with my fingertips. Yes. Miaro, in the gap where Miaro was reflexively facing the other side, I moved my hand on the desk and stole the envelope. Was that you, Yuri-kun? Miaro, when Miaro saw it again, I had already opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. Ah, yes. Yuri, I replied while opening the letter. Yuri-kun, you're meanie. Miaro, well, yeah, that's because your shoulders look stiff. Yuri, I looked down and started reading the letter. Surely, you're right. By the way, what are you reading? Is it a work document? Miaro, it's the letter from before. Yuri, please give it back. Miaro, I heard the voice from the side, but I couldn't see the complexion. I was busy reading the letter. It's not good, sorry, but if you try to take it back, I'll get it back even if I have to beat you. It seems that the letter isn't a matter of joke. Yuri, the letter was from Miaro Gudenvir's grandmother. Her name was Luda Gudenvier. It was written that I had to meet her at once. As for Miaro, he was reluctant to do it, so his tuition fees had been stopped. Rather, there was a threat attached to this. I didn't understand what the letter says, but looking at your behavior, did your tuition fees held back and you were pressed for the letter? Yuri. Yes, that's right. Miaro, it was a letter that I felt strange before I became angry. They are 7 great witches who are reigned with money. Is it possible that they are stingy to the point of not paying tuition fees for their kids? That's a threat. I can't think of anything else other than to deceive the kid to listen to them. Even if it's fine to deceive a child, Miaro is a clever guy, but it didn't make sense since it feels like a threat. Since Miaro really hates his household, if he had been given this letter, he would either refuse or rip it. I think that's a natural reaction. However, he actually brought it and worried whether to hand it over or not. That's because in reality, stopping the tuition fees is perceived as a threat. Well, it's not hard to have a meeting with her. I'll go there tomorrow. Yuri, I don't why is he worried, but if going there will solve the problem, it's fine then. Please don't go. It's dangerous. Miaro, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Yuri, I said that while putting the letter in my bag. It's not good. Miaro, how persistent you are when I tell you it's fine, it's fine. This discussion ends here. Yuri, after the lecture, I headed to the second residence. I told Miaro I would go tomorrow, but I was going to do it today. If I go tomorrow, he will surely try to accompany me. Then the matter becomes complicated. So the correct answer is to go there today. I also had another reason to go today. Oh, it's you, young master. It's been a while. Saw him. Yuri saw him want to meet his relatives in the royal capital, so it happened that he came here when there were changes of guards. I knew that, but since he also had no business in particular, I didn't think he would come. However, that wasn't the case. Saw him would be back tomorrow, so if tomorrow, he wouldn't be here anymore. It's a bit late in the night, but would you like to exchange spears for the first time in a long time? Saw him, you're as energetic as ever. Didn't he turn 100 years old this year? No, I've swung spears many times already this morning. Yuri, give me a break. Ho, it looks like you're being held by the school. Saw him, he laughed as he found this amusing. Actually, I want you to go out with me today. Yuri, oh, is it a dating? Well, it's time to have a drink with young master. Saw him, I was invited to the house of Gudenvier, one of the 7 great witches. I have to go there for some reason. Yuri, ho. Saw him put his hand on his beard and stroked it with interest. He looked at me as if he became like a comrade. A person like me is invited to that house. This is something like a raid, so it'll be reassuring if you're there. Yuri, I don't know if this old bone can still work, but this Saw him is delighted to accompany you. Saw him, it seems he will follow me. Saw him has been added as party member. There's nothing so reassuring more than that. Since I was born, I haven't seen any instructors from the School of Knights who are stronger than him. I see. Then you can wear a butler's clothes and you don't need to bring a spear. Yuri, a butler's clothes, is it? Saw him, yes. Since we're going to have a meeting, you can bring a spear and an armor. Yuri, it's all right. If it's witches or someone along that degree, I can do it without a spear. Saw him, that's why he is dependable. As I expected. Well then, let's get ready and go there. I want to go home by the end of the day. Yuri, the main residence of the Gudenvier household was built in the witch forest located at the edge of the royal capital. In fact, the 7 great witches' households were built to surround the witch forest. Therefore, the surroundings of the witch forest were all owned by the 7 great witches' households. The witch forest wasn't a public resting forest, but a private land that didn't allow the public to enter from the outside. After changing clothes, I was rocked by a carriage and got to the main entrance of the Gudenvier household. The main entrance was, of course, closed. When I stopped at the gate, a guard in the uniform of the 2nd unit of the Imperial Guards was approaching from the outside of the window. The 2nd unit of the Imperial Guards was referred to the Imperial Guards that the witch households had under their control. This is the Gudenvier's residence. What are you coming here for? Guard, I heard a voice from the outside of the carriage. Young master. Saw him, keep silent until I say it's good. Yuri, I opened the carriage door. I showed my face and said, I'm Yuri who? I was invited by the head of Gudenvir here. If you understand, go check now and open the gate immediately. Don't make a visitor wait, you slowpoke. Yuri, welcome. When I entered a ridiculously old stone house, a woman dressed in unusual clothes, different from maid clothes, came to guide me. She was wearing clothes like a slender trouser suit. Since it wasn't clothes premised on dirty work, it might not be attached to the role of cleaning. She looked like a secretary. I will take your coat. Woman, I turned to my back, took the collar and sleeves. When I twisted a little bit, my coat came off easily. Is she a receptionist expert? When she left the coat to another maid, I will guide you to Luida-sama. Woman, she said so. I nonchalantly followed her. Should I say, as expected of a witch household, that she lives in a fine house? The Who household's residence was also very well made, but there's no such things like oil paintings on the corridor. It was regrettable, but the preference was just fine. While the corridor was made of stone, the wooden boards reached to the waist in order to hide the rugged impression of the stone walls. It was old, and yet it was perfectly cleaned and well maintained. This way. Woman, then she opened a door. I went into the room. After that the woman withdrew immediately and returned to the corridor. Good evening, welcome. The old woman who sat on a chair in the room was a very old woman. Although she was younger than Saim, I got the impression that she hadn't retired at her age. Is this Luida Gudenvir? I can mostly guess, but even with such an age, she is probably the type who pursue the interest. Don't you want to live in peace at the time of death? Have some fears, will you? Good evening. Yuri, you can sit there. Luida, I was going to sit down without being told. Yuri, I sat down in a chair that faced the old woman. It was a soft chair that sucked my body. That person is he the Who household's butler? Luida, it doesn't matter who I'm with. Yuri, I had been asked something unrelated. Anyhow, he was coming with me as my escort. Yes, that's right. Luida, so. Yuri, what do you mean by so? Luida, I'm asking what is the reason you called me for. Yuri, I want to settle this quickly. Oh my, how impatient you are. Luida, I want to go home before dinner. Yuri, I mean, the main objective of coming here is to meet this old woman. From here on, it will be side missions, and there is no problem even if I go back now. I'm not hesitate to go home, and it's up to the old woman to stop me. Even if I return, Miaro's tuition fees will be guaranteed. The order that had been given to Miaro was probably something like deliver the letter, persuade Yuri, and bring him here. So, even if I leave after being persuaded, my mission has been accomplished completely. There should be no complaint. I'll treat you to dinner if you like. Luida, it wouldn't be a smart move to have dinner at the home of a person who uses his grandson as a tool of intimidation. Yuri, I didn't come here to get along with you. There's no need to be nice. That same goes to me. It's not wise to poison the air of the Who household. Luida, I guess so. If you kill me, you truly will turn the Who household into an enemy. I suppose it's because of that the Yakuzas haven't rushed to me. Even my company has grown considerably. It's fine if the company is destroyed or got racked violently, but if I got kidnapped during that time, there's a possibility they will kill me. If she does that, the Who household will prepare the soldiers and will come up to the capital. It's normal to think so if I am left alone by the witch households, and since it's bad to do that, they are restricted to harass indirectly. It doesn't matter. Even if I eat in a place like this, I won't know the taste. Yuri, does it taste better when you eat with my grandchild at the dormitory's dining hall? Luida, what a nonsense. Of course, if it's with a close friend, it tastes better even with just a salted bread. Yuri, at least it's better than eating here. I see. Luida, since the old woman thinks of me as Miaro's close friend, she must have assumptions or something. Should I say that this is bad? Please start talking now. Yuri, aren't you slightly suspecting me? Luida, indeed. Yuri, it's not a good idea to expose your thoughts in front of these people. 10 out of 10 is about the Who and Associates company, but I also had other things to worry about. It could be about Miaro or Carol. Maybe it's about Karya. This is about the business you're doing. Luida, was it about my company after all? So, Yuri, be under my wing. If you do that, I'll protect you. Luida, I was about to burst out. From whom? Are you going to protect me from the people of your kind, from paying you people? Are you trying to make me laugh? Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to protect me? Yuri, I wonder if that it hurts the feeling of a great knight Sama, but you know that's the tradition in the royal capital. Luida, I'm deeply aware that I'm breaking the tradition, but the tradition mentioned isn't decided by anyone. Of course, it's not the kind of law issued by the royal family. The bad habits have taken root over time, and these people just call it tradition for their convenience. As for protecting the tradition, it is similar to their bad habits. It's not like I don't know that. So, Yuri, well, in regards to the disturbance, Luida, no, that's not it. How much is the protection? Yuri, well, I'd like to say 30% of the sales, but 20% is fine. Luida, 20%. Are you freaking kidding me? If 20% of sales are taken in addition to the tax to the royal capital, there will be no more money needed to grow the company. That's out of the question. This isn't going to be a discussion. I'm going to do my stuff as usual. Yuri, is she stupid? Who's going to pay for that? Then what number is good? Luida, now, I have no intention to deal with you from the beginning. Yuri, the Hu household is a general household, and it would be a big problem if the heir lower his head to the witches and beg for help. I have no intention to have a deal from the beginning. Even if it is just 1%, I wouldn't bow my head. So 20% was out of the question. Well, if I can give you as many as 30 sheets of Hu paper every month, which enough to wipe your butt, yeah, sure, I accept. Yuri, are you trying to be funny? Luida's complexion had changed. Indeed. Yuri, in this neighborhood, if you have an unfounded confidence, you will get hurt unexpectedly, you know. Luida, yes, that's how many people hurt. It's like what happened to Harol. I'm troubled with an old woman's blabbering. Yuri, what did you say? Luida, whether my confidence is unfounded or not, it will be fine as long as I know it. You have no right to preach to others. Yuri, if you decide your success based on the evaluation of others, you will be distracted. Then you won't be able to succeed like other people. What a reckless young man. Luida, what are you going to do about it? It might be reckless or it might be an accurate analysis. I won't be able to understand unless I try it. Yuri, while a young man like you can't understand, it's surely reckless to have that kind of mouth when there are only two of you came to the Gudenvir's house. Luida clapped her hand. There was a sound that the door at the rear opened. Thugs appeared. They seemed to apprehend me and my escort. After all, I'm basically trying to make fun of the situation. Saw him do it. Yuri, I said it without looking back. I heard the sound of stepping on the floorboards and hitting something with a fist. Gaha. A loud voice of a man whom I didn't know was heard. There were breaking sound of furniture. After a few moments, the sound of someone getting hit or thrown suddenly became quiet. Then I heard a sound of closing door, and I knew that Saim had closed the door without permission. It seemed he was done. Certainly, it would be noisy if someone saw the devastation in the room. Excuse me, who do you think trying to be funny here? We are a family that makes war a living. We are fundamentally different from you who are bossing thugs. It's not good to join up with you people. Yuri, it's like thugs inviting fights to the soldiers. In a sense, these people are complacent about peace. It seems you have guts. Luida, same to you, I'm impressed. Yuri, now the forces in this place are reversed. Of course, I won't do anything to her. The fact that there is no movement means that she is planning not to do anything. The negotiation is over. I'll take care of things on my own. Luida, I plan to do so even if you don't tell me. I have no intention to negotiate with other people who threaten with the grandchild's tuition fees. Yuri, I don't care about that. Luida, of course. Miaro is doing very well. It's too childish to threaten. Yuri, no matter how bad men are treated by the witch households, I can't allow the act of stopping tuition fees and stopping Miaro from attending the academy when the family doesn't have problem with money. Graduating from the academy is synonymous with being entitled to a full-fledged noble in this country. If you don't graduate from the School of Knights or the School of Liberal Arts, there is no way for you to be a knight or a government official. You will be a noble only on paper, and it's similar to those of the depositor households. The threat that Luida has made are low-level threat. You're probably good, but you just don't know things. Luida, You're the one who let him enroll in the academy. Anyhow, you're a selfish person, you know. Yuri, I'm surprised with this woman. Even my dang old man didn't stop the tuition fees just because I didn't enter the course that he wanted. I didn't do that. Miaro did it, not me. Luida, what? Did Miaro enter the academy without permission? No, well, is there such a thing? I mean like not entering the School of Liberal Arts and enters the School of Knights instead. I wonder if he longs for it. However, Miaro has done something crazy. Whether he is selfish or not, if he is smart, he would be able to become a knight, and his future prospect will be good. Yuri, after all, there is no general household who will accept the children of the 7 great witches' households. However, there should be no problem if he could get a job as a guard. There is no need to be ashamed even if he is from a witch household, and it is a great place to work. What are you talking about? The employment of the Imperial Guards is under the jurisdiction of Karsfit. There's no way to get it. Luida, is there such a thing? However, this woman is talking about the 2nd unit, so he should be able to join in the 1st unit, which is the real Royal Army. Anyway, he seems like an unwanted child to you. If you treat him coldly, he will treat you the way he wants after he graduates later. Yuri, what do you mean unwanted child? Luida, aren't you being cold just because Miaro is a man? That means you're a narrow-minded person. Yuri, I wonder if there was no complaint if a woman is born. What a stupid household. You hee ha 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 ha. Suddenly Luida laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Luida, what? Did I say something strange? I don't understand. Which part is funny? Do you think that child is a man? Luida, what? That child is a woman since she was born. Why did you think that she was a man? Ha 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 ha. No wonder it doesn't make sense. I thought you have made love with him already. I didn't expect it to be this strange. Luida, what? Miaro is a woman. No. He is a man. He is supposed to be a man. No, wait a sec. This flow is bad. For now, that doesn't matter. I can put everything of that matter aside, or I will have to follow her pace. Well, it's fine. The talk ends here. Miaro's tuition fees is safe. I'm going home now. Yuri, in this matter, my choice is limited to go home. It feels slightly bad. Ahaha, it's fine if you go home, but when did I say that I'm going to pay for her tuition fees? Luida, hey, can you talk normally? It's really annoying. It doesn't matter, it will be an advantage for me. Yuri, what did you say? Luida, when it's time to leave the academy, I'm going to ask Miaro to cut ties with the Gudenvir. Then Miaro will be my adopted siblings. Yuri, Luida stopped laughing and frowned because of that unexpected option. That became a reward to me. I will have my father to adopt Miaro. If anything, I can pay her tuition fees myself. I'm pretty sure she will be very happy soon. Yuri, such a thing? Luida, it's possible. That will happen if you stop her tuition fees and force her to quit the academy. Yuri, this could actually be done. Although she has no problem with paying the tuition money even the slightest, it would be inhuman to let her stop going to school just because the fees aren't paid. So, she definitely can't allow Miaro to cut ties with the family. That situation is definitely strange. Well then, please excuse me. Yuri, when I stood up without waiting and looked back for the first time, there was Saim who was standing, and at his foot there were 4 fainted muscular men. It would be dangerous if the old man isn't here. I arrived at the secondary residence. Oh my, this Saim was impressed with the steel spirit of young master. Saim seemed to feel something from the previous exchange. Ever since we were in the carriage, he kept on praising me. As for me, I didn't feel dissatisfied since I screwed up that old woman. Ah yes, Yuri, I felt like my heart dancing after a long time. Saim, that's good, thank you for your hard work. Yuri, you're welcome, please call me anytime if there's such an errand, it makes me rejuvenated. Saim, I wonder if you let me do that. I want Saim to live long. Normally, that bloody scene will reduce lifespan, but I wonder if it's the secret of rejuvenation. Now, I'm back in the dormitory. Thanks for today. Yuri, Miaro wasn't in the dormitory. I wanted to reassure her that I had finished the business, but after eating a late dinner at the dining hall alone, I came back to my room to sleep, and then there was Carol. Carol was sitting cross-legged on the middle of my bed, and she was reading a book put on the bed sheet. She noticed me and raised her face. It was late. What were you doing? Carol, I had a small business to settle. Rather, I want to ask you what you were doing. Was it for Miaro? Carol, why did you know? Yuri, are you in a spur? Just now, an unknown visitor came to the door, and when I thought to call Miaro, the expression changed and that guy went away. Carol, ouch. Was it a mistake? What kind of visitor? Yuri, well, I glanced from the terrace, but it was a slim, black-haired woman, slender, but she was wearing man's pants. Carol, ah, that's the woman who guided me. As expected, she must have a special role. Is she the chief maid or the chief butler? Well, I've settled the matter of Miaro. Yuri, what kind of matter? Carol, I can't talk about it, but it's done. Yuri, then it's fine. Carol, I don't have to tell her the details, it's fine. Speaking of which, Miaro has a slender body and looks feminine. That guy is really a girl, haha. Yuri, no good. When I tried to talk about it, it became awkward. What did you finally realize? Carol, well, Yuri, hehe, you weren't aware of it, but you finally realized. You're missing out on where it matters, ahaha. Carol, she looked happy when smiling, dang it. Did you realize it from the beginning? Yuri, I knew right after I got here. She's the only girl in the dormitory. We're working together on something. Carol, for real, what the... That reminds me, not many who aren't aware of it. I mean, if you look at her figure, you'll understand that she's not a man. Carol, I want to complain. Yuri, however, I can't say anything back. I'm going to get depressed, talking about her as a best friend, and yet I didn't notice. By the way, are you available tomorrow? Carol asked. What? So suddenly? I'm not free for the whole day. Yuri, if you have time, can you go out with me? Carol, is there any errand in the castle? Yuri, surely tomorrow is a holiday. No, I'll be an adult soon. I want to see how people live. Carol, what's good about it? I want to go out into the city in disguise. Carol, no. Yuri, are you planning to travel incognito? It's dangerous. If it's you, you probably know the way around the slum area. Carol, if Harrison is here, that guy is probably going to say what the heck. Recently, the slum area is dangerous and I don't go there too much. And to begin with, even if you're in disguise, your blonde hair is too conspicuous, so what are you going to do about it? Yuri, Carol is someone with blonde hair and blue eyes. With these, she couldn't help but to be conspicuous. She could be noticed in a glance even if she blends in 1,000 people. After all, I walked a lot in the royal capital, but I had never seen a blonde other than the Queen's family. I'm not that stupid. I'm aware of that, so I've prepared something like this. Carol took out something brown from under the pillow. At the beginning, I was wondering whether it was fur, but it was different. It was a wig with brown hair. She came prepared. Try to wear it. Yuri, all right. Carol wore something like a net made of thin thread on her head, and when she put all her hair into it, she wore a wig. What is that net made of? It doesn't look like a typical thread, but it looks like a nylon fiber. Is it a whale beard or something? Even so, when she wore the wig, the bang was unusually long and she was in good shape. Since it hung down to the eyes, it also hid the eyelids better. Her original hair was a lot, so the volume of the head looks a lot bigger, but it was probably within acceptable range. I see you've been thinking. Yuri, yup, well, I see you tomorrow. Carol, when did I agree with you? No, why me? Yuri, it must be you. Others will definitely say no. Carol, I guess so. Please, I don't want to be a queen of this country someday, but I've never looked around the royal capital where I live. Carol, yeah, that's true. I also think the same. It can't be helped. Yuri, anyhow, I'm free more than half a day. Oi, get up, it's morning. Carol, I got woken up by that voice. Yuri, my body was somewhat sluggish. I felt my body wanted more sleep. Is it morning? Yay. Yuri, I woke up lazily from the bed. When I looked outside, it was still a bit dark. It's too early to wake me up, isn't it? Yuri, what's today's errand? My errands are from noon. Yuri, yesterday I promised to bring Carol to the royal capital. It's morning already. Breakfast has started. Let's go quickly. Carol, how early I'm getting up today. Are you my grandma or something? Unfortunately, Carol's eyes were shining brightly and she looked energetic. There was no cloudiness in the eyes, indicating that she wouldn't fall asleep until night. Even if I want to sleep again, she probably won't let me. It can't be helped. Yuri, all right. Carol, when we got down and went to the dining hall, nobody was there. Certainly, the meals had been served. This wasn't the case of the weekdays, but since the alarm bell didn't ring on holidays, it was normal to enjoy sleep like me. Good morning. An Obachan greeted me when I went to receive the meal. Good morning. Carol greeted clearly. Good morning. Yuri, I would like to double the bread. Carol, oi, are you going to eat that in the morning? I'll have the usual. Yuri, I'll have yogurt, please. Carol, you like yogurt so much, huh? Yuri, it's good for your health, you know. Carol, the yogurt here had a strong taste and it was delicious. I've heard that it's good to maintain the young look, but I've never heard that it's good for health. Yuri, yes, it is. Carol, in this country, salt butter is the best thing to put on bread, but looking at how much you're taking, you're likely to have high blood pressure, even if the problem happens less among the nights since we sweat. Sure, here you go. The Obachan put the tray in her hands in front of me and Carol. Thank you. Carol, thank you. Yuri, Carol and I put the tray down on the same table and started eating. She ate bread soaked in butter. What a great appetite. When I think about it, she always used to eat like a lady when I entered the dormitory. She shredded the bread into bits and pieces and ate it with butter. The size of the bread which shredded gradually becomes bigger. It doesn't look like round bread, but it fits well into such a small mouth. Then I shredded mine into a size and put it into my mouth. All right, I'm done eating. Let's go. Carol, she finished eating in a blink of an eye and said that. Hey, I haven't finished eating yet. Yuri, this body of mine is sluggish and I'm eating with my sleepy eyes. Yes, I'll try to keep up with your pace today. Carol, how much in a hurry you are. Yuri, it's normal to be in a hurry when I'm looking forward to it. I can't help it. Carol, are you looking forward to it that much? I'm not going anywhere, you know. Well then, shall we go? Yuri, after returning to my room, I washed my face and said that. Yes, let's go. Carol suddenly raised her hair and tried to put on yesterday's net. Hey, Yuri, Carol, why are you going to get out of the dormitory in disguise? If someone sees me in the dormitory, they would think that I have brought a brown-haired woman into my room. Yuri, you're right. Then what should I do? Carol, don't you think that you should leave the dormitory with only the preparation of the disguise, change clothes somewhere in an unused classroom, and leave the academy as it is? Yuri, I see. I got it. I'll do as you told. Carol took out a bag. The bag was made of the finest leather, and it was pressed with a shape of the royal family crest. What's this different in rank? Use this. Yuri, I gave her bag that I brought when I entered the dormitory. Why, Carol, if you have such a dignified royal crest, they might think that it has been stolen from the royal castle. Yuri, to begin with, I'm worried since there may be a crest. It's embroidery. I can't erase it even if I press it. Is that so? I'll do exactly as you say. Carol began to pack her disguise into my bag. Her clothes were also stuffed in. It's a bit of a mess. Don't you know how to fold it? Are you an Ajusama? Well, you're an Ajusama. All right, let's go. Carol, yeah. Yuri, I left the dormitory while feeling uneasy about the future. Yuri, what is it? Is something wrong? Carol, who came back from her disguise, was a beautiful woman who wasn't ashamed of seeing from anywhere. But this is, I wonder if it can't be helped. The clothes are too good. It looked like a simple shirt and skirt, but that simple shirt was a glossy cloth spun with silky thin threads and fine thin embroidery that would take tremendous effort. It was shown on the whole surface. The skirt was a flared skirt, but it was also delicately embroidered with silver thread on the hem, and by looking at the size and finishing, it must be prepared by a skilled tailor. It was a tasteful outfit, but at this point, it was dangerous and unavoidable if she didn't stay in the royal capital. If she went out of the capital, she looked like a jewel walking in clothes. However, this wasn't Carol's fault. From her standpoint, it would be difficult to obtain the clothes of common people. Well, for the time being, let's go to the shop where I usually buy clothes. Let's go there and change the clothes. Yuri, it was just a short walk from the academy, and the clothing store was near to the secondary residence, and it was within walking distance. There was no need to worry about being attacked along the way in the surrounding area. Isn't this fine already? Carol, she was obviously surprised. Look at my clothes. It's totally different. Yuri, speaking of my outfit, it was a rag outfit similar to those worn by the son of a craftsman. I had been careful since the case of attempted kidnapping, and I always had this change of clothes in the dormitory. It wasn't bad clothes, but it was already different from Carol's, which could be compared between a stone and a diamond. We're not going to the night party, but if you're going to the town of commoners, you have to wear a commoner's clothes. Yuri, is that so? Well, please guide me to the place called Clothing Shop. Carol, I knocked on the door of the clothing shop. It was still early in the morning and the shop wasn't opened yet. However, I kept knocking it persistently. Asterisk Don, asterisk what? It's noisy, we're not opened yet. Phew, finally. If it doesn't open, I'll knock the door until it opens. I have to try it. Then the one who came out was a young man who still hadn't reached 20 years old yet. It's the son, huh? What, is that you? The man looked at me and said so. I had purchased clothes, so we knew each other. I'm sorry, I'd like you to look at this girl's outfit. Yuri, huh? Then he turned his attention to Carol. It seemed the eyes became nailed only by a glance. Oh, this is marvelous. He was so excited. He approached Carol and looked at her outfit as if he was trying to smell her body. It seemed he was surprised by the quality of the clothes. Well, come on in. I thought I had to wait for a long time before the shop opened, but he accepted it. What is this? Is it like a visitor bringing Mona Lisa into the gallery? Who is this guy? Carol looked at the son of the clothing shop with the eyes that somehow looked at the garbage. There was no mistake that this was due to the experience of being observed in improper way. That guy might only look at her body or the clothes, but either way, Carol was treating it the same. That guy just like clothes, just forgive him. Yuri, really? Carol, it's not going to happen. Come on in. Yuri, Carol and I had daggers, so there was no danger in entering the clothing shop. Carol entered the shop while probably thinking the same. When I followed, the door was closed, and this is the haute couture of the Latasha for the royal family. May I touch it? That guy looked at Carol's clothes with burning eyes. Does he know which clothes just by looking at it? I wonder if it's a famous brand or something. There's something inside, so you can't. Yuri, even if he touches the clothes, if she is still wearing it, he will become a molester. That's true even if he only touches the clothes and not the body. Such an excuse can't be accepted. When you talk about the inside, are you talking about me? Carol, it would be better to go through here. Choose the clothes first. Yuri, choose. I can't prepare the change of clothes like this, you know. Clothes that look similar to me are fine. Yuri, how can it be that way? It's not the clothes that I want her to wear. Even though I didn't say that it was a waste of my time, that was the kind of clothes that I wanted her to wear. We're going to downtown today. It's hard to go there in that outfit and meet them. If it's done poorly, yours might be torn. Yuri, really? That's why we came here to change clothes. Just take a look and go change. Yuri, all right. That guy went inside. What? That man is. Carol seemed to be very confused since he was the type that he had never met. It's a clothing store and he likes clothes. The clothes you wear are the kind of clothes that middle-class people don't have a chance to see for the rest of their lives. Yuri, is that so? Carol, it seems she isn't aware of it. Does she feel that she have brought appropriate clothes from the house? Well, I don't know what you're going to do, so don't worry. Yuri, that's right. Carol, soon the man returned. Will this be all right? It was clothes that the daughter of a merchant wore. Although the embroidery was delicate, it was cheap and the embroidery part was frayed. Well, I think this is good. It looks like used clothes. That's fine. How much is it? Yuri, I took 4 silver coins and put them down. You're generous as always. Well, I forced you to open the shop before it opened, that's why. Yuri, is she going to wear it here? Of course, yes. Yuri, when I received the clothes, I pressed it against Carol. I just have to wear this, right? Carol, who received the clothes, said it. Yes, please wear it. Yuri, where should I change the clothes? Carol, there's a fitting room in front of her. Ah, yes. Have you ever been to a clothing shop with such a fitting room? The Latasha or something also has a fitting room in the shop, but in the case of Carol, the craftsman is going on a business trip to the royal castle probably. Get in there, close the curtain and change clothes. I pointed to the fitting room and said, Carol, what a wordless phrase. Ununderstood, it can't be helped. Carol, yes, of course. Carol walked into the fitting room. After this, get her a hat. Yuri, when I looked closely, the wig was too good. In downtown, there were few women with such beautiful hair except those who work in the entertainment business. Therefore, it looked a bit unusual. Got it. By the way, let's trade in. No, you can't. Yuri, do you plan to sell clothes that princess wear? No good, is it? It feels like being ripped off. Oh well, I'll show you my best hats. The man pointed to the stone with a lot of hats. Which one is better? When I was selecting it, I heard the sound of the curtain rubbing. It was too soon. Will this be all right now? Carol appeared again. Isn't that nice? Yuri, how should I say it? Compared to the women I see in town, the line of her backbones gives slightly weird feelings. The clothes she wore earlier were dropped on the feet. I'll keep the clothes and return it when you come back. It won't hurt even if I fold it. His ulterior motive is really obvious. Well, I guess I can allow this much. The man picked up the clothes on the floor of the fitting room and brought them to the desk. The underwear wasn't changed, and the man didn't look like a pervert. Rather, he had pure and sparkling eyes. It looked like the man was taking the clothes, that the body temperature still remained, but Carol didn't seem to care. For starters, that might not have an idea about such kinky preference. Fine, should I choose the hat now? Look, how about this? Yuri, I took a suitable hat from the stand and handed it to Carol. Sure. Carol, she wore the hat tightly. I thought that the wig was getting bigger, so I gave a hat for men, but it seemed that it was just fine. When I looked at the son of the clothing shop, he was slowly folded the clothes as if he was parting with his lover. This guy, the moment he finished holding, I quickly put the clothes into my bag. Ah, see you. Yuri. After saying that, I pulled Carol's hand and left the shop. When I left my bag with Carol's clothes in the Who household's secondary mansion, I left with Carol. The beginning of Carol's adventure was finally here. How's the comfort? Yuri, it's not bad, but it doesn't seem to have the size and it's a bit difficult to move. Carol, as expected, a person who was born and only wore custom-made clothes, was different. All the common people are like that, you know. Yuri, is that so? Carol, yes. There aren't many people who can wear new clothes, especially those children like us, because they grow quickly, their clothes don't fit. They are from families that don't buy new clothes for every few years. Yuri, in fact, I wore old clothes that Rook bought until I was 7 years old. He couldn't help buying new clothes for a child who he made to do the farm work. I think there was a reason for that. Ooh, is that so? Carol, so where do you want to go? Yuri, I would like to go to the slum area if possible. Carol, that reminds me, you were asking me to bring you there. Yuri, there were 2 locations of slum area where poor people lived in the royal capital. They were located at Northern Side West District and the Southern Side West District. The Northern Side West District and the Southern Side West District were the 2 major economic centers in royal capital. These 2 locations were far from the drawbridges of the royal family island, and the convenience for transportation was very bad. In order to cross the river in the royal capital, common people who didn't have permission to enter the royal family island must cross the Eastern Bridge, but these 2 wards were located far away from the bridge in the royal capital. In other words, these 2 areas were land that had been abandoned in terms of distribution economy. So, the economic development had been slow, and there were many people without jobs gathered there. However, the southern side was slightly safer than the northern side. The outskirt area of the northern side of the royal capital had a lot of infertile land, so there were fewer job openings, but the southern side wasn't like that. This might be due to the flow of the river. There were dry grassland area, and there were job openings due to pasturage. As a result, the security was slightly better than in the northern side. I knew the southern side since my watermill workshop was just through that district. I don't know all the slum area, but I'll show you around if you want to know. Yuri, I turned to 16 years old. As I reached that age, I was treated as a senior student in the academy, and there seemed to be more necessary things to be done. It wasn't possible to skip it. That was because it sounded unpleasant. However, for ordinary students, their credits for studies would almost finish. The number of free slots in the timetable would also increase. And speaking of the total credit, it was easier than the time to enter the higher education. Once the students became a senior, there was something new at the start of the academy, and that were all togi competition and knights martial arts demonstration. The knights martial arts demonstration was an event that decided the strongest person in the school of knights. 2 students would be selected from under the age of 25 and over the age of 16 to compete for the title of the strongest person. Furthermore, about 10 excellent people who were chosen to perform the opening ceremony. It seemed to be an honor as a knight to participate in this, so people around 20 years old seemed to work hard at the practice during summer. However, at the age of 16, we weren't chosen since we would be like a bean sprout of the event. Apart from me who wasn't interested, the atmosphere in the dormitory didn't change that much. The all-togi tournament was an event for the liberal arts rather than the knights. However, it had a strong appeal between the 2 schools. The knights must send on representative each from the dormitory of 16 until 23 years old. Unlike the knights martial arts demonstration, there would be a person remain. The upper limit was 23 years old. That was because the number of candidates decreased because the students would gradually graduate when they exceeded the age of 20. So, at this time, I was playing togi in the dormitory. Of course, there were people who weren't interested in togi, but even though they weren't interested, I couldn't be like them. That was because the top 2 players in this dormitory were Miaro and me. This didn't mean that I wouldn't participate in the representative selection match. The selection match was held by a togi enthusiast in the dormitory, and it was decided to do it in the league and not in the tournament. Since the difference in skill was brutal, neither Miaro and I lost a single game. If that was the case, Miaro and I only needed to have a game from the beginning. It wasn't that I didn't think of it, but this was still a festival to enjoy the festivities, and it would be uncool to say it. So, the final match was a match between me and Miaro. All right. Miaro, I put my hands together and lightly rubbed. Rikun, let me tell you this first. Miaro, Yuri, I will not lose this game. Miaro, it seemed that Miaro was unusually motivated. Is that what you want? Well, yeah, do your best. Yuri, yes, then I'll roll the dice. Miaro shook the dice and rolled it. It was 6. 6 is it? You beat me. Yuri, as for the dice, who got higher would start first. In togi, who started first would be somewhat advantageous. Then I rolled the dice. It was 2. That's too bad. Miaro, yeah. Yuri, I felt a bit happy inside. The game wasn't decided by the state of the dice, but it was surely a disadvantage. I intended to lose this match. Why do I have to compete in such a match when I'm busy? Since my strength is known to the dormitory, it isn't possible to hold back or to lose consecutive matches. However, if Miaro is the opponent, it is possible to lose without fooling anyone. Even if I lose with a somewhat unnatural move, there is no one who has reached the level of Miaro and me, so I can't be noticed. Well then, Miaro moved the end of the lance piece forward. The piece is called the Galloping Bird Soldier, and the Eagle King Soldier has a function of a rook piece, and its path would be blocked by the Spearman piece in initial state, which corresponded to the Foot Soldier piece of shogi. Unlike shogi, there is no tactic to complete a defensive opening immediately. Speaking of the beginning, it's usually either moving the Galloping Bird Soldier or the Eagle King Soldier. In other words, putting the edge spearman forward is a bad move that people never thought of it. What is she thinking? I felt a bit pleasant when I remembered about the end of the moon. I thought a bit and made a move to open the path for the Galloping Bird Soldier. How did you lose so naturally? There's also a matter of saying I lost with a hand on board. Even if you say I lost when you are in an absolutely dominant situation, the surroundings won't be convinced if you don't explain it how. It's bad to fall into that situation. The dormitory residents who are the audience are barely convinced that you lose under the guise of nature. If that's the case, you can get away from the tournament in the possible way. That's what I thought. However, Miaro squeezed all of her techniques so that she couldn't create the situation. From an outsider's point of view, especially those amateurs who just got interested in togi, they were looking at the match to point out while confirming the rules. However, there was a more advanced exchange of skills among us than ever before. Don't come out, don't come out. I don't want to be in the tournament." But Miaro was relentless and thorough. Even though it's required to point differently from the usual, she was amazingly calm and reading it accurately. Then, after taking twice as much time as usual, an unprecedented 230 moves had been taking place. A form of 3 movements checkmate that was obvious to everyone appeared. Of course, I was being checkmated. Let alone Carol. Dala also could see it. While always looking at the board, he put up a wry smile on his expressionless face that was analyzing the game situation. Then he nodded with a refreshing face. "I lost." While I was convinced in a certain sense, I pointed to the checkmate move. Immediately after that, Miaro said, "I give up." The preparedness is different. Miaro had made up her mind from the beginning to lose the game. On the other hand, I was convinced that Miaro was doing this seriously based on the first few moves. That was the turning point of the game. I coughed on purpose. "I suddenly feel sick. I may fall asleep tomorrow. Yuri, the main tournament would begin at the royal castle tomorrow. I believe that's not going to happen." Miaro said it with a grin. "You don't want to compete that much, huh?" "Yuri, there it is. That's where I misread it." Miaro liked Togi, so I didn't think that he didn't want to compete in the main tournament. Perhaps she studied for a week in order to lose this match. While she was doing it, there were a few movements that seemed to be out of place compared to the talent she had. It would be easier to go to the tournament than doing such a thing. Well, if she lost 2 matches, my victory would have been confirmed. No, if that's the case, shall I adjust accordingly to be defeated? This has become a game of cat and mouse, and there's no mistake that the last match will be the ultimatum. I look forward to your struggle, Yuri. Miaro smiled again with a smile that didn't contain a shred of bad intention. "And I thought I have become an expert." Carol, as usual, Carol commented in the middle of the match. "I don't understand the current situation. It seems to have been turned into a trap." Dala, "I would have been beaten if they knew why." Compared to the others, it was a game between 2 people with exceptional skills, so no one was talking about it. The next day, the tournament started at the royal castle. Even though it was a holiday for some reason, I was sitting in a chair and lined up in front of other people. It was Miaro's fault. That was because she sneakily lose the match. Well then, we will start the all-Togi tournament of the year 2316. Please give generous applause to the players of the academy lined up here. When a female chairperson opened the ceremony, the audience applauded. However, the audience wasn't as much as I expected. Is it about 500 people? The tournament was held in the large hall of the royal castle, which was used for the entrance ceremony. So, those who were at the rear were quite lonely. Most of them were students who came to support their peers and toga-loving adults who had spare time. The match play today wasn't that important. The highlight was tomorrow's final, and today was only a prelude. The tournament is a combination of the ranking in which they appear here. The moderator said so. I was thinking why there was such a ranking, but I was able to understand. Men and women were sitting on the chairs alternately. Or rather the men, were all sandwiched between girls. I was wondering if this was a joint party or something. In other words, the first match would be between the knights and the liberal arts. I don't know if I want to fight that much. According to what I heard in advance, the participants were from 16 to 23 years old. There were 8 knights, 1 from each dormitory, and there was the same number of liberal arts. The dormitory of the School of Liberal Arts is divided into men and women, between the Blue Cat dormitory and the Silver Birch dormitory. So, how do they decide the representatives? Looking at the participants in line, there seems to be no man from the liberal arts. I don't know the details on how they choose it, but it seems all liberal arts students are older than me. Perhaps they are chosen solely on their skills. I feel more disadvantaged at the time of the selection. Of course, it doesn't stand out as the martial arts that use the body, since Togi is a match of the brain. In other words, there is a tendency that the upper grades are better. In that respect, the knight representatives are bound by the age-specific dormitory. Speaking of the tendency, the liberal arts will be more advantageous. Since it is a tournament match, I think what will happen is the most talented player will eventually win. There were 4 tables in the hall. First, 8 people in the first round were pointed to the 4 waiting rooms, while the remaining 8 people, including me, stayed in the remaining 4 waiting room. Other players might be watching other matches with the audience. When I entered the waiting room, there was no one other than me. I was lucky enough to lie down on the sofa and slept on it. I woke up an hour later. Participant Yuri, the previous game is over. Please come with me. A person who seemed to be in attendance said so. Understood. Yuri, dear me. I followed the attendant for a while and entered the hall. Please open, it's the participant. While the voice resounded, it split the waves of people and we went inside. When the attendant removed a thick rope stretched on a simple waist-length fence, please come in. I was prompted and went into the fence. Since I'm here, I should take this seriously. I didn't want to participate because it was troublesome, but it wasn't that I really didn't want to participate. That's because I was representing my dormitory. The opponent was already sitting at the table. Nice to meet you. The girl who stood up and greeted me was a girl of unfamiliar age. Is she about 20-something? She picked up the hem of the liberal arts skirt and finished her greeting. Nice to meet you too. Yuri. I also bowed normally and returned the greetings. When we got on our seats, the girl standing behind the opponent's seat sent a cheer and said, "Do your best." The opponent responded to the cheering by smiling and waving her hands. I felt like I could hear the same kind of cheering, but it was all male voice. It felt unpleasant. When the dice were rolled and the first move was taken, the match started. I knew the opponent's strategy after the 4th move. It was a strategy called line of spears. In shogi, it is a strategy called climbing silver. This strategy is the patch that everyone goes through in the process of amateurs getting good. In addition to large pieces like the galloping bird and the eagle king, the lance and the chariot make another pillar which becomes the key of the attack. The lance and the chariot are very compatible, and sticking them out at the same time is a very reasonable tactic. It's simply strong and difficult to break. However, because of that, countermeasures are being developed, considering the fact that the tactics are immediately determined from the characteristic pieces movement in the early stage, but on the contrary, it's difficult for an expert to use it. Carol is a believer of this strategy, and she uses it like a fool if she makes the first move. She is still in the middle of beginner level, so there's no ingenuity. I forgot the name of the opponent, but if she comes out as a representative, she was quite ingenious, unlike the middle of beginner level. However, when it's done, it will be something like that, isn't it? That's my impression. She seems to be quite inferior compared to Miaro. Even when it was over, just because I was ending this match on my own, the opponent seemed to be aware that she was at a disadvantaged situation, but still, she tried hard to resist. If I wasn't mistaken, she wasn't aware that she was already been checkmated. No matter where the king ran away, there was only a difference between ending it with 5 moves or 7 moves. There seemed to be no time limit for this game, so the opponent repeatedly had long thought. I had been straight enough to the extent of 7th moves. When I made the next move, she took a while, but she knew that she was checkmated. Then, she said I lost. She seemed extremely frustrated. She fell down and began to spill tears and started sobbing. The audiences, who seemed to be her friends, immediately entered to comfort her. When she crossed the fence, they stroked her back and encouraged her. The tournament of 16 people was done in 4 rounds. The opponent for the second round had similar skills as the first round opponent. When I made last move, I lost. That was said. You show no mercy, that's what I've imagined. The girl said something vague. However, the opponent this time left without feeling too disappointed. I advanced to the semi-finals. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Yuri, the opponent, was still a woman. She was a lady with a very calm atmosphere. So far, all the opponents are women, but what are the male knights doing? The woman rolled the dice without saying anything. I rolled in the same way. It was 4-6. I started first. Well then, I'm going to start. Yuri, go ahead. I pointed to the first move. As I got to the middle game, I started to lose control. The other party was so strong that I couldn't help thinking about it. She was obviously as strong as me. She used a strategy of losing something to gain another thing up to the middle phase. Thus, my strategies were disturbed. While counting the number of moves that were usually taken to end the game, the board was still chaotic. The reason why I was still not in the advantage or disadvantage situation made me confused, but my opponent made a reasonable sacrifice to do so. The opponent had lost a strong piece of rook, and although she had an advantage over me in terms of the number of pieces, she lacked the momentum. When I moved my strong piece, the opponent spoke to me. "You're quick at playing this, is it?" And quick at playing means that rushing the opponent since there is no time limit. However, I'm also thinking a little bit, so I make a move after a while so that it wouldn't be rude to the other side. I was taught by my father not to make women wait. Yuri, father didn't say that though, it would be safe to say this. Is that so? I think that's a good idea. I'm sorry if you feel bad. Yuri, I have no plans to give up. However, being able to make a move quickly means that my plans are being read. I'm losing confidence. Surely, that was what this woman said. Quick pointing refers to the next move as soon as you look at the opponent's hand. If it's a complete bizarre hand, you need to think about it too. If the time limit is approaching, even if you aren't sure that it is the best hand, you have to point to an appropriate one, but that's not the case. If I have to say it, I have already analyzed where she's going to move her piece during her turn. Since I have finished thinking something like if she points it that way, I'll point in that way, I can just point it right away. On the other hand, if the opponent doesn't think long, it's not possible to do such a thing. When I play against Miaro, we think in a similar way. Since Miaro and I point quickly, I can't put my thoughts together during the opponent's turn. I'm also surprised by your real intention, you know. Fortunately, it doesn't appear on your face. Yuri, oh really? I'm going to do this seriously, and since I don't care if I lose, I can relax. I give up. The moment I was told that, I felt very tired. Thank you very much. Yuri, it has been a long time since I have to use my head until it gets hurt. Me too, it was fun. With a simple thank you, the woman got up from her seat. I was still mentally exhausted, so I didn't feel like standing up. Above all, Yuri, well then, sorry to say this, but let me excuse myself. The unknown opponent just disappeared into the audience. The sun had already set, so if I'm going to have a rest, I should go back home. Good work, Yuri-kun. Miaro, I heard a familiar voice from my back. It was Miaro. She was behind the fence. Did you see it? Yuri, that's because of the semi-finals. So everyone came here to support you. Miaro, I didn't notice it, but when I looked around, there were Carol and others. There were a lot of familiar faces, and there were many people who were wearing the uniform of knights. Come to think of it, it was the semi-finals. I thought that there was a lot of support on the other side, but it seemed there were a lot of my supporters as well. Does that mean that I become an anticipated star from the School of Knights? A person with a lot of spare time. Yuri, I wanted to see your elegant appearance, so I did that. Miaro, speaking of that, is that why you deliberately lost the match? Isn't because you had other errands or it was troublesome. Congratulations. Carol next was Carol. She was at the front line of the fence and she was looking at us. It's really an exaggeration. Now, since there are so many people watching, I have to do my best to thank them. I'm the eldest son of a general household, and Carol is the eldest daughter of Her Majesty. If they are people which aren't our acquaintances, there is a thing called a commensurate attitude. I immediately stood up. When I went to Carol, she also came to me. Then she held out her hand. Thank you, Your Highness. Carol, I knelt down, grabbed Carol's hand, whispered over the fence, and kissed the back of her hand. When I gently released her hand and stood up, I saw Carol looked either angry or appalled, and she had a confused face. What? I thought you were giving me your hand for that purpose. It doesn't matter. Carol, speaking of strange words, Carol turned her heels and her back. Come to think of it, here is her house. PFFT, hee hee. Miaro, what are you laughing about? Yuri, I said it to Miaro. No, PFFT. Just now, hee hee, she didn't offer her hand. She actually tried to tap your shoulder. Miaro, is that so? Yuri, my bad. Did she look confused because I kissed her hand when she tried to tap my shoulder? That said, it shouldn't be a particularly strange response to the public. When I got out of the castle, it was already night. There were many high-class carriages in front of the castle. Looking at the place where the students were getting on one after another, it looked like a bus from the school. I didn't get on it, but I got on a black painted carriage that Miaro came with. Is this a carriage from the Gudenvir household? You've made one of the best moves of the day in the last match, as expected of you. Miaro said that in the carriage. The cobblestone pavement caused the wagons to shake terribly, but the chair was so soft that she was able to speak normally. Even though it's a best move, it's only among the amateur students. Yuri, just because I won the student competition, that doesn't mean that adults aren't better than that. It is similar to shogi. From the point of view of an expert who won a professional match, he will only see me as one of the many amateurs who become a champion in a student competition. I'm doing this as a hobby, so I don't plan to compete with them. If I want to do that, it must take the effort to sacrifice life. That's true. Miaro, however, she was really strong. If it's at that level, I'll probably lose after several attempts. Yuri, I guess so. It's not like you can win all the time. Miaro, I don't think she is better than you. Yuri, although she was good, it was easier to handle compared to Miaro. I was made to dance into her tunes, being screwed up, and my pace was disturbed. And yet, I didn't feel like I had lost control. In Miaro's case, if I think she's in control, that's it. It feels strange when you said that. It makes me want to work harder. Miaro, it wasn't visible in the dusk, but Miaro seemed to smile happily. If you get stronger, it will be harder for me, you know. Give me a break. Yuri, I'm not talking about Togi, I mean you are really good at your words. Miaro, what is she talking about? I wonder about that. Can you bring Sen somewhere nearby? Yuri, aren't you going to take a break today at your parents' house? Miaro, the carriage was approaching the road near the secondary residence. Rook and Suzuya aren't here, so I have nothing to do. No, I have a minor business with my company. Yuri, Miaro, speaking of the company, it's not the watermill. Actually, I rent a building across the street from the secondary residence. Miaro opened the window to the coachman. She gave an order to stop, and the coachman immediately stopped the carriage. I opened the carriage door and went down onto the cobblestone road. You're going to stay in the dormitory, is it? Miaro, yes, that's my plan. Yuri, then I'm going to wait here for a bit. Miaro, are you sure? Yuri, although I said earlier it's fine if she wants to leave, I can wait until midnight. Miaro, it's not that long. I'm just going to leave a message. I'll be back soon. Yuri, let's get things done quickly. I stepped into the company immediately and left a message to Bora. Then I returned to the carriage again. When I returned to the academy and arrived at the dormitory, there were some unfamiliar students hanging out in the corner. These unfamiliar students have a large physique and looked like senior students. Well, it doesn't mean that they are going into the juniors' dormitory. How curious. You have come. One of the considerable large Onii-san said so when he found me. Those who had their backs at me until now also turned around all at once and looked at me. 7 people, huh? It's those guys who I saw at the opening ceremony. 3 of the 7 were acquaintances whose name I don't know, but we were together in lecturers and training. Hey, come here, sit down. A geeky Onii-san beckoned me. You know you don't have a right, yes. Rather, they smell like alcohol. These guys, did they come to the junior dormitory and drink here? It's fine to lose, but why are you coming to my dormitory and drink? Sure. Yuri, I went up close and greeted him without any motivation. Hello, I'm Yuri. Yuri, you look tired. Is it bothersome? The bulky Onii-san asked. It's bothersome, you know, I'm not tired, but I think that I don't want to go and have a drinking party in an uncomfortable place like this. I haven't had dinner yet and I'm hungry. Yuri, is that so? Then do you want to go to a restaurant? Give me a break. No. To begin with, what is this all about? Yuri, it's to celebrate you. To celebrate me. Isn't it too early? Yuri, if it were a celebration party just because I managed to get to the final, that means their expectation is too low. If they do it after I win, I don't mind. You may not know, but the opponent you won today is the woman who has been defending the championship for the last 3 years. Her name is Lilika Kuklelson, so winning the championship has been decided. What? That opponent was so great, huh? Well, she was strong. However, if her skills are considered at monstrous class, there would be 2 people in this dormitory who have monstrous class skills. Speaking of winning-losing ratio, Miaro is slightly on the upper side. So this is an extraordinary situation. What is this? Even so, I don't want to relax, so I will refrain from the celebration. Yuri, I don't drink alcohol. That's admirable. It's troubling if you can't. What's with this guy? Somehow he seems extremely natural. Rather than natural, it seems to be a unique way of talking. Does he have high status? Actually, I've done sparring with this guy. Who is this guy again? Well then, just listen to me about the opponent tomorrow. The geeky guy said so. Well, I guess I should ask something. Your tomorrow's opponent is a woman named Yuri. It seems so. Yuri, I knew it already. Her match was over shortly after my third match, and it seems that she advances to the final. I heard this from Miaro. The final opponent is Lacrimanis. She is a woman from the household who harasses the Who household spiritually and mentally. I feel bad since I didn't watch any other games, but that's it. Yeah. She is the grandchildren of the current head's eldest daughter, Susie. In other words, she is the eldest daughter of the current's head eldest daughter. The bulky guy said so. Speaking of Jura, she would be the next of the next head if they do it in order. However, if the head changes quickly in a short time, it will cause confusion. Hence, I know that the witch households usually opt to skip one generation and pass the position to a grandchild. I heard this from Miaro. In other words, if they choose the second option, they will skip Susie, and Jura Lacrimanis will become the next head. That said, it's just the way it goes. The witch households have many options since the survival of the firstborn is not absolute. They seem to be families of plots, and they basically emphasize abilities. If the eldest daughter is incompetent, the next head would be the second daughter. However, while waiting for that to happen, if the eldest daughter gives birth to a child, and that child seems to be excellent, that child would be made as the next head. Such a decision change is made by the head of the witch households, and it's left in the will prepared by the head in preparation for an unexpected accident. But from the perspective of how the surroundings look, unless she is clearly bad, she would still be the next of the next head. I knew Jura Lacrimanis very well. Her age is 22 years old and she is very beautiful. Her faction in the Silver Birch Dormitory is the second largest faction. The mother is in charge of the Parchment Guild and several other guilds in the Lacrimanis household business, but she has no control over it. Considering the age and position of the mother, it is common to control several larger guilds. In the first place, she quit the government post, which was assigned at the same time as the graduation from the School of Liberal Arts, in a few years. In fact, she was made to quit because she didn't do work. In short, she is incompetent, and this is the same for the two younger sisters of Jura's mother. All three sisters were 25 years when they graduated from the academy. If they are good at study, they should be able to graduate from the liberal arts when they are 17 years old. Therefore, it doesn't look good when they took full time to graduate. Because of that, it seems that the only one who holds the government post is the current head of the Lacrimanis household. Given the poor management of the territory, it's reasonable to say that the Lacrimanis household is short on talent. The most common tactics are the opening of cornered pinwheel, Jamiko siege battle, and the Eagle King swap lance. In particular, she often uses lance presses from the cornered pinwheel. In the next turn, she uses Higgs charging lance, Marco Dieter battle, and occasionally uses Satawan own camp siege. What is this guy talking about? I don't even know half of it. These guys are quite good. Even in major battles, the treatment in the actual battle will vary from person to person. There are people who want to attach the proper noun further to the transformation usage, which changes, so to speak. Speaking of taxonomy, it's like attaching a unique name to the part which is done by the proper nouns. If you try to remember everything, there will be no end. These guys probably like Togi so much. If you like Togi so much, I wish that you defeat Jura along the way. Isn't that a problem? I see. I've learned a lot. Thank you. Yuri, I bowed down. All right, we can't stay too long. Shall we head back? When the bulky guy said so, he stood up. Then everyone else agreed. That's great. This will make the dormitory peaceful. They aren't old boys, but the situation where seniors are sitting in the dormitory doesn't make anyone feels good. I haven't introduced myself yet. As you may already know, I am Leo Rube. I'll be rooting for you tomorrow. Leo, the bulky Niaisan, said so and asked for a handshake before he left. Of course, I know. Thank you very much for your support. Yuri, when I lied to breathe, he shook my hand with a strong hand. This guy is the Rubes. I don't remember his name, but it is one of the 5 general households. If I have to say it, isn't he the same kind of person as me? The next day, when the sun was almost set, I arrived at the royal castle. I came at that time because I was told to do so. It seems that the final match isn't a single game as before but 3 games. If one of the competitors win 2 games, the match will end, but wouldn't this change the day by the end? After having 3 matches that happened all day yesterday, the final would be done after sunset. I approached the entrance of the castle while worrying about that. You are Yuri-sama who will be competing in the final. I've been waiting for you. Then an unknown woman who was waiting at the entrance suddenly called me out. I'm going to guide you today, pleased to meet you. Ah, yes. Yuri, I don't get it, but is that what it's supposed to be? You may change your dress here. When I thought about it, I went by a private room with a mirror. That meant this person wasn't a maid or an official, but a beautician. Even so, what's with changing dress? I'm not a wedding bride. It's all right, I'm fine here. Yuri, I was dressed in the same way as yesterday with the uniform of the knights. But if you can't focus just because you can't make up, concentrate on my coat. Yuri, when I said so, well then at least let me wash your face and please let me tidy up your bed hair. I was told that, what's with bed hair? Well, if it's about that much. Yuri, I wonder if it's all right with my bed hair. This is just an amateur tournament. I was thinking so, but I supposed it was somehow high-level tournament. When the coat had been pressed with steamed water, my bed hair tidied up and my face washed up, I felt refreshed. Hey, what are you trying to do? Yuri, the beautician, took grease-like oil from something like a bottle with her fingers. She was trying to spread it on my hair. Just a little. Didn't I tell you I don't need it? Yuri, just a little. It's only at the hair ends. For some reason she looks strangely excited. I don't get it. Actually, this isn't a big deal, but what kind of oil is that? Yuri, it's a bear oil. A bear oil, is it? Is she trying to spread that oil on my hair? Please rest assured. The oil is from the refined fat of bears before hibernation. Unlike cow oil, it doesn't smell bad. It will fall off in the hot water. Sure. There's not even a part that I can feel relief. But it seems that beautician doesn't feel concerned about not spreading it. Understood, it's fine. Yuri, it's more troublesome to refuse her. When she stroked the oil and put in a comb, my hair was done in a flash. In the end, it became a side-parting hairstyle. Now about your dress. What? Should I change the dress? Yuri, as I expected, that dress is. That's harsh. What's wrong with it? I have changed the knight's uniform several times because either it becomes ragged while wearing it or my body got bigger and reached the size limit. I'm wearing the 4th one now, but this is the best uniform I've ever worn since 6 months ago. I took some care and lightly brushed my best uniform. There are no dust or bird wings. Isn't fine already. Yuri, seriously, what's wrong with it? When I asked that, the beautician had a troubled face. Please forgive me. There are spots of food or something on outerwear and the hem of the inside has faded. It's all frayed. I looked silently at the hem of the pants. The pants were properly washed, so it didn't have mud stains, but it did have some stains. The hem was frayed, probably because I washed it over and over again. The reason for the dirt was when I went to the upstream water mill that had no cobblestone pavement. It had become messy together with the shoes during the rainy days. So, every time I gave it the dormitory laundry woman, she made a nasty face. That said, in the world of ordinary people, even a very wealthy merchant was fine wearing worse clothes. I guess this is no good when it comes to the final. This is enough for the beautician to step in. Please change your dress, otherwise they won't forgive me. I was told with a tone that invited pity. It can't be helped then, it's not like I'm particular about it. Well, please. Yuri, I gave in. I'm weak against pushing. Understood, then please wear this. The clothes brought by the beautician were rather old-fashioned, even from my eyes. This is a traditional costume of the Great Kingdom era, and it is one of the best clothes. In Japan, such clothes are similar to the old ceremonial kimono, kamishimo, worn by daimyo during the Edo period. Kamishimo Chinese letter, now nobody is wearing it. In our house in the rural area, I never saw Rook wore it whenever he went out to the ceremonial places. Oi, oi, give me a break. Are you kidding me? Yuri, no. She doesn't seem to be joking. I'm not very particular about my clothes, but this seems too exaggerated. Is there anything as good as this uniform? Yuri, if it's that. What was brought back was something like a tailcoat that was beautifully dyed black. I've seen Rook wearing it. The tail hem doesn't extend, so the tailcoat is strange. However, it's a formal dress for the night. Of course, there are no frays, distortion, or scratches. Tailcoat, how about this? I'm fine with this. Yuri, yup, it should be fine, right? Compared to this, my uniform certainly looks shabby. That's great. The beautician breathed in as if she was relieved. Why didn't you bring this from the beginning? Yuri, I really want to know why. If I go out wearing this uniform, I'll be looked down by the public. I heard Yuri-sama was born in a very prestigious house, so... What a prestigious house. I was born in a small farmer family. I changed clothes with the help of the beautician and headed to the venue. There were so many people in the hall that it was incomparably to yesterday. There was a carpet-like flower path, and for some reason, it was blocked with poles and ropes. It seemed to head toward the match board area. This had pulled my focus away. What is this? This is only a competition for students. So, what's going on? I haven't shown any interest in this tournament for 6 years since I entered the academy. I think that my classmates were talking about it in the dining hall, but I didn't want to go to the royal castle to watch it. Was it such a big fuss? While still being surprised on the inside, I tried to walk to the board as dignified as possible. On the way there, the 7 seniors I met yesterday, the people in the dormitory, and many others were standing by the side, calling out to me, "Good luck. Go for it. We're rooting for you." Soma boys leaned out of the ropes and asked for a handshake. Everyone was smiling. As my back became itchy, I felt a terrible discomfort. This isn't like a place where I live. It feels darker and dimmer. It feels like a mole has accidentally gone under the sun. When I reached the board area, I saw Her Majesty the Queen was sitting a bit away from there. How big is this amateur student competition? This is not the Queen's Cup or something like that, so she doesn't have to come to see it. Is the Queen free? Next to her was Carol sitting dressed up. On the other side there was Karia. Siamu was sitting some distance away. Did somebody from the household bring her here? Then, there were a standing area and a separate noble sitting area. There was no fence at the noble sitting area, but there is a waist-length fence at the standing area as yesterday. From my point of view, the right side was the noble sitting area. There was a small desk and chair in the standing area, and there was already a person sitting there. Is she the timekeeper? Sitting there was a slender middle-aged woman with several hourglasses in front of her. If there was no time limit similar to yesterday, it tended to be a prolonged match. Hence, it was probably a decision that it shouldn't be done when Her Majesty the Queen was present. I wasn't particularly told about this, but I knelt on one knee and bowed to Her Majesty the Queen before sitting on the board area. When I stood up, she had a friendly smile, while Carol had an unkind smile as if she found something interesting. Siamu was somewhat overwhelmed. I wonder who brought her, but to begin with, she had no interest in togi. It was just boring to watch, and she didn't even know what this place meant. When I didn't think Miaro would be here, she was actually present. She was watching at the standing area. When our eyes met, she waved her hand slightly. Then I sat in a chair. It was a soft chair where it was usually used. There was a cushion on the armrest. The chair was for adults, and it was a little too big for me, who would still grow taller. When I sat in the chair, leaning my back on it and looked at the board pieces that seemed to be even better than the ones in the secondary residence of the Hu household, the opponent came over. I almost laughed when I saw her. She was wearing very good clothes similar to the 12-layered kimono Junaito. It was similar to the clothes that I was proposed to wear earlier. In addition, she had a small crown made of silver. Junaito, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, oi, that's awesome. Are planning to be like a queen. It isn't as flashy as Her Majesty the Queen's. She bowed to Her Majesty the Queen before the chair and sat down. It seemed a bit difficult to sit. When I looked at the nearby Jura Lacrimanis, she was a beautiful woman with a sharp face. Rather, it was a face that looked naturally sadist. I am not 16 years old, but since Jura should be 22 years old, she might be underestimating me, thinking that I am young. Begin. Queen, Her Majesty the Queen said so. Now, although there's the order from her, how should I start this? Come to think of it, there's no dice on the desk. Normally, dice are rolled between the participants. It has been done in this way until now. If there are no dice, you can't decide who will make the first move. Oh, there are no dice. What is the official doing? When I was thinking about it, I could hear a slight rattling sound beside me. The participant Jura will start first. I heard an unusual voice. It was a middle-aged voice. Without a moment away, Jura moved her piece and made a knocking sound. The timekeeper who made the decision earlier turned the hourglass upside down. My time was decreasing. For a moment, I had symptoms similar to dizziness. Everything became spasmodically ridiculous. Hey, aren't you a fool to not know that this is unfair? Why is the timekeeper rolling the dice? Did anyone see the dice? The only thing that I was looking was the timekeeper. From the audience sitting, they couldn't because her back was blocking the view, and they couldn't see the dice. Even I was the nearest to her, couldn't see the small dice in her hands. Does the timekeeper decide everything? Do you want me to trust an unknown official whether this is fair or not? Do you want me to be convinced? I can be convinced if your intestines blow up and you die just because you are being unfair, but that's not the case, isn't it? Well, it's fine. Just because she starts first, it's going to be a big disadvantage. But doesn't anyone think that this is wrong? Then I moved my piece. I give up. Yuri, in the second game, I put my hand on the board and surrendered. There was a delight expression on Jura's face. The first game was my victory, so it was 1 win and 1 loss. The third game would be a decisive battle. It's time for a break. The timekeeper made the declaration. Yuri-kun, what are you trying to do? Miaro, who was in the break room for some reason, was unusually angry. The smile that was always on her face had disappeared. This was the first time Miaro showed this kind of face to me. What do you mean? Yuri, don't try to divert the matter. Even I know it's not just me. Anyone who has the talent would know. Miaro, is that so? Yuri, well, otherwise I'll be in trouble. Are you trying to lose on purpose? Miaro, she knew it. Well, for now. Yuri, I simply affirmed. Why are you threatened? Miaro, no, not at all. Yuri, then why? Miaro, I don't want to turn the 7 witches into enemies. Yuri, that was the sole answer. It may be strange to say that, but I don't want to invite unnecessary displeasure. Unlike Gudenvir, who doesn't batting in business with me, the opponent this time is Lacrimanis. There's nothing to gain by antagonizing them further. I don't understand. Could it be that someone like you are afraid? I mean by those witch households. Miaro, the witch households aren't forces that I can handle easily. I don't look down on them. I'm not afraid, but there's no reason to make them feel bad. On the other hand, for me, there are some reasons to give them favors. Yuri, or rather, there's nothing to gain by winning. This is such an exaggerated event. Winning will bring honor as a knight. I know that. Miaro probably wants me to have that honor, but I don't care about that. It's an honor to win, but losing is not a disgrace. I'm sure there are some people who are disappointed, but it's normal to be complimented on how well you've progressed to the finals at this age. It's a different matter if it concerns the Who household's prestige, but that's not the case. It's just a matter of what will be a plus if I win, and if I don't win, it will remain 0 as it is. Conversely, it's obvious that Jura places importance on winning the tournament since she looks so eager. If I give the win away, it would be a big favor. It doesn't matter to me, and if it's important to the other person, I don't mind giving the favor. If I have to be sorry, that's only toward the guys in our dormitory since I represent them. They couldn't defeat any semi-finalists other than me and Miaro. If it's about Siamu, you don't have to worry. In the dormitory, Miaro. Yuri, I stopped her. For me, I don't want to bother on small stuff. I'm not looking for the glory of winning in this place. I don't like Lacrimanis, but I'll give the winning away. Yuri-kun. Miaro, it's not that I don't understand her feelings. She wants me to play a heroic role as the person who will be the head of the general household. Why is she doing such a thing even though it doesn't benefit herself? That's a preference. If it's a preference to enter the school of knights against the birth and upbringing, it's also a preference to make me stand up at the top. This girl doesn't have any stake in it. Although no one is telling me that, she's working hard without being told. If she's trying to produce a hero, it's also a preference to take delight in people's reaction against the crime. I'm not living for your pleasures. I'm not going to move the way you want. Yuri, Miaro looked down with a painful expression as if my words had broken my heart. So are you. Miaro, yes, no matter what you think about it. Yuri, when I said so, Miaro shut her mouth. Then she stood up. Did that take about 5 minutes? I'm sorry. My actions were annoying to you. Miaro sadly muttered that. She sounded like a fleeting lamp that would disappear if it blew. I don't think it's annoying. Yuri, but I. Miaro, yes, it's true. I'm thankful you did it for my sake. Yuri, yes, definitely. Miaro, however, I don't want to be what you want me to be. I don't want to be expected to do anything. Yuri, is that so? Miaro, while Miaro is a realistic person, she's also strangely dreamy at the root. If she dreamed about me and caught me, what is waiting is doom. No matter how good it looks to me and how competent I am, there's no guarantee that Miaro's actions are the best. Plus, I'm aiming for something different in the first place. She is probably trying to reform the kingdom of Shiyalta, and she wants to create a position for me. Getting honor in this small tournament is one of the factors. It's a different vector from my thoughts. I don't know which is right. However, I cannot act thinking that Miaro is more correct than I am. It's about being mentally subservient, or to put in a bad way, it's the idea of a slave. Do you understand? Yuri, yes, Yuri-kun is right. I'm also a person who will do everything in my own way, and there's not point in following others. When I think about it, that's normal. Miaro, is that so? Yuri, I don't know whether she really understood it or not, and I can't read from her expression when she still looked frustrated. However, she seems convinced for the time being. Well, that's fine then. Miaro opened her mouth and, may I ask you one last question? Miaro, she asked me that. It's fine even if you want to ask 10 questions. Yuri-kun, you're not afraid of the witch households, is it? Miaro, haha. Yuri, I unintentionally laughed. Why do I have to be afraid of them? Yuri, then you're going to defeat them someday, right? Miaro, defeat them. As I expected, Miaro is fundamentally different from me. They're parasites. Parasites can be bullish to its host, but it can't do anything when the host is about to die. Even if I don't do anything, they're destined to self-destruct. Yuri, parasites are strong against the host, but once the host is killed, they have to escape from it or die together. 6 precedents prove to be splendid that the witch household's reactions are very similar to it. I see. I don't understand that well. Miaro, she doesn't seem to understand that. Well, she will understand it soon. Asterisk knock, asterisk, asterisk knock, asterisk, the door was knocked. Come in. Yuri, please excuse me. It was a maid of the royal castle. She's probably coming to call for the 3rd game. Is the break over? Yuri-sama, you have a guest. It was different. Well, this is it. Miaro, yes, see you. Yuri, Miaro left the room with the maid. It's an urgent matter. May I see you?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.